good to go.
Hey everybody, we'd like to thank you all for being here this morning and not skipping out to go to the ski hill. And I'd like to start with the Aboriginal Acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge the land of which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Tanaha, the Silix and the Sinix peoples. It is home to Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor the connection to the land, rivers, and the importance of our environment to our strength as a community. And with that, I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda, unless there's any late items. Moved by Councillor Page, second by Councillor Renwick. Questions or comments? All in favour? Thanks very much. Adoption of the minutes of the previous meetings? None. Recommendations from the committee of the whole? None. Requests, delegations, bylaws? And right up first at 9 a.m., crack of dawn for Sam, is step code update for council. Sam, you're on the hot seat.
Hi, sorry if there's a bit of feedback there. I got some weird issues here. I'll try to get them sorted out eventually. Okay, everybody. Well, I hope you all had a chance to take a look at all those letters that I sent along. That's really, to a large degree, the bulk of what I wanted to present to you today. I think that represents about 90% of our new home builders in Nelson, and pretty exclusively, they seem to want to support our move to step 3 and feel that the costs are reasonable. So I included all those letters. There's also a letter in there from our local energy advisor, Michelle DeLuca, commenting about it, and from one of the architects in town, Nelson Roca, who I think even wrote a letter to the newspaper about it. And I also just included a little slide that was from the Canadian Home Building Association, just to show you sort of the fact that there is efforts being made in the industry to talk about costs and try to keep those costs reasonable. So they're running a little course here in the next week about trying to manage costs for higher steps. And then the final thing that I might be able to screen share with you, with everyone, is Trish Donnell from the Community Energy Association sent me a little thing with some statistics on it here. And let me see if I can screen share this, and maybe people can let me know if it actually works or not. Let's see here. Oops. Can everyone see that?
Yeah, we see it now, Sam. Thank you.
Okay, so what Trish did here is, this is regional. She's got a little thing here on the top talking specifically, I think, about Nelson and where we're at as far as adoption of step code. But the interesting thing is, if you look lower down, where she talks about these are the RDCK numbers working with an energy advisor, including Nelson and other municipalities. And what's really interesting, and I just got this morning, was that you can see under 2019, there were 25 houses built to step 1, 1 built to step 2, none to 3, 2 to 4, and 3 to 5. Then we go to 2020, and this is where it gets really interesting. Only 3 houses that we have stats on were built to step 1, and every other house was built to step 3 or above. And the numbers of step 4 houses is really impressive. And a lot of those were built in Nelson. So I think that's pretty interesting. And I didn't really look any further here. We're just talking about numbers working with an energy advisor. So, but I'll stop sharing that particular one unless people want to look at it some more.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. So really, I mean, that's the bulk of my presentation. And I thought everyone could just ask questions and I could answer them.
Thanks, Sam. Any questions for Sam?
Jesse,
Yeah.
Looks like
And then-
Jesse.
and then me.
Jesse, thank you. So we have Councillor Woodward, Renwick, and Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sam. So I was just curious, those numbers were very interesting considering it was a year difference. So obviously builders are moving in that direction. It was interesting to see them at step 4. And I'm wondering, in your opinion, do you think builders are moving towards this because it's actually like a selling feature for a home now, for like a buyer who's looking for that? Or like, what do you think is driving that movement by developers and builders?
Well, I just did see a study yesterday that was done out of the East Coast, and they were talking about people who did retrofits on their homes. Now this is now talking about existing houses, but the primary driver for people doing these retrofits, I mean, some of the things were, you know, environmental concerns and more comfort. The number one was energy bills. That was the number one driver for people to do retrofits on their homes. And I think it's the same with new homes, is that people realize energy costs are only going up. And, you know, if you're going to spend all this money on a new home, why would you want a giant electrical bill? And that seems to be, yeah, it is a selling feature for sure.
Thank you very much, Sam. It's great. Thank you very much for that work.
Councillor Renwick?
Oh, thank you. Okay, thanks for the information, Sam. I read all those letters with interest yesterday morning. I have a few comments in that if not all of those contractors are not building any spec homes, they're building for people, so of course you're going to build to a higher standard. I noticed there was no letters in there from anybody against or questioning it, but that's fine. I read Nelson's letter with interest and thought I'd do some math. So, you know, he said there's to go to step code 3, there's about a 2% cost increase from step 2 to step 3 and up to a 20% energy savings. Well, if you do the math on a 2,000 square foot home, that's a $20,000 or a $12,000 cost increase, and if your energy bill is about $300 a month, which is on the high side, it takes you just about 17 years to pay that off. Now, I'm not against step code 3, and because it's coming. My concern is that we talk about affordable housing around this table all the time. This is not making housing affordable, and we've implemented, as have previous councils, implemented things for new builds that are doing nothing but driving up costs. So, you know, we put these kind of things into place, which is fine, but let's not talk about affordable housing anymore, and let's not kid ourselves, because we're moving further and further away from affordable housing on this. Just my take.
Thanks, Councillor Renwick. Councillor Morrison?
So, sort of on a completely different note, I'm curious, through to Sam, what I see and what I hear is around the fact that the lack of advisors or energy auditors or whatever. And I remember back in 2014, I guess I was at a UBCM or whatever, and they were sort of dancing around this step code concept and bringing it forward, and you know, talking about that eventually it's going to get embedded into the building code and whatever. And the concern that was raised there is, where are all these energy auditors, or whatever you want to call them? The names have probably changed from 2014, that do these blower door tests and do these energy audits for the step 4 and step 5 homes. It seems that one of the problems is that builders get backed up in, they're ready for their building inspection, or they're ready for this, and there isn't one of these people here locally. I know that when I had a blower door test done on my 120-year-old house that I have. The guy came from the Okanagan to do it. And it took a bit of time because he, wanted to have 3 or 4 to do. And so I see that as a real a cost, because you're probably still paying your general contractor while he's actually not doing anything but waiting for this guy to show up. And are there programs out there? Is there something that the college here could be teaching as a weekend course or a 6-week course? Or how do we get more of these people into the stream? Because that was to be employed and trained up. So can you make any comment about where that training is, and if there's anything that we could be advocating to do to get that moved on faster, quicker?
Well, one of the things I can say off the bat is that the energy advisors that do existing homes are different than the ones that do new homes. So there's 2 different streams there. I know that we have some available through EcoSave, and I'm not sure where they're coming from. Michelle DeLuca is currently one of our local people, so she's available locally. I know that her company, 3 West, is training a new person now, and I know that there definitely are some new up and coming. There's a fellow out of Roslyn. There's a few others around. There will be more demand. They seem to be keeping up with the demand at the moment, which is great. And I've had that conversation with Michelle recently. So yeah, there could be more courses, but I think we're doing okay for now. I haven't heard any complaints about big delays on tests at the moment.
But in terms of the courses, is there some place that these people go, Sam? I guess it's just that if anybody's listening and wants to send their children off to be energy advisors, I mean, is this just something that I train you and then you train the next guy, or is there some kind of certification, or will there be some kind of certification coming forward so that tests that all the tests are apples and they're not apples, oranges, and pineapples?
Oh no, this is very heavily regulated. It's done through the National Research Council, like the final certifications. So it's very regulated. You have to have very specific certifications. It's done online courses currently. It's a bit of work. I even looked into it at some point, but it's definitely doable for people who are keen. Michelle probably would be better to get into the minutia of it, but it's definitely available.
Go ahead. Thanks, Sam. Anybody else? Councillor Page.
I want to really, I'm glad we took a pause. I'm still in full support of adopting the step code 3. But I think we really want to hear what Councillor Renwick has said around affordability. I think there's a very deep truth in that in and of itself. But I like the approach that we've taken now to kind of reach out to the building community and hear from at least one stream of what maybe is dominating the house builds in the area. But maybe it's something that we need to catalog for this 2020 year, and I'm looking to my colleague Councillor Woodward on this one to kind of see how we engage with that community in general and see from their perspective overall where other bottlenecks are, because I would hate to pick this bottleneck and put it to the front as the thing that will move the needle on affordability without understanding, maybe with a little bit more comprehensive depth, the entire building ecosystem within the region and the city, and understanding what those people on the ground perhaps think from their worker knowledge of what those other bottlenecks might be, because I think it's going to need a strategy for affordable housing. It's not going to be one tactic and then boom, you've just moved the needle. We really do need to have an overarching strategy or thicken up the documents that we already have to see how we can contain the inflation of building costs over the long term. So that's my 2 cents on it. I think there's multiple truths in this conversation, and as long as we tread carefully and collect more information, I think we'll make good choices going forward.
Thank you, Sam. I a couple of questions. One was, I noticed in that first letter there that the they're using the vapor barrier paint now in some cases, and I can recall when that was not acceptable as a product for vapor barrier. How much has that changed in recent years, and is it acceptable as a overall?
It's been acceptable now for probably at least 10, if not 15 years.
Yeah.
And we've seen a pretty steady migration to that. I would suggest that the majority of the new home builders now have gone that route. So we're focusing on the outside of the home, the air barrier as the primary line of defense. And we don't want to build plastic bags. We don't want water to be trapped in our walls.
Yeah.
No, so actually by getting rid of the traditional plastic vapor barrier on the inside,
Yeah.
we're actually seeing healthier homes in the end, and we're still getting the air tightness we're looking for performance.
Right, and I think there's good points being made here about the affordability, but it's sometimes like I when I look at some of the newer homes being built, and it's great that people are building to the design that they feel comfortable with, and gives them all that their expectations, the view and everything else, but it just seems somewhat contradictory in many cases to go to higher level step codes when you put the whole front wall into a glass window, which has a very low R value. And is there ever any talk or consultation about the location of windows, the size of windows, or anything along those lines?
Well, that's actually all factored in. So the
Yeah.
window, the location, the size, and the quality of the windows is factored in. So if you reach step 3 or 4,
Yeah.
that is completely taking into account all the heat losses through those windows. So
Yeah.
the whole house has to perform, including the windows, to get certified to that level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, folks. Thanks, Sam.
I think Rick's got his hand up.
Oh,
Rick
sorry,
wants to
Rick.
talk.
Rick's got his hand up.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't see you, Rick. Beg your pardon.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I thanks for this presentation, Sam. And I wanted to quickly speak to the trade-off between affordability and energy efficiency. And I get it, but I'd also want to caution to say that we shouldn't be talking about affordability at this table if we're doing this, because inevitably, you're going to be balancing priorities, and some of maybe your 2 top priorities are going to be in competition. And so it might be a bit of zero sum between sustainability and affordability. In fact, it's inevitable that it will. Like any transition is going to cost. There's going to be cost to transition. And that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing that, recognizing that, of course, it's going to be expensive. And particularly, it's going to be a little bit more expensive for the people that can least afford it. But I also do want to stress one thing in particular, in that the big thing about affordability, I don't think right now is about building costs. It's about demand. And demand right now and people's willingness to bid up housing is really what's driving, I think, the affordability crisis. And so we're talking about a marginal increase that will be amortized over 30 years. And ultimately, especially over 17-year time frame that you suggested, I do think that's going to be nominal. It's really, we have to look at demand and making sure that there's an increasing or a better supply of housing, period. So I just want to stress that we should still talk about affordability and at the same time continue to move to sustainability, especially given, Cal, as you said, this is coming. This is definitely coming. So being ahead of the game here is I think only going to serve our everybody. So just wanted to throw that in.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay, onward.
I just want to point out we've got the never mind.
Yeah. Sorry, Keith.
It was just a screen share, and I wasn't sure if you could see the
Yeah,
same.
we're playing around with it here.
Yes.
We have the tech folks working on it at the moment while they're in the background here.
great.
It's like a movie set here, actually.
So I'm gonna, you're gonna hear a bit of a pause because we're having trouble with the streaming screen. Once someone stops sharing their screen, it goes blank. Not for you who have logged into the meeting, but for the public for streaming.
Yeah.
So it's almost like every time somebody stops sharing their screen, I'm gonna have to restart part of the meeting. So there will be a little pause for you out.
Thanks, Sarah. No problem. It's not on your end, that's for sure. Yeah. I think we've got to reboot it now, everybody.
That's good. That
Okay.
works.
Next on our agenda is the COSA. And it's, I think is Kevin going to be talking to us about this, or Colin?
Scott.
Or Scott? Okay. Scott, are you there somewhere? Scott Spencer, I see your name up there. He is. Yeah, I see your name up there. Yeah.
There we go.
All right, Scott. So,
Yes.
yeah. Introduce yourself,
Yes.
because the public's, there's millions of people around the world watching this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Scott Spencer, General Manager for Nelson Hydro. And I wanted to take this opportunity to just update Council on the status of our applications to the BCUC, the general rate application and the cost of service and rate design application for the rural areas. We have, put out information to the public. The BCUC has sent out a notice that's gone to all of our rural customers. And I've sent a personal letter to all the rural customers as well, providing them with some more information and directing them to our website, which we've now updated with more information and some frequently asked questions. The BCUC has asked a few questions of us as part of the process. Typically, the application is filed as a PDF, and they've requested the spreadsheets so that they can take a look at the formulas and accounting behind the details in the application. Yesterday, we received our first first official information request from the BCUC on the general rate application. They have 75 questions that they've asked us, ranging everything from basic accounting to information on vegetation management and capital projects, eco-save, different parts of the budget. So we are working towards a February 23rd deadline to have those responses to the BCUC on that. So far, we have 2 interveners who've registered with the BCUC for the COSA RDA. That same application has 8 interested parties, and the general rate application has 10 people that have registered as interested parties. And so far there's been 15 and 13 letters of comment respectively for each of the COSA and the general rate application filing. So we're getting some interest out to the public. People are hearing about it, and we're trying to keep as much communication going as possible. We have a piece going into the Nelson Star this coming week, so February 11th. It's not specifically about the general rate application, but it's about some of the work that that Nelson Hydro has been doing over the past year. And we've had a number of different stakeholders reach out to us and ask questions, and we're responding to people through within the community about that. So we are working with the EcoSave program as well, and pointing people who are concerned about the rate increases towards that program and taking advantage of the opportunities to save on their energy use through that program. So we feel like we're doing what we can to help people both understand the application as well as mitigate the potential impacts of those. And I just wanted to check in with council to see if they have received any questions that I might be able to help answer or clarify anything that they have seen so far or heard from me. today.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in terms of, some of the additional stuff that we have done, and I think council's aware that we ran every single customer and looked at what the impact of the rate increases in each of the years. And we also looked at the rate impact because it's not till September. So for example, for 2021, because that rate increase isn't till September, the impact on someone's bill for the 2021 calendar year would be less than 2%. And that second increase doesn't apply until next year, September 2022. So that really gives us, all customers, 18 months to make some energy improvements in their homes to mitigate any increase. And I know Carmen has seen up to, and Scott, I'm not sure if it's the average but but 30% savings in energy by not doing deep retrofits, just doing, I think there was one testimonial. Yes, they did change some, an older house, changed out some windows and did insulation and the basics, and was 30% reduction in their energy bill. So it's really in customers' hands to, to make these changes, to make a more comfortable home, reduce their energy costs. And we have, like I said, 18 months really to, to get those things done. And we're, that's a key part of what we want to do. We're whole as long as, if we can reduce our energy purchases, then, we can, that money would save on purchases. We can invest in veg management. We can invest in the capital side of it. So, so we're whole if people make those reductions or energy use in their homes.
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Scott, thank you for that update. I'm wondering, in your communications, I think I would feel like it would be important to acknowledge that these windstorms and these storms that are coming in are causing damage, and this, the science is saying it's not going to get less, it's going to get more. And so I think that kind of sort of stark reality needs to be related to people, that it's a challenge to keep an operation like Nelson Hydro going with all of its rural wires going out beyond the city borders. So I was wondering, is that going to be part of the communication, that you are actually struggling against a kind of new climate situation?
Yeah, it's interesting. That's a great segue, Councillor Woodward, because I was taking a look at the trends this morning in terms of our major storm costs, and it is one of the things I wanted to bring to Council. So I maybe take this opportunity right now. Is we have just come through the January 13th storm. It lasted 15 minutes, caused significant damage to our infrastructure, and people have been saying, gee, that was one of the worst storms that we've had, and I wanted to quantify that. So we've been collecting the costs. We still have costs coming in. There's still some equipment repair to do as a result of that storm, and invoices are still coming in. But right now, it is looking like we're going to be approaching $400,000 for that one storm. The budget for this year was $110,000 for major storms. Now, when I look back, we didn't even start budgeting for major storms until 2019. And each year we have exceeded that budget. In 2019 and then 2020, we were $200,000. So when I look back, the only year that in the last 10 years that we had exceeded $100,000 was in 2015, which was that major windstorm that everybody probably remembers who's been in the community. And in that year, we incurred over $500,000 in costs. So we have, this trend that is clearly starting to ramp up when you look at the data. 2014, 2013, we were less than $2,000 for major storm repairs. So really quite an interesting ramp up to have had what looks like 3 major storms in 12 months from January to January 2021. So it is something that we're having to look at. I see BCUC is asking questions about how we're budgeting and managing that major storm budget, because they're seeing the same things as I'm looking at. Is that we were budgeting based on the average over the last 10 years, but if you look at the average over the last 2 years, we were well under budget, and now we've already more than 4 times what our budget was for this year. So I will likely be approaching council at some point for an amendment to the budget that they approved for Nelson Hydro this year as a result of this major storm. We have time to try and manage costs through the balance of the year, but I don't think it's reasonable for me to just cross my fingers and hope that we don't have any more windstorms or major issues like this that we have to deal with. So we'll be taking a look at that over the next little while.
Thank you, Scott.
On that note,
sorry.
Scott, all of the hydro customers pay those costs.
Yeah, so exactly. Those are part of the Nelson Hydro budget that comes out of our major storm repairs. We do budget and allocate costs by area, by service area, so we can track which are incurred in the rural and which are incurred in the city. There's no question that the majority of those major storm costs are incurred in the rural areas.
Yeah.
So just on the cost of service approach, those costs will be allocated to the rural area and need to be funded by rates in the rural area.
I just wanted to add as adjunct to that, Scott, is that I mean the science is clear that every year is warming, and the last 5 years are the warmest as of yet, and that trend will continue. And I just feel like we need to start telegraphing that kind of information out to the public to understand what is happening, because it is happening, and there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere. We're going to get more of these storms, and so I think it's on us to actually start preparing for that, getting the budgets up to snuff that can handle these storms. Assume we're going to be getting 2, 3, 4 a year, and budget around that, because it's not going to get less, it's going to get more, and that's what the climate science says. So I really feel like it's an important piece for us to acknowledge and move on. Thank you.
Any further questions of Scott? Councillor Page?
Thank you, Mayor. Scott, thank you for that. I did have a chance to read through the BCUC's letter from the other day. It's quite a list of specific questions that are really going to help build out that COSA document, to say the least. The first thing I wanted, you did mentioned about being able to kind of look over the history and get a sense of where these signals have happened over time and how more frequent they are getting. I would ask, and maybe this is probably just something you would do already, but have some sort of inflationary normalization going on there. So we're not looking at just numbers in 2020, but we have an understanding in context to the budget of Nelson Hydro in 2010 or 2005, what that looked like overall, so we can get a sense of that. However, whatever anchor metric you want to figure makes the most sense. I don't know what it would be, but I would like to see it normalized. And I think there's a piece here. We're in the numbers. We're in the different governance conversations that are all really important. But back to that affordability angle, the thing that I'm hearing, the thing that I'm seeing when I listen to this is that equity piece. And it's a fascinating sub-conversation for those people that do want to make their voice heard in terms of wanting a bit of Nelson to a small degree. And I think as this is maybe more for council as we're talking to people, but you see a lot of references. You have a lot of people that we service electricity for that don't contribute to the library. We have a lot of people we service electricity for that don't contribute to the rec center. And there's a lot of confusion because people are not participating in the budget side of things at the RDCK. They're not participating in the budget sides of things here in these meetings, and they glomp all of the governance structures together. They just see public utility and they're like, I'm public. How can I also get benefit from this and not have to incur an extra rate or have some of the costs in my area attributed to my service? And I think we want to keep like going through this process in and of itself through the COSA and being upfront with what our policies are. Not that we weren't before, but really getting them down on paper and working through this process and answering the questions for the BCUC and all of council becoming more aware of what our processes are and how we arrive at these figures and why we arrive at these figures. It's just going to lay further defensible, accountable process going forward for people to look at and say, you know, I know where that came from in 2020 when they're looking back 5 years. Like, we're going to be building trust with the rural area for a while, and we're going to be looking for consent at the RDCK side of things to get more participation on some of those services. But people can understand and should understand the separation between those tax jurisdictions, that I have no taxing authority over anyone in the North Shore. I cannot pass any bylaw and force anyone in Area E to start contributing to the library. And those are choices that they're making through their RDCK board representatives, and that board is not having impact on Nelson Hydro. And so it is just a fascinating undercurrent for the vocal people that are sending things into the BCUC and talking about this topic, is that equity piece. And there is a lot of misunderstanding on what the equity actually is. They don't really care about the $70. They care that they feel like they're getting screwed over for $70. And I think it's just incumbent on us to keep working that conversation with the public to say, you know what, you're not. We're trying to come up with a fair pricing scheme that helps the whole utility become more reliable, and that the people at the ends of those lines are helping pay for the cost that's closest to them. And it will be to the benefit of everyone. So just for comment.
So
Thank you.
we do have an example of that, which is the NDCC. And that was the agreement the previous council made when boundary expansion happened, when the NDCC and those facilities were built, that if, because as council's aware, you know, the return that the city gets on the assets of Nelson Hydro produces that dividend, which goes back into funding services. So the agreement that council made with the RD at the time was we wouldn't pull that away from, for example, you know, recreation, if the rural area started to participate and paid taxes. We'd leave the Nelson Hydro contribution in there and reduce taxes for everyone. And that's exactly what happened at the NDCC. And we did a full spreadsheet with the youth center, with the airport, with the touchstones, with parks, with all those things that showed that we would keep that contribution on the condition that the rural areas came in and paid taxes just like city residents. That's why they benefit in the return that council puts back into services. So that's the models in place. That's been around since boundary expansion in, when was it, 05 or something, 04. And you know, I think having that, you know, renewing that conversation with the directors, that's on the table. If they come and participate in the youth center, if they come participate in these other services, that, you know, we're going to leave the contribution from Nelson Hydro that has always gone to help support those services.
And on that note, Kevin, also the impact, the areas that we're talking about, the rate change is the same two electoral areas for the regional district, E and F. So
that's correct.
So the directors are very familiar with that model. Councillor Lockenberg.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin, can you update us on, or maybe I should just make a general comment about selling off the rural customers as a plan B or as a backup, and get some numbers on that? Because it sounds like with this storm, the increase in these storm costs, if we're talking at least $500,000, and let's say we do, and I've looked at the localized climate data too, actually quite a bit, and it's, yeah, 3-4 multiple, these big Pacific lows, North Pacific lows are going to be a frequent thing. And so we're going to get hit by these storms a lot. So if we're talking about, let's say 4, and then over 20 years, let's say 6 big storms events like this a year, is it worth keeping these customers? And should we get some numbers down and look seriously at taking some expressions of interest from Fortis on our rural customers?
I think that was probably more of a in-camera conversation if you want to explore that. But yeah, it's really, I think the central message is, well, as number one, council can't, must do what's in the best interest of residents of Nelson. That's your legislative requirement. You can't subsidize other folks outside your boundaries. And 2, why would it would make no sense for the city to own these assets, take those financial risks without making any return on it. Nobody would do that. No. So, that is why there is a model called the cost of service model that allows every utility, whether you're Fortis, BC Hydro, Summerland, or whoever, to be able to recover their costs and then make a return on the assets that it owns. That's the only reason somebody would own assets and do that. So that's what our application is. And if it's approved, storm costs would be part of your operating costs that you are allowed to recover. And so that's what we have in front of the Utility Commission.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments, and Scott, I'm one of the Area E, I live out there, so my power goes out quite frequently. But a couple of comments, and I know I sent you an email, but you guys did a great job, even though I was out for, for us for a couple of days. Fantastic work out there. I read with quite interest the flyer that came in the mail with all the information. Out in our area, it seems to be, how do I want to put this nicely? People seem to be a little more militant about the increase and what have you. And I think moving forward, that flyer that you sent out, I think if we can just keep providing people with information as to what we're doing, what we're spending, why we're doing it, all that sort of thing, that will lessen the blow somewhat. I don't think you're going to, you're going to convince everybody that they're not all going to hop on board. But I know that, somebody commented they had 23 power outages over in Proctor Harrop last year. And, they're saying, our rates are going up, but we're having all these outages. So, and then going back to the survey that we sent, I know most of the people said they had no problem paying, but, the service, if we could provide a little bit better service. So, yeah, just a couple of things out there that's what's floating around out there.
Yeah. If Mr. Mayor, I could,
Yes.
I would like to just make a comment to that. And thank you very much, Councillor Renwick, for those kind words. And it is absolutely my priority to focus on the reliability and improve the system so that people can count on the electricity being supplied to them on a regular basis. And to Councillor Woodward's and Paige's comments, I am really committed to transparency in terms of information. That's why I sent that letter out to the rural residents. I want to generate dialogue. I don't want to be making these changes and just hoping that nobody notices. I want to get the information out there, and I'm encouraging people to take the time and have a look at the website and the information there. And a great point about normalizing the costs that we're sharing, sort of say to like $20 or something like that we can make sure that they're comparable. And sharing the major storm information, I think, is something that you'll see from us in the next couple of weeks as we finalize the impact that this January 13th storm has had. I think it's a story that people need to understand. And even this morning, looking at the historical data, it surprised me just how drastically it's shifted over the last few years.
Thank you very much. Scott, thanks very much for your presentation, and unless there's something else, Kevin, did you have put your hand up? Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to add to that, and it's probably because those customers are our customers. There's a feeling that when they lose power, it's because something on our system, and that's what's the stats, Scott? I think over 50% is loss of supply from Fortis, who struggles with the exact same issue we have out there. And I know they went to the Utility Commission and got higher budget to do more veg management work up the North Shore as well. So, and there are opportunities that have been identified by Nelson Hydro, but they involve investment in capital assets, and we need this application to allow us to make sense to make those investments. So it's pretty critical. We can increase reliability. In fact, council's gone ahead and approved a substantial veg management expenditures of 2.6 million over the last 3 or 4 years, with almost 90% being spent in the rural area. We're not even recovering our costs out there. So, I think council's shown really good will to, go ahead and continue to, do the right thing on the premise that they feel the Utility Commission will do the right thing as well.
Councillor Woodward?
Sorry, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Councillor Woodward?
Thank you. Scott, I just want to go back to, what Kevin is saying, and what everyone's saying is there really is a story here that needs to be told. And I think that is what I'm trying to get through there. If we're just dealing with storm by storm, piece by piece, people are going to get frustrated. They're like, what's going on? Why, as Cal said, why isn't power going out so often? I think we really need to communicate that there is a trend here. The science is super clear. We need to get people on board to understand that it's not Nelson Hydro's fault. It's not City of Nelson's fault. We're dealing with a massive situation here that is far beyond our borders. And just to kind of communicate that we're trying to adapt and mitigate as we move along, but that storm intensity and power is increasing, and that is, we only have a certain amount of ability to mitigate and adapt. And I think that clearly needs to be communicated to the public, that you're doing the best you can, but you're up against forces that are so far beyond Nelson. So I think that's a good story to get out there and communicate to the public.
I would just,
sorry, just before I finish, I just want to acknowledge Director Faust, who has reached out to rural customers on tree management on their own private properties, and that is part of the solution. Is we need those rural customers to deal with those trees on their own property that we don't have the right to deal with. Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to reinforce that this major storm, it was not small trees that we would be removing within our right-of-ways for veg management that caused the majority of the damage. In this case, it was trees that were on private property or crown land that are quite a ways away from our system that came down. Significant large trees. So that's the balance that we have. We can do what we can on our side, but we don't always have control over everything. And I don't think the public necessarily wants us to petition to have every tree cleared back 100 feet from every power line.
Councillor Page?
I'm sorry to kick this around the circle around the table one more time, but I think we do want to at least explore that. I know it's my understanding that our right-of-ways are not sufficient in some areas. They're historical. They've been there for a while. They're not always what we would maybe ask for today. But there potentially is some work that we should be doing government to government with the RDCK to look at some enabling bylaw legislation at the RDCK side that does allow Nelson Hydro to put a list through for properties that may need to have their trees removed and maybe are more strategically important to the overall health of the grid than, say, a few gung-ho people who really do want to do the right thing and do as much as they can and really get back from those power lines because they know they're doing their part. But there might be a guy 4 houses down and 3 miles away who isn't that guy, and that guy is at more of a junction point. So I wonder if we want to at least explore what that work might look like, and whether there is some good middle ground there where we can inform the RDCK and through bylaw and fines potentially have people do that work that needs to be done, because there are programs available to do that work, as Director Faust has been sharing out, but maybe a little bit more collaboration there. And that's it.
Thank you.
Maybe we can move on.
Scott, I think the piece about the private land is critical going forward. And, when we first started many years ago on the interface wildfire management, that was part of that conversation at that time too. And over time, we've slowly got to a point where, private property owners are starting to recognize the risk just as much as local government is. And going forward, maybe it's a program that could be introduced not only by Nelson Hydro but by Fortis and BC Hydro to work with private landowners, if nothing else, to do assessments of their properties where there is a grid or power lines going through their properties, to let them know what the potential risk is to not only themselves but to the distribution of hydro to their next door neighbours. In the last storm that we had, I visited many of the properties out on the North Shore that had power outages, and ironically enough, some of them in particular, the power was out because the trees came down off their own land and cut off the power. And it wasn't until that happened, I know in 2 cases that I followed up with, that they realized that they got a person in to do an assessment of their property, only to discover that they had many more trees on their property that were at risk of blowing over in a storm. And in fact, a higher risk now that some of the trees were already gone through the previous 2 storms that we've had over the last while. So it, as Councillor Page mentioned, it maybe is something we need to stick in our back pocket and start looking at it on the same principles as we used for the wildfire mitigation program. Maybe the hydro utility companies could come together and see if there's a way to work with residents that have large amounts of vegetation on their own property, help them understand the risk that they're at, not only to the hydro system, but in some of the folks that I visited, their own homes were partially demolished because of the storm as well. So, and there may be an opportunity to work with insurance companies also to help fund initiatives such as that.
Well, and Mayor, if we look what happened down in California, the lines themselves during the heat of summer, if there was a wind event, like it's not just the hydro disruption, it's the potential for igniting flames within the forest itself. So I think it does float its importance quite high. So it's a good tie-in for Fortis and the RDCK and Nelson to see if there's something that we need to do to enable that work to be done a little bit more diligently and more thoroughly.
Okay, Scott, before we go, it'd be interesting to know that in some of these power outages going forward, we know that we have vegetation challenges ourselves on our hydro lines, but it'd be interesting to know going forward just where some of those challenges are on private property. Because it's very interesting when I talk to people, they say, oh, Nelson Hydro, the power's out again. But in actual fact, it didn't happen on a Nelson Hydro right away. It happened on, maybe your next door neighbors right away. So maybe that's who you should be phoning, to complain about the power being out. But it might be interesting to have some kind of a mapping on that going forward.
Yeah, we're working with Cathro Consultants on our vegetation management best practices, and it addresses some of the things, or most of the issues that we've just discussed in terms of approaching landowners, identifying hazard trees, mapping out our prescriptions. We have a ways to go to get that fully in place and as robust as we would like it, but we have a path to the future, and we'll be implementing that within this year to help the vegetation management program for this year.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Scott. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for your work.
Okay, what the heck time do we have here? 9:55, Council. We're heading into another phase here of budget discussions at 10. Are you ready for a short break, say a 10-minute break, and then we can get set up for the budget discussions? So we'll meet you here at 10 after 10. Does he approve?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, guys, we're about to be live. One more. I don't know.
It's like the Jimmy Tribble show. What's the name of that show? Jimmy. Yeah. Dick Cavett.
We're live.
More like Dick Cavett. Johnny Carson.
I just joined the conversation to a bunch of old names.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking, we were thinking, what we're going live, you know, and when Sarah says, yeah, we're going live, it's like, you know, one of those TV shows, but it's like it's, at my vintage, it would be Johnny Carson or Dick Cavett.
Dick Cavett. I think Dick Cavett went off the air in like 78.
No, is he off the air? What?
And
What's going on?
Next thing you're gonna be saying Ed Sullivan.
All right. Who's missing in action here? Kevin's, I see his name up there. Colin McClure's name's up there. Chris, Suzanne. And okay, we're ready for the next phase of our meeting, folks, and that's a budget discussion. And
Thank you.
Colin, hey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Council. So just a bit of a plan for today. We're going to go through our operating sheet. I will scroll it. Some of you that physically are here have got a copy, so I know it can be challenging for you guys at home. We were working on it late last night, and so hence not something I could kind of have out in front of you. I can certainly email it if someone wants to see it, but it is a document that may be tough to read. So I will do my best, and if it's a problem, we'll have to figure something else out. It's the same summary sheet that we've done before. Chris is going to walk us through that. But before we started, I actually wanted to let Council know of some really exciting news, at least in my opinion, here, and I believe for the city as a whole, is that we have been successful in getting 2 longer-term QP members to come on side to step up into relief supervisor roles. I think that Council is aware that we had lost Craig back in the spring, and then we had Howard had come in, and his family is back in Calgary, and with COVID and those sorts of things, he ended up leaving us in December, and Chris left us in, I think, I want to say September, October. And so we've been down 2 supervisors, and that's put a lot of pressure on Director Innes and Operations Manager Eagleson. So again, 2 inside the Public Works team, very highly respected. Charlie McKinnon, he's going to be working more on the linear side of the water sewer assets. And then Brian Jones is stepping out, and he's going to help us with our Public Works. And Public Works and Parks. He's been Brian has been the lead hand of Parks for a little while here, and has 30 years experience. He started around when he was 20, so it's quite fascinating. And so a lot of history, a lot of again, I think that as a management team, we could actually learn a lot from him just on how things operate down there. And I think support our Public Works members as well, because I think that that's been something that they have been concerned about, that there hasn't been maybe a succession plan, and I'm really excited about it, and I want to make sure that they're successful as well and they succeed. So putting a good effort into. So again, I don't know if you do know them, but I would hope that if you do, you have a chance to say them and say thank you, and anything that we could do to support them in their new roles. So I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to
promotions.
Yeah, well, no, and I'm really feeling positive about it. So I just again hope that we can successfully support them, because that's the big piece. I think we as managers say, oh, here's your role, and then we just run away because we've got other stuff to do, and we need to make sure we've got a good plan. I will be the Vanna White, and I'm going to allow Chris to walk through this, and hopefully, Chris, you'll direct me, and I will put the numbers where you want them to be, sort of thing. So I'll turn it over to Chris.
Okay, thanks, Colin. So we've got some projected. Wait for Colin to get the screen up here, but some projected actuals for 2020. We're still going through the pre-audit process. We don't actually have our audit until the last week of March. So we do have some time to, whatever the numerical equivalent of crossing a T and dotting an I is. I know, maybe putting that little line through a 7. We still have some time to do that. But you know, there's not going to be any huge movement in some of these numbers. You know, there's just the odd invoice and things like that come in. So,
Chris, could I just stop you for a second,
yep.
please?
Sure,
with,
yeah.
With the Zoom meeting, if you're referencing a particular document that you're looking at, you
Yes.
might want to let us know what it is. We may or may not have it in front of us, but it's always good to get some idea of what you're reading off.
Okay.
Yeah.
This will be the City of Nelson operating budget 2020 to 2025. And this is that document that shows you, I think Colin's putting it up on the screen here now, but it'll show you kind of the 2020 budget and our projected actuals for 2020, and then the 2021 budget and forward.
Thank you.
There we go. Yeah. So what I wanted to draw your attention to now is that column AL that says projected 2020 actuals. And I just wanted to sort of show you, you know, there's our budget for 2020, and here's where we're kind of seeing things, you know, finish up at the end of 2020, the actuals in column AL, and I just wanted to point out a few sort of highlights in that area. You know, I think on the revenue side, it's pretty clear we did better than expected. Now that 2020 budget was significantly reduced from what we would see in a typical year. We had, you know, some time, not a lot of time, but in March there where we reduced a lot of it. Weren't really sure what was going to happen for the year. You know, how bad was it going to be? There were a few scenarios around there. So we did reduce a lot of the budget in some of these revenue areas, but in actuality, it came out perhaps a little bit better than we had anticipated. I know we had a pretty tough time there in March and April, if you think back, but when we got into the summertime, things weren't, you know, the tourists were kind of back and things weren't quite as bad as, you know, perhaps they could have been. So if I was just kind of pointing out some highlights here, if you look at taxes, I mean, that one's pretty much as we expected. It's up a little bit higher. There's always slight differences when some of the grants in lieu from TELUS or you know, Shaw come in, things like that. But on the sale of services, you can see that one's up 770,000 more than we had budgeted for. So some of the large things in there, I mean, we have, we're expecting to get 121,000 back from the province for an emergency EMBC claim for some of the costs associated with the COVID response portion. So down in the expense side, when we get down there, you'll see that, you know, we do have some additional expenses that kind of offset with that, but that's in there with that sale of service. So that's kind of a revenue piece that, you know, perhaps we hadn't expected.
So Chris, just on that
Yes.
note, because we're live streaming this, so as an example, if I were sitting at home watching this, you know, I might be wondering what was the a couple of examples of what COVID response would look like.
What were some of the things that
yeah, you don't need to do the full list,
here?
but yeah, maybe one or two things that would give an example.
Totally. Like, I don't know if you remember, we had quite a few portable toilets out there that we had to rent and have those cleaned, hand washing stations. We had a medical physician that we had as a consultant for a short time there. A bit of backfilling at the fire hall so we could bring people into the EOC and have them work there for quite a period of time. So things like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, another large one is the parking meter. You know, we had typically gotten over, you know, $1 million in parking meter revenue. You know, not knowing what things were going to be like, and with the lockdown, you know, we had slashed the budget to 450,000. The actual amount was, you know, closer to 760,000. So quite a bit over what we had thought. Still, you know, a lot below what we would see in a typical year, but, you know, much better than expected. So that's kind of brought the revenue side up as well. I'm just scanning down, looking at a couple things that pop out to me. That, the campground, that actually did, we brought in $120,000 in the campground, whereas we were budgeting 50,000. Again, not knowing what the summer was going to look like. It's a little bit down from 2019, but still, quite a bit better than what we had dropped the budget to. The farmers market, we have some additional revenue coming in there, about $42,000 for the farmers market. And so things like that kind of add up, and so that's how we were able to kind of get a little bit more here than we had expected. And again, expected versus a 2020 budget, still below what we might see in a typical year, though. So if I can just drop down to the next line where it says other revenue from own sources, some of the things that are in here, we have business license revenues, for example, not knowing what would happen with business licenses, but we didn't see a lot of cancellations. We didn't see a lot of, there were some folks who took their short-term rental licenses and downgraded them to just a 3-month license, but we didn't see too many cancellations in business licenses. Most folks, managed to keep their license or not, not close their business anyway. Again, parking fines are in there. Parking fines are higher than expected. Not going to go into tons of detail on all this, but I guess the story on the revenue side is, while it wasn't as good as 2019, it was better than we had thought it could have been. So again, scanning down here, you saw that in the original budget, we had planned to pull $540,000 out of surplus to kind of balance the budget. That's on line 21. We've left that blank for now as we're kind of working through this. We'll continue down to the expense side, and we kind of see where we're ending the year and seeing if that's something we would need or not. So we're just sort of leaving that for now as we kind of travel down here. So before I move on to the expenses, any questions on the revenue half of this?
Okay, Council, any questions? Okay, Chris, carry on.
Yep, okay. So Colin, maybe if you can just kind of scroll down and look at some of the expense side. Yeah, okay, so on line 30 is our first expense line. So a similar story here, I guess also on the positive, is that a lot of the expenses we had were reduced from or down versus budget. So we've managed to kind of stay below budget on a lot of these things. And this one's, there's less that kind of pops up as that, here's where the savings were. There's really just little bits here and there that have all added up. And I think every department, and it might be just, a change in focus where there were things that, folks were, hoping or planning that they could get done in a typical year that, our focus being changed on just COVID related things didn't manage to make that progress. But across the board, I would say in most of the expense categories, things are just down a little bit here, a little bit there. Of course, the conventions and travel was, down to almost zero. Some of the other staff changes and things like that didn't happen. Again, there isn't anything that really jumps out as being a major point in any of these things. We did have, under that general government, we had some funds that were meant to flow through to the chamber for work they're doing at Railtown. And, we did send some funds over there for some work to be done, but, I don't think they made as much progress in 2020 as they'd expected. So that'll kind of carry forward to 2021. On the protective services side, that one's a little bit different, that those costs have increased from last year, but a lot of that completely makes sense. I've got about 100,000 in there. 134,000 is in there related to that emergency management piece for the COVID response. And again, I mentioned that we're getting 120,000 back. So, you've got some revenue and costs in there that kind of offset each other. And we did have to ramp up a little bit in, some of the wages for protective services as well. We had some injuries. We had some major fires as well that, you're going to have extra staff and overtime and things like that. So that one line there, 31 for protective services, is kind of the outlier. But again, in a pandemic year, that kind of makes sense. And again, across the board, getting down into engineering and public works, that one's down 195,000. Parks and Rec is down 89,000. And they're all just, little bits here and there. I'm just trying to see if anything sort of jumps out.
So Chris, when you speak about areas where there's been a drop, we wouldn't expect that to continue though. Was that mainly because of COVID and maybe the parks weren't being used as much, et cetera? Or?
Yeah, for sure. And definitely, and that's kind of one of the challenges of 2021 is then looking at it and saying, okay, what do we expect 2021 to be like? Surely, some travel and conventions, but it's likely not to be back, how it was in 2019. Parks, gyro pool, is that going to be happening or not happening? Are we going to be doing as much down at the parks as we would in a typical year? Is it going to be maybe better than 2020, but somewhere in the middle between a typical year and how we had it in 2020? So you're totally right that we'd be adding a little bit to 2021, but perhaps not as far as we would, in a 2019 or prior type year.
If I could too, just as a comment to council, because the numbers are so big, and this is where there can be some nitpicking over certain things. But when you've got a a $19-20 million expense budget, and if we're 99% accurate, and I think if I was in school and someone said, "Hey, you got 99% on your test," that 1% difference still results in a 200,000, whether that's favorable or unfavorable. So like I said, sometimes on these numbers, they're so big that we kind of lose track of. We try to work hard to stay on budget, and that's a big key for us for sure. But I just want council always to be aware that and the public that when these numbers are so big, and if you were again 99% accurate on your budget, and say it was the other way, you were 1% over, that's going to be a $200,000 challenge for the city.
Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to comment. I think the expenditure side reflects the direction that we got from council when we implemented the 25-point action plan. We froze. We didn't. Council supported all our employees, and we didn't have any layoffs, but we had a hiring freeze when if somebody went off or we had a vacant position. You just heard Colin McClure talking about Chris Gainham wasn't replaced. Even between Craig and Howard, that position was vacant for a number of months. I know talking to the parks lead hand, they were struggling. We don't necessarily need a bunch of people in our parks to incur costs to maintain our parks. The grass still grows, the flowers still are there, and we cut back on some of those things, but parks aren't something that you can just let go fallow. Even if people aren't using the playing fields, you still need to maintain them to a high standard, or they just aren't. In fact, we probably have a year that we finally have a chance for some of those fields to recover from the use that they tend to get. So all those things keep growing, and I know all our staff really stepped up when we had probably less bodies out there. We didn't hire any students this year, so there's all of that reflected the direction that council gave us back in March or April to really hold our expenditures tight.
Thanks, Kevin.
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. I was
Yeah.
just wondering, so you're, you're planning the 2021. I mean, it seems like it's fairly similar to the 2020 in terms of the levels of uncertainty, and the tourist season will probably be similar, I would imagine, to what we had. But there are these kind of outliers like the variant, the COVID variants, and the vaccine rollout, which of course are such unknown factors. But do you feel like the 2020 year, is it manageable that the 2021 year we would kind of use that as an analog, and that we'll be in decent shape at the end of 2021 by using 2020 as an analog? Because it seems like it's the safest analog we have in these times of unknown to manage the budget.
Yeah, that's a great point. Is kind of, there were some, and, for example, on the parking side, looking at things like that and saying, is it going to be a typical 2019 year where you've got all the tourists and the parking and we're back up to, 1.1 million in parking revenues? Or is it going to be a little bit closer to 2020, but with a maybe slight increase because we, that period of March, April where we had the downtown shut down, we may not have that, right? Hopefully. So yeah, I think that's a great point. It's just kind of using that as a gauge. A lot of the expense side is, here's our staff, here's, the collective agreements we have in place. There's not a lot of variance, I guess, year to year. That's one that you can kind of project out, without too much difficulty. You know what staff you have. It's more, the revenue side. Some of that stuff can vary a little bit depending on what's happening down at the campground or parking or field rentals, sidewalk rentals. Are we going to bring that back or not? So yeah, pieces like that are still a little bit of a gray area. The expense side is maybe a little bit easier to lock down, knowing who we have and where they are in their collective agreements.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. So yeah, if we kind of scroll down a little bit here, kind of looking at our allocation to reserves and surplus, that line 41 and below. I think we'll get into this a little bit more when we kind of look at those reserves, and this is sort of ties into that capital piece of, here's what we want to put into our building reserve, our capital projects reserve, so that we're able to fund those projects that we talked about last time we met. But when we get down finally to that line 56 there, where it's the total net operating deficit or surplus, we're showing in a negative here, but it is a surplus of 300,000. So that's the surplus we're seeing. And again, this isn't finalized. We're still kind of working through some of the elements of 2020 as things come in. So I would expect that to move somewhat, but we are seeing a surplus. And that's without bringing in, we had in the budget bringing in 540,000 from surplus. So now we're actually showing we've got 300,000 that we could put to surplus.
And Chris,
yeah,
the downtown waterfront reserve, I think that's important to highlight that, that again, that came out of the 25-point action plan, is to, put some of that parking meter revenue into enhancing that downtown waterfront reserve so that we can, put some extra effort, particularly into the downtown to, I guess it relates to that Build Back Better concept. Is we wanted the opportunity to do that. We did look at some, as council's aware, some programs such as a storefront improvement program, etc. Unfortunately, we ran into some legislative hurdles that we weren't able to kick that one off, but we are still looking at the heritage revite opportunities there. And so there is some flexibility to look at some additional projects in the downtown. Colin, I'm not sure where the Mural Festival is or where we're planning on funding that for the current year. It would give you some flexibility with the Hall Street project to potentially, fund some of that out of this. But it was primarily what can we do in the downtown to give it that next lift.
Yeah, good. Yeah, and again, looking at this and saying, okay, $300,000 surplus, but this is against a drastically reduced 2020 budget. The revenues were down from 2019. Some of the expenses were higher. We did budget a little bit more in the emergency management side, 100,000 just for COVID related type things. And it's taken with that in perspective, but it's a good news story anyway. So I don't know if we had any more comments on 2020. We can go and kind of look a little bit at 2021. And, again, as I was mentioning, still, a little bit of progress going still through this as we get numbers in for 2020. 2021, we're looking at about a $60,000 increase in taxes. Now, this is with a 0% tax increase. So the change in taxes there would just be from new builds coming into the market, new construction, like new taxation. This budget right now, we just set it up as a 0% just for, for this purpose. But that's where you're seeing the increase in tax revenue. When you get into the sale of service side, it's just like we were talking about before with Councillor Woodward's question as well, is, where do we see some of these things like parking revenue and the campground, and, we got a farmer's market in here now and things like that. So we're just trying to kind of gauge, maybe we're not going to be at as low a level as 2020, but we might see, 900,000 in parking revenue for 2021, for example, versus a typical, 1.1 million. But still a little higher than 2020. So those kind of things is kind of drives a little bit of the increase in the 2021 budget expectation, I guess, for revenue side. And that's the same for the other revenues as well. Just kind of working through and looking at some of the things where, parking fines, building permits, business licenses, things like that, maybe expecting that that'll come back to being a little bit more like a typical year versus what 2020 was, or what the budget for 2020 was anyway.
Chris, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Chris?
Sorry. Yep.
It's Rick.
Sorry.
Chris, what's the link between, again, can you remind me, the link between the meter, both the parking and the fines? And how is that divided to pay for, say, the various funds? Can you just quickly explain again where that revenue goes in to which funds?
Yeah, so if you go down to this surplus transfer down there, and if Colin scrolls down a little bit, he can see the transfer to you've got the downtown waterfront and the equipment reserve. Or, sorry. Capital projects, yeah. So that's kind of the allocation of where that parking revenue goes into.
And Rick, in terms of going forward, and I think I mentioned this a little bit the other day, so we're going to start to look at transportation in total. We've tended to treat it as, mostly on the paving side of it. But I think we want to just talk about, transportation, whether you're in a car, walking on a bike, on a skateboard or whatever, as transportation. And, that the funding from the parking meters would go into that transportation pool to help for support capital projects in that pool as a whole. and bring in, we have sidewalks, I think is funded somewhere else. So start to, put that together and say, what are we spending on transportation as a whole? And
Great.
starting to manage our transportation infrastructure holistically as opposed to in different buckets going forward. And I think that's, and then, I think councils can look at, parking meter revenue. Are we able to fund that larger transportation pool adequately, and look at, policy and where we get revenues more, like I said, a little bit more holistically.
I think that's a great idea. I really encourage us to do that as part of our next sort of set of workshops. So it'd be great.
Yeah, and of course that linkage being, you've got your capital projects where that's where, your major paving and things like that come out of. So, the thinking being those that are kind of using the roads and paying for parking would be then helping to repair and upgrade that infrastructure, right? Yeah, so that's kind of, where we're going with the revenue side. Then if you scroll down to the expense side for 2021, we're really just looking at this point at, what are kind of the inflationary type increases and collective bargaining pieces that are in there, like that we have already in place for contracts or expected anyway. And that's kind of on the expense side. Not seeing any huge changes. Maybe on the park side, as you sort of bring things back to,
just Chris.
Yeah.
We need Vanna to scroll down.
Yes, you're right. We're going to go down a little bit to the parks. Perfect. There we go. Oops. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So, in large part, we're looking at kind of 2% type increases for each of these areas. And as I mentioned, parks, recreation, and culture is a little bit higher. Because we have some farmers market budget in there as well. Now, there'll also be some farmers market revenue up top, but that'll add a little bit of a cost down here below. And you'll have things like, is the pool coming back, or a little bit more in the parks where we maybe chopped some of the budget in 2020 and looking to add that back a little bit in 2021. But yeah, for the most part, kind of looking at
Chris,
that sort of
Chris,
2% piece. Yeah.
On the, like last year as an example, just one example would be the upper part of Vernon Street. We didn't plant that out as we normally do. And of course, we've had all the reasons why. We didn't have the summer students. We didn't have extra help hired. However, it'd be nice if we could get back to redoing that again, because it's such an important feature of our community. Also, our hanging basket in the downtown. Not only does it beautification of our downtown core, but it's also it's an investment in one of our local gardening companies that supply the baskets for us as well. So it keeps them busy and keeps our workers employed. And it'd be nice if we could get back to that, if possible.
Yeah, no, I'll make note to take a look at that.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Yeah, looking at that piece specifically on the outdoor side, I think we know, as to Councillor Woodward's point earlier in the mayor's, the outdoor plays a more significant role. And while we may make purchasing decisions in the past to really put in a few extra coats of lacquer on the downtown specifically as a gathering space, I think how we spread that out across all the assets in the city to make to add color and interest and reasons to be in Rosemont, to be at Lakeside, to be at Lions Park, to be downtown. I think we know for sure going into this year, outdoor spaces are again going to play a very important role. And so maybe we want to actually fatten up this part of the budget, or look for places that we can provide more programming outside, provide more flower baskets in other parts of the town, maybe other points of interest or things that we can do to just keep inviting people outside, and when they are outside, to give them a little bit more to look at, a little bit more interest, a little bit more places to congregate that are maybe not traditionally the downtown core, so we can spread out a little bit more. Yeah.
I think this is where you really, your service clubs have really stepped up. And if you talk about Rosemont Park, you got the Frisbee golf up there now, you got the new playground that Rotary installed up there, you got the skate park, you got the bike park. So, they've really stepped up and created some really welcoming and usable spaces that were marginal before. I think council supported Rotary in terms of their next phase of that. So that, excellent. And we've made some really great partnerships. So we'll continue to, do those things. I think what council supported was to keep, not to close parks like other communities did during the pandemic. And because we wanted people to spread out and use our parks. And I thought that was a wise decision. I think this budget does reflect, and even, this last year, I think our staff did a really good job, even shorthanded. I know they were super stretched, so returning those back to normal levels, getting the students back in place. I think we have some great outdoor spaces, and I think we're known, across the, certainly the province and nationally as having some of the best parks and outdoor spaces. I think MOTI has invested in the rail trail. I think they put that crush on it from all the way to Troop to just short of Cottonwood Park. So I agree to, I think council made a really good and smart strategic decision to continue to maintain and support and expand those things. Not to say there's not more to do. There's, still waterfront pathways with, invasive weeds growing all over them. So we have to, deal with some of those. And hopefully we're getting to do some of those when we have, weather like this, where we don't, other than this week, as much snow as we normally have to deal with. So we're trying to redirect staff to, deal with those, those parks things that we can do. Just like starting capital works early, we need to have our staff working on those outdoor spaces when they don't have to be plowing snow.
So if I can, Mayor, just to dovetail there with what CAO Cormac was saying, and I don't want to jinx us, but currently this year, as one can imagine, we are not at the level of snow costs that we have been in, say, previous year. Now, as we continue to creep along here in February, and we know that this budget's, it's still in flux, but those are some great points that I would suspect that you will see actually, and whether or not we'll actually make a move, but could we carve some money out of what we usually have as our snow clearing budget and put it into parks to do some of the things, whether or not that gives us some money for doing some invasive weed work, or it may actually almost have a natural fit, because if the team is not clearing snow, we'll need them to do work. And so hopefully we'll get some projects underway here with the team as we keep them fully employed. And if they're not plowing snow, which doesn't have a lot of value in the sense other than keeping our people safe, but we are just pushing snow around that will eventually melt. So again, as we look out into March, when we're sort of probably, in that time frame of really tightening this up, that could be a place that could be of assistance to all the things that Councillor Page and yourself, Mayor, have spoken to, as far as how do we do some, I guess, an improved public basis for 2021.
Yeah, on that note, I just pulled something up. I was just curious. January of 2020, we had spent 400,000 on snow removal, and this year we've spent under half of that. So gives you an idea of kind of where we're going.
You got to be a little bit careful, because we don't have payroll, and they're 2 weeks behind.
Yeah,
so,
when the last one have been in.
Yeah, so we'll
probably missing a little bit there.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Yep. But I left a bit of a cushion, so.
In regards to the snow budget, given that it fluctuates, or has the potential to fluctuate quite a lot, and have a significant impact on the budget. Do we ever consider taking some of these surpluses that don't directly translate into spring activities or early spring activities and actually putting some sort of reserve to smooth out that variability over time? Like if we know that we're going to have really good and really bad years, do we want to just stock some of the good year aside and say, you know what, we need a little bit of a contingency fund just to smooth out the expected bad year a few years down the road that might cause our budget projections for that particular year to go out the window?
It's quite fascinating, Councillor Page, because I hear you, but we log this and we watch it, and it's actually quite fascinating on how we tend to stay within a certain realm. Even, you know, as far as where the budget's at, we're pretty consistent. I will say that I think 3 years ago when we had Snowmageddon and we, you know, council was aware and we did ask for some one-time lift, but what you usually see is that we have the same amount of employees, so there isn't as much maybe as a flexibility as you might think, in the sense that you know, yeah, there may be some less overtime in that, but you know, hey, we're not doing this, well, let's get them doing waterworks, or let's let them you know, get some park work done. So as the employees are there, you don't actually see as much of a change as you might think. And also, if we've had a really big year on snow, one of the things that we do have the ability to do is to adjust our equipment. So yes, the trucks might have run a bit harder, but because we charge them out on an hourly rate to kind of recoup on that. But sometimes you would have a vehicle, if you charge it out on a big snow year, you could almost pay for itself in 2 years, which, you know, doesn't make sense because we're going to have it for 10 years. So we have some flexibility on adjusting some of those charges. So other than the Snowmageddon year, which again, if you've been here, you would have remembered that particular winter. Most cases, we do tend to, and we do have in the past have shown, in a kind of a regular budget year, kind of have shown some of those, I guess, charting of what happens. And actually, what does happen is that we usually see, okay, if we're on budget, which again we tend to be in, you know, pretty good at this, then nothing changes. But if we're having a less snow year, what we usually find is there's a corresponding increase in, you know, parks being over budget and public works being under budget. Just a reallocation of staff and equipment to areas that maybe, especially in a low snow year, that maybe have more value for the community. So we haven't gone there, Councillor Page. Not that it's not a bad idea, and other places do it, but I think in how we watch the pattern of what goes on over the last number of years, like I would say we look at it over a 10-year basis, we're pretty successful at kind of staying in the lanes there, and that hasn't been something other than the 1 year that we've needed to address.
And I would add that, you know, that is why we carry the general reserve. So it would be snow. We have unusual. 1 year we had a big storm water issue up on Baker Street that cost us $1 million something. So that is, you know, that's the reason why we carry a general reserve. Is it really is your contingency fund at the end of the day if something very unusual happens.
Chris, John's okay. So, Chris,
Yes.
I want to take a step back to the parking issue, and I think I know the answer to this, but just clarify. We don't get any percentage of the revenue from the flow charger down at the NDCC, right? There's not.
I don't know if we have any at the NDCC.
I can answer that. That's
Okay.
the Fortis one. No, there's no revenue sharing on that. They built the charger. I forget how long the term is, 10 years, and then I think it reverts back to the city. But at this time, we wanted to incent that fast charger to be in the city, so it's we donated allowed it to be built on leased land, and we're not charging for that.
Okay, so okay, thanks, Kevin. I would just suggest we explore as a revenue opportunity installing a couple of our own fast chargers. So a Nelson Hydro fast charger. I mean, now that I've got an electric car, I'm seeing like, oh wow, this could be some good revenue here. It's 18. I'm spending $18 an hour at the flow charger. I'd rather, you know, give that to Nelson Hydro. And I could only see like this is going to continue to build, so there might be something there for us.
Yeah, I know Nelson Hydro had some in their budget, in their capital budget for looking into some charging stations. So yeah, that's definitely on their radar.
Thank you. Rick?
Great, thanks.
Okay, so yeah, if we don't have any more questions on that, I think as we get down here to kind of the sort of the unique pieces of 2021, some of the groups that we've had come in with their various, the not-for-profits come in and ask for certain things. Some of the one-time kind of 2021 pieces that are up for discussion. Colin, maybe if you can kind of scroll down a little bit there.
So before you get down to there, Chris and Colin,
Yeah.
there's a few acronyms as you go through this list. Make sure you explain what they mean. All of us around the table get it, but if there's anybody watching, they may or may not. So just a reminder.
So this is what we're seeing right now as again, kind of tentative budget at this point, but we're sort of seeing a deficit of that 300,000 for 2021, and that's with a 0% tax increase and just sort of those revenue projections that we've kind of gone through. Then adding to that, we did have the various groups come in, Touchstones, Capitol Theatre, NAEDP come in and talk about some of the things that they were looking for from the city as far as different funding requests that they had. So this kind of broken it into two sections here. You've got your ongoing type operating requests, and then another sort of section down here where there were more of the one-time kind of requests where, maybe looking for some COVID funding from the Capitol Theatre and things like that are maybe wouldn't carry forward to future years, but, would be for 2021's budget if that's something council decided they wanted to approve or up for discussion. And then below that, we've just kind of added in, depending on what's going to happen with Nelson next. And I know Kate she's already made her presentation, but some thoughts on, she's going to come again and talk about, hey, here's what, to roll this plan out, here's what it would take, and here's what it would take if you had a consultant or you didn't to kind of manage that process.
Chris.
Yep.
John, when will we be having this discussion around the funding for the groups as well as Nelson X? Is it now, or do we have a plan to dig into this?
It's a great question, Councillor Lautenberg. Once we kind of go through this particular question, I do have sort of some Nelson Safe Restart funding. I guess what would I say? A document that we kind of talked about before, and hopefully here wanting to see what council's agreement is on some of the numbers and what I've proposing here. And from there, we do definitely, I believe, need to have sort of does the number make sense that I'm talking about here? And I think that we need to figure out a way, maybe as a fund. Would we do it as a matching fund, that if someone was able to do something? These are some of the, like you're saying, that conversation. I think we can have part of that today, Councillor Lautenberg. I don't know if it'll be at the depth. It depends, I guess. Maybe there's some agreement from council, like, go off staff and we want you to, do X, Y, and Z, and then come back to us with what this plan for an external fund would look like. So I'm hoping that we can have that discussion today, Councillor Lautenberg. It may not have everything on it, but I'm looking for some of those directions of, yes, I like this, or no, I don't want, I'm not interested in doing that, but I would, interested in having some sort of way of facilitating. One of the comments earlier we had talked about was, would it be almost like a CBT fashion where, you don't want to pit people against each other, but is there a way that you've got here's what you're doing, how does your project meet certain criteria for council? Is it a matching? Some of those put some meat to it, but again, first of all, wanting to get council's ideas of, am I going in the right direction here? And like I said, from that today, hopefully would spurn into a conversation in the next within this month of, yes, here's our plan. This is what we're going to do for 2020 with some of these 2021 with some of these funds.
So Colin, are you asking to have this conversation right now or later this afternoon?
My suggestion would be later. I mean, maybe very soon here, depending on kind of some of the discussion that we're getting, kind of the tail end of showing, our asks over our revenues, which is always a common. And the other question I'm hoping to get today is where's council's heart at? Where's their mind at for tax increases for 2020? One thing I will note down at the bottom, I know it's a difficult day to read these documents, and I do sympathize with you guys on the that are visually seeing this. Down at the bottom, we do note that we have 0 in 2021, but we do have 2% kind of in that 2022 to 2025. So if you're wondering, like, well, hey, how come the taxes seem to be going up in these other years? We do kind of take things year by year, but that was just a way to say, in most cases, we've been trying to keep inflationary for taxation. So when I look at the top of the document, it says 0 tax increase for 2021. That is accurate right now. We do have a shortfall. So where's council's heart at? We've got different options. So once council looks at gives us some direction on what they're thinking there, and I know that it still may be early and you may not ready to make a decision, but those are again some of those answers I'm hoping to get. The other component that we will get to once we discuss today is sort of what's happening at the regional district based on today. So I've got a document to share with council of what we're seeing there. So again, Rick, I'm hoping that this will kind of shape, and by the time we get to lunch, that this discussion will have had, and I'll have direction.
Colin, can you just scroll it a little bit further so that we can see actually what the potential deficit is going forward? And the other thing, we have, I think 4 of 5 of our collective agreements are expired, and we're just starting negotiations. As council recalls, we had 0% for every one of those for 2020. Whether we can achieve that's going to be a difficult bargain to actually achieve that. So there's some bigger risk than that 625 that we're sitting at right now. Yes, we have that COVID relief fund, but that's a one-time thing, and can cover off some one-time expenditures, but it certainly can't cover off, and it has to be for COVID recovery. Although I think almost when he goes through that, will show that we incurred a bunch of expenditures and lost revenues in 2020 that we can use that fund to cover, and that will increase the surplus that you can use for other things. But yeah, there's still some risk in this budget as well as. And Colin, just clarify on staffing, is this budget or Chris reflecting getting back to normal staffing for our managers and supervisors at in our operations and public works departments, and I know HR would like to have some additional staffing there. I know IT, I think we're short staffing there as well, so I don't know if any of those are reflected in this budget either.
Yeah,
we've operated without a manager in IT for whatever the full year. The intent is probably looking more at a working manager, but I'm not sure if those things are reflected in this budget.
Yeah, Kevin, on that note, were we not covering some of those costs? We had a consultant working for us, right?
Yeah, I don't think we can, Chris, maybe you can answer that one. I don't know how that would compare to what we would have as a working manager. I know he's only been here 2 or 3 times, so I don't think it's been a huge cost.
Yeah, well, we definitely have HR's request for someone to come in and help in that department. We're already in February and there isn't somebody here, so we sort of worked that into, would this person start kind of midway through the year? We do have, as we mentioned with Chris Gainham not being there, and also missing Howard's position, but we do have those in the budget to
Okay.
bring someone back in there. I don't have anything on the IT side. We still got it kind of as the status quo of having, the consultant in there, but I can definitely take a look at what that would look like, if we change that structure.
And I assume students are budgeted for again and full staffing in parks in those areas.
Yeah, and again, there's still some kind of smaller areas to shape and work with, but most of the salary pieces are kind of in there.
Okay. And are they budgeted going forward?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
HR person's budgeted in the 5 years? That's full salary?
Yeah, that's right.
Councillor Woodward has a question. Oh, sorry, Morrison, I beg your pardon, sorry. Yes. Thanks, Janice.
Thanks. So just looking at the bottom of column AN and the deficit being potentially $625,000. Can somebody tell me what that is in a percentage? So, I mean, obviously that's not a zero tax increase, that's a percentage increase, what that comes to. And then I'm looking at the one-time funding request for council to consider, and it's just the fact that it looks to me like they all got added together. I mean, it's either in the line 2021 funding request for the NIC at 60K. We're either doing that or we're doing funding request max one, like I see what you did, you kind of split it out, but I mean, it's either one or the other. They're not kind of hopefully getting, I mean, I see what you did there. I mean, you put the other 65,000 of the 125 in the line, but it looks a bit,
Yeah, I was trying to think of how I could do that, because if I put the 125 in there and the 60, then I'm sort of doubling it up. So I was just trying to, I was just trying to show, you're right. We might end up deleting the 65 and the 60 or however it ends up working. But I was just trying to think of how to kind of get them both in there so you could see the range without counting it twice. But
but that number then includes actually that 274 actually is with the 125 in it.
The two,
like your line 109 actually.
That's correct.
Is
You're correct.
got
You're
the
correct,
125 ask in it, not the lesser
Yeah.
ask. And so what is the percentage of 625 889 as a tax increase?
Mm-hmm.
If we were to go all in and pay for just the way it is and said, okay, time to go home, we can all go skiing this afternoon.
Yeah.
I think we would.
It's about 7%, but
Councillor,
I would,
7%.
Thank you. I just want to know what the number was so I could start working backwards in my head.
Yeah.
Are we using 120 these days, or what are you using, Colin?
About 90,000 is where we kind of play with it. It could be a bit higher at 95, but still you're still around that 6 to 7%.
Yeah, and then further, if I could have a supplemental, please. I'm just looking at, you talked about one-time funding requests to consider, and then you had the other one sort of more in the ongoing, but I'm looking at line 94, funding request for the NAEDP. I mean, they did want return to previous, but I'm sort of thinking that, and so then you scaled it out for the next 5 years. But it could be that perhaps it's more maybe of a one-time funding increase to consider, not saying that we're going to give it to them, as opposed to then continuing to run it out, given the fact that they've had to deal with the COVID and some of their plans going forward in the next year, because that 20,000, I guess that's the return to previous funding levels. And so there's two considerations there. Do we give them some more money once, or do we give them some more money then ongoing? And we did have a reason for clawing it back, the 20,000. So I think we would have to have a discussion as to what change that we would then continue to give them 20,000 going forward over the long term.
You're absolutely correct, Councillor Morrison. And this was sort of when Chris and I were working together here on how best to show some of these things. I think that their goal was to return to that 100. And you're right, there was reasons. Number one reason is that when we moved them back to 80, we were more in line with the sharing ratio with our regional partners. And so again, probably you could predicate, we're willing to go there if you can get the additional funding to come back, to lift so that we're all equal partners again. So that would be an increase of area E and F, and that may not be easy to do. It is a fair question. Is it a one-time amount? And again, probably maybe even a slight mistake here for me as you kind of talk about one time. That yeah, maybe or when I think about it, you maybe have a point that I could have added as a one-time down below with the Nick and the Capital Theater. We probably should have put their $100,000 ask there. However, again, some of these I'm not trying to confuse council, but it has been a bit of a weird year. Is this a place where some of these requests come from that we end up going to this COVID pot to be able to fund from? Maybe not the Nelson Next per se, but some of the other capital or the outside of our community requests. So anyway, great questions, and I hope. And again, the hope here, thanks for bringing it up, Councilor Morrison, is that we get some direction from council on what we plan to do here. In the past, when we know that if we get that inflationary or the requests that come from, say, what was requested from, say, Touchstones and Capital, that we know that once we give them a lift like that, it's not like, oh, well, next year we're going to peel back X%. So that's why, I guess, in the same spirit is why I had worked with Chris, and we decided that we would carry those out, because that was sort of, I think, their expectation. But you are absolutely correct. Any of these amounts are council's decision and direction, and all I guess I would say is that, especially on the particular ones that seem to be more ongoing, is that I have yet to see, not that I've been here a huge amount of years, but I've never seen it come down, other than where the NEDP was, and there was reasons for that.
I think it's important
And
that,
last-
you know, we always end up with, in all the budgets I've been involved in, we end up in a conversation about requests for funding from various groups. When in actual fact, we need to make sure we're doing due diligence to the top half of this budget, where we're delivering the core services that the community give us actual taxation for. And make sure that we're having the same conversations around funding or requests for increased funding, whether it be in parks or transit or fire or police or any other department. You know, if we have an extra 20, 60,000 or 80,000, is this where we should be putting it? That's the kind of questions we need to be having. Are we leaving some other areas of the budget neglected that we're responsible for? As an example, Kevin brought up today, sidewalks. You know, we're years behind on our sidewalk upgrades. And, you know, so if we have this pot of money of $274,000 that we're looking at potentially either giving or not giving, depending on the outcome of council's conversation, is this the right place to be putting it at this time?
John, if I may?
Yeah.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, 100%, that we should look at this with fresh eyes completely. In fact, I would propose something radical as an example, which is to zero out every one of those lines, put that entire budget to Nelson Next, and then have everybody go through Nelson Next for their budget requests. Because just as an example, on the NIC, or even on the Visitor Center at the Chamber of Commerce, I'll just stick with NIC for example. The tech community and the innovation ecosystem in Nelson is strong, and it's strong because people want to be here for reasons that it's a beautiful place, that there's a ski hill, all of the rest. They're not here because there's an innovation center. But that does not to say the innovation center doesn't have a role. But the question is, what is that role from the city's perspective? What are we looking for from the innovation center? And what I would argue, we've got a massive responsibility in front of us, and a potential huge cost that's going to reverberate throughout the organization, throughout the city, which is things like we heard with Nelson Hydro, in terms of storms, in terms of wildfire, in terms of other climate mitigation and adaptation efforts. What I was disappointed with when I heard from the Innovation Center and the Chamber, and in particular, but also from all of our presenters, is that they weren't thinking about what does the city need to be doing in the next decade. And granted, they haven't necessarily seen Nelson Next as a document, but that outlines big effort that the city and us in particular are going to have to take over this next decade. And so to be kind of saying, treating everything as status quo, yeah, we just need to nurture a tech ecosystem. We need to do, this and that. The other thing, like we've always done, I think is dangerously naive when we have this clear roadmap in front of us that we've got to invest in. So my proposal would be, like, let's start fresh. Let's 00000, send it back to all of those groups to come back to us, having read Nelson Next, and say, okay, here's what we need to keep our core funding going or core operations going. And this is what value we're going to deliver back to the city now that we've read Nelson Next and recognize that we have a responsibility as a part of it. That's what I would propose.
Can I just comment on that? Because it was interesting that I was in a call on the Nest Lab yesterday, and they were talking about how do we make some of these happen? How do we bring in the right collaborators, I think they called them. And interesting enough, one of the ideas there was having this pitch competition, which is exactly what CAST and NIC is doing and has a skill set to do that. And so that was the message for myself was, how do we connect this? We know Selkirk College has the stack. We know they have the RDI. We know, so we have these advantages in Nelson in region that many communities don't have. And I think I agree with you. We need to do a better job of throwing the right problems to them and ask them to solve the right problems. But losing those structures that we have in place, whether it's the economic development partnership that has community futures, etc. I think we have some really good bases in place that will allow us to solve some of those challenges, whatever it is.
Yeah.
We have, I don't think we can forget that we're in the middle of an economic recovery, and we've talked about earlier that there's additional cost to change, but we better make sure that we have a strong economy that can fund that cost of change. So even though it may not be direct climate change, but it may improve the economy and allow people to make those changes without having a negative impact on climate change. And that was the discussion I also had with them is, their challenge statement was really focused on climate change. And I said, well, what if someone comes to the table that has this would be a really good way to float their idea through there, and that actually has a really positive social or economic impact on our community and isn't negatively impacting climate change, but is creating wealth that we can adapt to, we can afford these costs to adapt. So I think you really have to look at this holistically, and I think we have these pieces in place that if we let them go, I think that will put us behind, but redirecting some of that I think is important.
Kevin, I want to clarify. I'm not proposing letting them go. I'm proposing letting them go if they don't adapt, because right now the city and the region, probably for the near future, doesn't need generalized economic development. We have a bright future because people want to be here, and over again I'm hearing that over and over. If anything, it's too hot. What we do need is for these organizations to take all of their great qualities and refocus it towards some clear challenges we have in front of us, as opposed to thinking that we're just at status quo world. Not status quo ante. We need to be shifting. And so that's what I would say is the money is likely to be there or something close to it, but not the way you've been presenting it to us. Go back, really think about the future, given Nelson Next this guiding document, then come back and we'll be able to look at your asks with a lot more clarity on the value you're bringing to the taxpayer.
Thank you. Councillor Page.
I'm just going to weigh in here for a second, because I think the path forward, as Mr. Cormack is saying, is that investment in those institutions And like you're saying, Rick, it's also about, really pushing them to adapt and shed some of maybe the presumptions that have come from decades of decisions that have led up to this point, and to reevaluate what those presumptions might be, and how do we shed them off. The innovation side of things, I think a lot of these conversations end back somewhere close to the NADP and how we work within our memorandum of understanding that we've just rejuvenated to make sure that the strategic planning and stuff that's going on there is identifying some of these economic activities that lead towards a lower carbon future and a resilient community economically as well, right? Like it's no good trying to figure out a business opportunity if you haven't done an external scan and understood that in 5 years the entire environment is going to be different and your customer base isn't going to have that reliability you put a presumption into. I think the important part, though, with the Nest Lab is how it is very geared towards activating the community specifically. Like a lot of the aspirational structures within the Nest are meant to bring people to those discussion pieces and do that self-identification of the problem types amongst themselves and come up with the solutions collaboratively, so that you get the right and the left camp, the logger and the tree hugger in the same room talking about how to move forest health and forest productivity and forest values to a place that they both are like, this is a better managed forest. And so I think we don't ever want to lose that capacity, like that group moving forward with its own mission, its own strategic plan, and its own idea of how it's going to engage the ground level of the community to move towards these things is really important. And I think within the NIC and CAST, we had a particular purpose set forward to get a space up and running and have that co-working meeting hot desk area that people could use to facilitate the fact that they're probably working from home. And I think what's interesting there is that space is almost needed more than ever, and yet the doors are, for safety purposes, still closed. CAST is available in the region and will be delivering program independent of that space. But if there's ever been a time for the NIC to actually be open and provide people a different place to go and use fast internet or have a meeting outside of their home, it's now, and it's definitely in 2021. And there certainly, is space to have at least a few people in there booked out, even if it's not going to actually pay the rent. But when we're activating these institutions, or when we're reinforcing these institutions, I want to look at it that way. I want to look at how are we reinforcing these institutions to be prepared for the next decade. I just want to make sure that we're getting that real consent from the executive leadership on both sides, and we're really listening deeply to each other to move it to the place that you want it to end up at with, Rick. And it might be a bit drastic to pull the rug out from under and look for the scattering and see if there is some interesting things that come from it. But I think there are probably some places where we have to look at, I'm comfortable, I'm soft on the ask coming out of the NIC. I'm definitely okay with tossing the 125 max ask off the table at this point. But I think we do need to even look at the visitor center and what the budget there is being spent on, and what the purpose for it is being expressed as, and what are the strategic goals that it's putting forward, because do those need to change to be more responsive to the climate concerns, but also just the changing demographics of tourism, and what does that look like now?
Yeah,
but I think everything should be on the table. We should be able to ask and dive into some of these, and some of those presumptions I think do need to be taken off the table.
Well,
Can I just suggest, sorry, Rick, can we just put this on the whatever, the parking lot? And because I think we need this holistic discussion, but I don't think this is where Colin wanted to have it right at this time. I think he wanted to go through the recovery funding and where we're at on those things, because some of these are one-offs, some are ongoing, and I think they're all great points that council needs to talk about. And the mayor threw out, how about the our core expenditures above, when we're talking about a couple specific things, where are we with arts and culture? And that's not climate change, but There's many aspects to our community of why people come here and live here and et cetera, recreation, arts and culture, our food and beverage, our strong parks, or all those components figure into why people come to our community, and having that holistic discussion I think is important, but I think we're going to get bogged down right now because I don't think we have the full information yet.
Yeah, I agree, Kevin. I didn't really want to stimulate this conversation, but there's great ideas being thrown out here. And but really, where I was trying to go with this conversation was that when we do these budgets, if we should do the same due diligence to the rest of the budget as we're doing to this piece of the budget. That's really where I was sort of going with this. As far as doing due diligence about handing out funding, regardless of what the group is, the parameters around that funding, I think, is what the conversation is about now, and I think it's a fair conversation. Just because it is what it is doesn't mean we should just continue to fund it. If it's not sort of fitting into the direction and the vision of our community, then we need to sit down with the organizations and see, how can you fit in? Are you the right vehicle for us to carry those visions forward? So, again, I just want to get us back to, yes, it's important to do diligence to these requests, but it's also important to do similar due diligence to the other requests that are on our sheet as well. And are we fulfilling our obligations by, as an example, not putting enough revenue into sidewalks and putting it in elsewhere, if you understand what I mean. So that's the kind of conversation needs to be had around a budget, and our budgets tend to end up in a deep conversation about $100,000 to be spread out among whatever.
And so, John and Kevin, are you proposing that in an upcoming meeting or later today? When will we have that discussion? Because before I approve any funding to any of these groups, I would want to have that discussion.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I don't think we're. I think Colin's just still presenting information at this stage. Where the RD, they're a big part of our taxation as well, and recreation is the largest expenditure we have anywhere in our city. Our share of that for the NDCC as an example. So like I said, Colin wanted to get through that where we're at with the thing. And so we're not committing any funding to anyone at this stage, even our internal operations, until we have that full discussion. And all Colin's done at this stage is saying, here's what was asked for by those groups. And he's put it on a sheet of paper to say, here's the impact of, if council wanted to go to their max ask, this is what the impact is, but certainly no decision's been made at this time. It's just reporting information or asks at this time.
Yeah, and keep in mind, of course, for me, at this point in time, and of course, council has their own opinions, but we did have a hiring freeze. We did have a wage freeze. We've done all of those pieces, in the last year, and we know at this point in time that we're still not out of the woods on this pandemic. And to be quite truthful with you, I was somewhat surprised to see some of these requests that came forward. I don't know if people didn't notice that we had these freezes on, or we were trying to, streamline our operations as much as we possibly could. But we're not out of this yet, and we need to keep that in mind. And Chris outlined some of that for us earlier today. Yes, we've done better than anticipated, but we have a ways to go, and it's highly unlikely that we're going to see much of a shift in tourism going forward greater than we had last summer, and definitely not in 2021, and potentially not even in 2022. And near and dear to Councillor Morrison's heart is, you can just see there's a 12-month moratorium on cruise ships coming into Canada. So this party is definitely not over, and we need to be as cautious now as we were this time last year.
Thanks, Mayor. We do appreciate that grounding as well. If I can, Chris, sorry, just to move on to something here. Thank you for presenting. I'm just going to roll a bit, make a couple points, and then I'm going to actually show the RD. I thought that's a good time to do that. And so the one point I wanted to say is that under line 119 is that we do have an inflationary expense of a 1.75 that has been applied to supplies. So again, as CAO Cormac was noting that, here's where we're at. This is what we do. We know gasoline can go up, go down, different. We know that there has been pressure. We heard that from our director of public works, in particular on products for buying the pipes for water and for sewer. That has certainly had some increases. So we have usually done sort of an overall inflationary increase. Again, that's a place where council might say, well, is that 1% or 1.25? So there's some tools here, but it does go as I scroll up um, that before anybody else asks us. However, I will notice I did want to put this out and I pulled it out was line 108, which is the election. And it's expensive. And in particular, because we don't, when you've got a COVID one-off election, you can see that that's a bit of a cost for the city only. Usually we get a bit of a break, and we're hoping in a regular election year, because we at the same time as they do the elections for the trustees, and so we do some partnership there, and we've been able to kind of lower our costs. So that's why you're seeing a bit of a lower cost in 2022 for our election that's coming up. But in 2020, even this by-election here, that's the kind of money we need to spend. We're trying to find a location that allows for people to be safe with, proper coverage, and maybe an in-outdoor, so that we kind of limit any connection for people. But we will be having that on March 27th. So again, that's one thing that, although it's down here as a one-time funding request to council to consider, maybe I shouldn't have put that there because you can't really consider it. I just wanted to point it out. It's something, it will be a cost. But as I go up, you will see that we are in a deficit of 305, and that's in that, again, a 3% tax increase. But I believe that we need to go through that and look at areas where we can have some savings. Are there some? Where are we at with some of the revenue numbers? The revenue number here does include patio fees, so again, that's something that we'll need to take into account, or we want to get a response from council on what they think 2021 looks like. And overall, again, when you think about the size of our budget here, at on the expense side, which is usually the main factor here, is at $20 million, a 1% increase on that is $200,000. So when we talk about some of these costs, is we do talk to council about where taxation fits into our costs, where you've got expenses of 20 million. Yes, we've got grant revenues and other revenues that come into play, and they're very important. We get the dividend, but when we have a shortfall, the only tool that we have is taxation. And when taxation is 50% of what your expenses are, that if you've got a 1% increase in your, just an inflationary kind of cost for our expense budget, and everything else is tapped out, then taxation becomes the default of the tool that council has to raise money. And it's, a 2-to-1 ratio, in that it's 10 million, expenses are 20 million. So a 1% overall increase in our expense budget, in everything else being equal, requires a 2% tax increase just because of that sharing ratio. So again, just some of those things for people to consider as we go through that. I think that we do a really good job when you think of the dollar amounts that we're dealing with here, and trying to make sure that we are efficient and looking for places for savings, and or being entrepreneurial, again, which kind of bit us a bit, although not as bad because we had a good tourist year. But that is the place where the city has been unbelievable in our entrepreneurial spirit, and that has really helped us. And again, it does help us with even some of the plans that Jordan Martin, our youth center manager, does, and creating revenue for the city, which is actually one of the things that helps us not to have a higher increase each year. So
Colin,
I'm
I
going
think
to
it's
share my screen now. I'm going to close this one and share.
Colin, could I ask you another question I think is of interest to the public as well? When you talk about a 1% tax increase to residential, what does that mean to commercial?
Well, they would all be the same. So when we collect that, for example, the tax collection is about 75% residential and 25% commercial. Now, when if on that basis, if you've got let's just use the number 100,000 as a 1% tax increase, that means 25,000 of that would be coming from the commercial sector versus 75% of that coming from the residential sector. Now, again, how does that apply? You are correct. If there is an increase, we always take into consideration what's happened to assessed values. We make sure that we try to keep that same sharing ratio, Mayor, so that when we do apply these things, that it does apply evenly when we say on that sharing ratio. Now, again, if your commercial building has gone up higher than someone else's, then of course you're going to carry more of the mail on whatever that tax increase is. But we try to keep that static, but that's how it would work, Mayor.
Thank you.
Getting there. Okay, so we know, assuming that this can still be seen or shared, I'm now showing the RDCK services the city is involved with. Can I get a confirmation that that's what you can see?
Yes.
See it, Colin?
Can I expand that?
Thank you.
Jesus, that's small.
Colin,
Alpha and E.
Colin, can you increase the size of that?
Just did.
Oh, he did, okay.
Is that better?
It's better for me, yeah, but I don't know if everybody
Yeah,
else
it's
gets it.
good.
You got the
Okay.
spreadsheet.
Yeah. So again, I think a couple of things. One is that I know that Council Morrison works very hard at the regional district table on behalf of council and for the representing us and again the residents and commercial properties of Nelson. And it's a tough battle because she's one of 20. And again, it's a model that's very difficult because there are certain things like general admin, as you can see under line 5, that everyone is involved in general admin. But there are others. You can see down the list under column E which areas we are in. So it makes it a very difficult way to sit at the table. It's not like when we discuss the city of Nelson. It's a no matter what, we maybe have different departments vying for something new. What you can see here is that we've got certain partners in certain services and certain partners that are in some and not in others. And so it makes it very difficult to have sort of a cohesive move forward. And in particular, there are certain services where we do not have, a vote that allows us to make an effect. We need to make partnerships. We need to make positive relationships. But if someone else wants to go in a different direction, even though you can see in column G where we pay most of many of them the highest amount of the actual service, we actually don't have the voting power, even though we pay the most. And so I believe that's an inequity that's challenging. I know that the councilors worked very hard, and compared to even where the numbers were, I would say 2 weeks ago, some of them have come down, which is a good news for the city because they were up at a 10% increase for over year, and that's dropped. And again, now it's 7.92, but still we'll take what we can get. You will notice one question, and again, I apologize here, Councilor Morrison, but I hope that maybe you'll be able to get some feedback to us as why GIS is up as high as it at 15%. That seems a bit odd to me, but again, that's maybe an offside question we could talk about later. But I did notice that when I was filling in this sheet that one seemed a bit out of line. Central waste, row 8, you can see again, that is something that has a huge increase in 2021, $350,000 increase, and that's just the city's portion, and we're in there for almost half of it. So you can imagine the total service is upwards of asking for a $700,000 tax requisition increase, which is hard not just on the city, but the village of Falmo and all the areas that are listed there, the village of Castle as well. The Rec Commission, Regional Parks, I think our councillor worked hard with her partners, and they're trying their best to actually have a year where we've got some savings. And you see that reflected.
sorry, Colin,
Yes.
I'll let you go through that, but I do need to come back to regional parks because that number is wrong. And so I just want to go back to the discussion on regional parks, but finish all of it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Rec Commission, here you can see that there is a small increase. However, you know, that's one that we do have say in, but it's also very difficult because we do maybe have voting power as far as a regional Rec 5 Commission, but the staff are not sort of they're more in line, or they're kind of in that regional district, so it makes it a bit harder. Even though you've got kind of a voting power, they do. It's not like if you have questions that you would go see our CAO Cormac that is now responsible for all of the city. You're actually dealing now with a CAO that's responsible for multiple services in different areas, and I think it's very challenging. But this is certainly you know, one that has had you know, a tough go. And when we say that, you know, COVID is hitting these rec centers hard, especially because on the cost recovery. But this is an area where, you know, how are we doing? What are we doing if the pool is closed? And it's very difficult, but you would sense that if we had to close all of the parks, much like we did last year, it's like, well, we've got a hiring freeze. We don't bring people on, or we have to maybe reallocate people out of the areas they are into others spots. And I know that the regional district, it did that with, you know, many of the employees ended up moving to, I think, some of the new work. For example, I believe I see some of them down in the Lakeside Drive recycling area. So I know that they did have some reallocation, but there's an area there that is asking for not a big increase, but it's one that I think if someone looked internally, there's potentially some savings. But it's hard because it's not my place. I'm not the CFO for the regional district to go in there and really you make those decisions. So it's hard. I know that the Rec Commission, it does ask the hard questions, but it's just not the same of having me respond or go in and deal with that. Again, if you look overall, you'll see that right now, and again, if Council Morrison, maybe it's the time to tell us that number's wrong, you can see that we're at $334,000 increase in taxes from the regional district. And again, understanding that this is on $4 million, right? So $4 million asking for 300,000, we're looking for around 300 on $20 million. So this is sometimes the tough part of these services, and the say or the ability to actually affect change under the finances for some of these services. It's very challenging, not only for the councillor, but, you know, for city staff as well. So councillor, I'll maybe let you speak to a couple of those questions that you were noting.
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, Central Waste, so looking at one at S187, 2021, I've got on my latest working column a little bit more than your 154. I've got 1548. So I think we are closer to that full on 30% change versus 29.35. But the bigger issue, actually, very unfortunately, is S202 regional parks. So what happened in regional parks at our last meeting, and unfortunately it passed, so it'll be going off to the board for approval, is that they came back with us to show that they could actually, in 2021, budget. Now, these numbers aren't going to match, just so everybody understands, what the numbers I'm going to use aren't going to match the numbers that Colin has put up here, because I'm talking about the total, but then you have to think about our 53%. So sorry, I didn't have enough time to do all this math. But the 2020 budget for parks was 847,127.80, and they've come back with a budget showing that they could do parks in 2021 for 737,871, which is about $110,000. And so, you know, when you look at 50% of that change, I mean, you can see it, kind of the difference there. And so I thought, great, we can have a reduction in regional parks. And that's exactly what Colin is showing, because that's the numbers that I was firing off to him. Unfortunately, it went to a vote because staff had recommended that the budget stay status quo in 2021, that we would have the same budget as 2020. And so at this point, although we're not having an increase in the parks budget. We are not having a 13.28% decrease in the regional parks for this next year. And part of the argument is that the three directors around the table wanted taxation smoothing going into 2022, which is an election year. Unfortunately, as much as argument was tried to be made that we should at least maybe, if it couldn't be the 737, we could split the difference and reduce the budget by, like, say 50,000. Like, you know, we could put some in and let it roll over, but there was no flavor for that. For matter of fact, it was quite a sort of nasty debate where some people were called out. So what happened here is that $110,000 would be being put into what they're calling an appropriated surplus going into 2022. And amazingly enough, somehow the 2022 budget on the 5-year forecast going out suddenly has a big leap to just short of $1 million. Whereas if I was to go back to documentation from last year and looked at the 5-year running out budget, it was probably more just around, say, 900 or in like 890. So can't quite figure out why suddenly in 2022 there's also going to be this huge budgetary amount. I think budgets are sometimes a little bit of a guess, but yeah, lost the vote on trying to reduce taxation. Said, why aren't we giving them a break given the fact that, you know, we have a 30% increase in central waste, and trying to look globally at what taxpayers would be paying in the city and the regional district. And one regional district director said, I look at these services individually. I don't look at them as a group in terms of the cost to my taxpayers. So it was a long and sordid meeting last week. So thank you for correcting the number there. It's going to be, 0. Perfect. Thank you.
Janice,
Yes.
you and Mayor Lockwood should be out. You can change that at the actual board table, right? That's what happened.
Well, we can
They'll
try
vote.
to at the board table, but we
Don't you vote on just that service only for its budget? And isn't that what happened last time? I'm not saying you need to, but I thought you carry the weighted vote and they carry because that's what's happened in
I have
parks
to see
last
what the
time.
numbers are. It could be that it could be that we could push that at the
Board table.
At the board table. Just in terms of just so we're aware, if we do that, I mean, it was people didn't like what Mayor Lockwood had to say when we were at Parks, but it wasn't me. If we do that, we're going to be back having the discussion, and because Commissioner Newell threw out the gauntlet on terms of, well, then we should be talking about this 350 because I think that number is way too high. And I said, hey, let's get that on the agenda for the next Parks meeting. We never did finish the discussion about whether or not we should be splitting up this service and everybody going their own way.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be definitely what the outcome of that will be. And I don't know, when we get to the all vote, I don't know that when we go to budget, that's the part where I get a bit confused. Like when we go to vote this in the budget, all 20 people are voting.
Isn't that the budget overall? But I thought for individual services, you voted on a weighted vote basis. I'm not clear either.
Yeah, it's like, it just seems like, because I always get told, oh, we're at the commission level, so you can't have your votes recorded against, you can't have your votes this and that, and then all of a sudden, then there's another rule book when you get to the other tables. But that was the motion that was put forward, that it would be a 0 increase and that we would tax for the same amount of money in 2021.
And the other one was on waste. Did they not raise tipping fees as well? as
Tipping fees went up
taxation?
to 125, so we were notified of that. I mean, I'd have to call and would have to answer that. We were notified that tipping fees went up to 125. The problem with central resource is that taxation still pays the sort of lion's share of this whole of central resource, unlike in the other areas, the other jurisdictions where the amount that taxation pays is lesser. They have more revenues coming in, and so taxation is less.
Yeah. So the impact though on residents is both taxation and higher tipping fees as well. And Colin, what was, or Janice, what's 2022? Because that's a big jump again, right?
For which one do we want to look at? 2020. You want to talk about central resource?
Yeah, I think that's gone up
Okay, in
significantly.
2022, central resource is going up while they're forecasting 10%, but I find that their estimates are under, because this year's forecast, if I go back to last year for waste, was supposed to be a 20% increase for this year, but it's a 30% increase for this year. So the fact that they're projecting another 10% increase in 2022, I guess I'd be waiting to 2022 to see what the number looks like.
Because I think what's on the table at the resource recovery pack, or whatever we're called, is some pretty massive numbers. Way more than 10%, I think.
Yeah, well, that's what they've put in our first. We are having central resource recovery is meeting again on Monday. I don't think the numbers are changing very much, but there will be some discussion about the fact that going out over the next 5 years, recycling is going to be costing us basically almost $1 million to run the recycling program by the time we get to 2025, with an estimated recycling revenue of only $82,000.
And they committed to looking at that as recycling, creating a separate service, so we're not paying our 48 and 53% or 48% of that rural recycling piece. And I think they said the same thing for organics, that they would, put that into a separate service again, so that we're not paying the lion's share of a program we're only partially in. And finally, where are they in reviewing their recycling costs and adjusting our rate increase, or adjusting what we're paying for recycling to what we're actually utilizing?
Well, that is on the table currently, and I believe we should be seeing something, if my notes here are correct, that I write so fast when I'm at these meetings, that we should be seeing that in March or April. But of course, that information won't be coming before this budget for the regional district has to be put to bed.
And Janice, are they still putting that in a special reserve or something, that they were supposed to keep it separate for us?
No, right now, it's all still reported out the way they do their financial reporting.
Okay.
So there's
And
nothing.
they're supposed to put whatever that surplus or reserve amount aside for this adjustment?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can ask that question on
I thought that was their commitment when we said
Monday.
you should reduce it, and they said, well, we'll just put it, we haven't done the full study yet, and we'll reduce it. Because, we did say all those depots were going to cost a significant amount of money, and they, they should make sure they recognize that before they build them. And they said, well, we'll build them first and then figure that out.
Yeah, so as far as I can see here from this budget statement, nothing's been put aside in regards to that.
Councillor Page.
Yeah, that was a verbal commitment by the CAO. They don't have any video like we do of our meetings where you can go back and kind of understand what that was committed to, and there doesn't seem to be the best on the minutes, but that was what the CAO had committed to last year, was to looking at this and then putting that aside in a reserve for us. But I would agree that it may have gotten forgotten or not picked up in the actual numbers for budget.
Councillor Page.
I just wanted to take us back to a bit of that discussion around defining out the new services, which is a conversation we've had over the course of 2 years of getting to a place where these services have key mechanisms in them, caps, exit clauses, voting structures we think are fair and representative of what we want. And I know in those discussions we've talked about keeping a very narrow focus on the new ones that we entered into, but in the discussion of central waste and organics, I'm wondering if we want to almost create an oasis service, if I can call it, for lack of a better analogy, but like something that service over time can migrate to, but has the proper structures in place because we've had an opportunity at this point in time to define it, but leaving the scope or mandate maybe slightly big enough that other parts of central waste over the coming decades could migrate over. The political conversations never get to a point to reorganize the voting structures, but I'm just putting it out as something we may want to consider as we look for those opportunities in the future.
I will make note of that, and I can say that there was, at the last central waste meeting, there was more discussion about trying to break these things out so we can more easily track the numbers. And there was, again, some verbal consideration of at least organics becoming a separate service. And we should be careful how we use the word service, because of course at the RD that means something completely different. But I would like to see, when I look at these budget documents, that I'm looking at a budget document that has encapsulated all of, say, organics in it, instead of me having to go through, I mean, this is, it's on a huge sheet here. I mean, you can't see what I'm looking at. And there's 6 pages of it. And basically, if I wanted to look at organics, there's probably 2 or 3 things on each one of these pages that I would have to pick out and make my own table to try to figure out how much organics is going to cost, and or recycling, and or anything else that we're doing in that service. So, and just a reminder to Councillor Page is that we did have some discussion at the service review of recreation. And one of the things that we came up, but we decided that we would hold the line on currently, is a review of the voting structure. And the request there was that the City of Nelson not hold more voting capacity than the regional district members. So
get another regional district member to join.
So, you know, because right now there's 3 of us and 2 of them, and they would like to see that voting changed. So
the solution is just they contribute more, then they can have more votes. Exactly. They contribute 50%, then they should have 50% of the votes. And that's the way to resolve that one.
Janice, I don't want to move too quickly away from the waste side, because first of all, it really bothers me that over the years that we've all been spoon-fed a formula that if we have less waste, it'll cost less. But in actual fact, we have less waste and it's costing us more. So the City of Nelson diverts more product today than they did 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, and yet in all, it costs us more money to manage the system, and something's simply wrong with the whole waste program in general. But I was just looking at the general admin side. Janice, we talked earlier about our budget, about our convention and traveling expenses. Was that taken into account at all in the conversations at the regional district? Because that tends to be around $40,000 a year or so.
Oh yeah, well, general admin, yeah, it's quite a bit more than that. But so in general administration, we did kind of go through a few things. They did directors' conferences here. As I'm looking, they were estimated in the 2021 budget at $115,000 just in S100, and of course there's conference costs in rural administration that doesn't affect us. But there was a motion to take it all out except for UBCM. So I believe that triggered about a $40,000 saving on that number. Looking at the potential that there might be a UBCM, I was sort of thinking like, why don't we just get rid of all of it, and then if UBCM happens, then you can look at surpluses to cover it. But yeah, so there was some adjustment to directors' travel and conference expenses. It wasn't completely sort of taken out of the budget, and also in terms of, I did try to pass a motion about not having the CPI increase to stipends and meetings, which is, I think, 1.8 is the calculation they were using for this year. And because we never did that last year like we did with the city of Nelson, like I made the point that, in the city we held our council wages and our excluded wages. And they never did that last year, and there was no flavor to do that going forward. There was more directors this year that kind of voted in favor of that, but not enough to make that a consideration.
Any further questions on this budget? Colin, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Well, just two things actually, and I apologize, Janice, and maybe you don't have an answer for me, but I just didn't know if you had any insight on I got a significant increase in GIS.
And you know what, the thing about the GIS, and I was gonna include that in my report to council at the next council meeting, is that I'm just looking through here. I don't think we touched on GIS, but in my head, it strikes me that they are looking for more staff, because I think the demands actually within the R&D itself for this service are increasing as opposed to us. And so my question was actually going to be whether or not we need to put on the work plan for the planning department, because obviously they're very busy, but whether or not in this year we should actually really be having planning look at what our utilization of GIS, this service, is, and then whether or not we should be staying in, or if we could be looking at other places that we could get this service done. I know that Castlegar is not in the GIS service. Could we be joining with whatever Castlegar uses? But I think we need to look at our own utilization to see whether or not we're getting value for money here, because at having to pay $84,000 to be in this, we're getting very close to somebody's salary. But of course we wouldn't have all of the maybe potential computer information or graphics or programs needed to run it. But I think it's worth, I think planning needs to be taking a serious look at how much we're using this, and whatever other services. I don't know whether fire uses it or EOC uses it within the city of Nelson. So.
And I do have that actually inside our kind of internal business improvement fund for some of this COVID, was to look at GIS. Certainly, General Manager Spencer was noting, hey, what's happening with GIS? I know it's been a long standing question about, public works and all of our underground utilities and GIS. We do use AutoCAD, but I think GIS is the way to go. And then again, how can it tie in with our asset management? And we certainly seem to be pushing in that direction with Manager Spencer kind of being someone coming in going, hey, I think this is something we really need for hydro. So a great question. I do have it on the kind of the list when we'll talk about probably after lunch now, it looks like, for GIS. And then and it's a great point, Councillor. And so that's again, we need to give 24 months notice to get out of that service. So that's just something that if we want to go down that direction. I will note that Director Moreau did say that that they are getting the best results from the service than they have ever had. Part of it, I guess, is they had done a major upgrade. So it is a great question as to if we're now, maybe we're paying more because we're finally getting a better product. Those are great questions, and we do need as staff to wrestle that. And I'm hoping now with some of these new relief supervisors in place that maybe we can free up some of our directors in different areas and really have a good sit down think tank on that and come back to council with a request or a direction that we would like to follow. And I guess the last point, Mayor, if I could, is that I know that every year that we've gone to UBCM, and maybe not including 2020, we do bring up to the party in power that the government did commit to looking at the RDCK structures and how they're not maybe set up as well as they could be. I mean, again, it's a different animal, different community, provinces have different ways of doing it. And some ways it's very successful. We tend to be in a one that's challenging, I think, just basically because of the number of areas. But it's a bit foreign to think that an area can have that much sway that has only a small percentage of the population of a Nelson and financially can have such a big sway and say in what the city of Nelson resident and commercial properties need to pay into the RDCK. But I do recognize that we do have a recently elected MLA that sat at this table, so maybe there's some sit down with them to see who or what's the best direction on trying to move that discussion forward, that the government did promise to look at RDC or RDs and how they're operating.
Thank you. I think the second page you handed us tells the real story.
Yes, and I'll flip to that, and this one's we've kind of talked about everything, but I think it does speak to exactly that, Mayor. And so I just did a 10-year, and so again, some positives there to see, like an S, 100 in 10 years is actually pretty flat, so that's a positive, and I know that was more of a case of allocating out expenses for employees to different services, so maybe general admin has stayed pretty flat, but in some cases what I've seen there is they've just pushed some of the IT or finance different costs into different service, which again I think is a good idea, because if you are a big user of IT, then you should pay more, and rather than putting it all in general admin, where you can see that we pay almost 21% because of our high assessed values, but we certainly don't use 21% of the CAO, CFO, etc. So sometimes you struggle with that. But if you're wondering why such a flat on an S100, it's because a number of years ago they made the right decision to allocate out some of the expenses that would have been parked here into the different services that use them. Again, looking at GIS, there's
Colin.
Yes.
Colin, before you, and I don't know if you have it at your fingertips, but looking at what that budget was gross before they allocate those costs out would be, I think when you look at that, it's increased substantially.
Agreed. And again, I apologize, CAO. I just, for here, I've kind of had a practice of what's the dollar effect to the taxpayer of Nelson. But that is a great point, and maybe as we discuss this further, that showing council the actual in a reflection, whether it's a 2011 sort of what does the service look like all in compared to a 2021, I think it's a good point. Here again, like you can see some of the things have stayed relatively in line, like I look at a search and rescue, but you certainly see that essential waste, right? It's almost up 100%. In fact, we'll be over 100% in 2022 based on what Council Morrison said they're planning on. And that's not just us though, but you think about it's going to be close to $900,000 increase in 10, 11 years. That's a lot. That's a lot. Considering that doesn't even include the fact that the city of Nelson picks up your recycling and your garbage at your home for your residents, right? So there's that included, and we do that for basically $40 we do both of your recycling and your garbage. It costs you $40 a year, about $1.55 for each pickup. Now you do have to pay per bag, I get that, but even if that was double, you're paying $3 for your garbage bag and your recycling to go every week, about every 2 weeks by the city of Nelson. And here you're paying $1.5 million for, again, depots in Meadow Creek or other places that really get the collection that the city does. So again, big challenge. And again, you can also see plus the big fees that we pay. Yeah. So
well, not just us as the city, but residents
residents,
are paying
yeah.
tipping fees, and not, and rural residents are paying tipping fees. So it's much more than, when you add that in, the cost to the a resident is much more than even just the taxation portion.
And so again, just at the bottom line, you can see in 10 years, there's been a 53% increase in what the taxpayer. So again, if you go from 2.9 million to 4.5 million in 10 years on just RDCK, and it's significant. And anyway, those numbers kind of speak, and I know that term may be used of preaching to the choir here. It is a challenge as staff, as we try to, really work hard at containing, being an entrepreneur at the city to minimize and do our best to have an inflationary increase each year for the city of Nelson, and some of the pressure that is to bear. I will notice that to be careful too, that you'll notice Parks is high there, number 10, but we do now have that relationship that is always in a bit of jeopardy, as Councillor Morrison spoke to at the whim of the vote at the regional parks areas, that they did agree since since inception, the city has paid, and it wasn't so much, probably so bad at 53% when it was $73,000 in 2011, but the amount that we pay into regional parks at the time, there was none of the city parks were in it, and so we know that our neighbors and our friends in our North Shore, or just in our regional district area, come and use a lakeside or a gyro or lakes Lions Park, etc. And so we did get a positive movement in that some of that funding was put in. Again, $350,000, but again, city at 53% is paying 175 of that as a city. But that check does come to Nelson from the regional district to assist with the multiple beautiful parks that we have.
Colin, I think we'll have to recess now.
Yes.
And we'll come back to this right after lunch, or move on to the next one, depending on the will of council. So I'd ask everybody to, Sarah's going to shut us down now, and we'll be back in 45 minutes, Sarah, or an hour, is it? Or? 1 o'clock?
45, yeah, 50. Yeah,
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Restart. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, Mayor, what we'll do is I think we've talked about this. Part of it's just giving council that view of a $4 million budget needing, $400,000, and a $20 million budget needing $300,000, and, kind of pointing out some of the challenges that we face. I think what we'll move on there is sort of the restart funding conversation. And then we want to finish up with the bit of capital that we didn't discuss, and some adjustments from the last week that we met, and then also just showing where the reserve balances are, and some of the positives and some of the pressure points.
Just hang on. Colin just went to the bush. When we see him walk back, we'll start. Everybody back. I see Keith, Janice, Rick, Kevin, Chris, Colin just showed up.
Jesse?
Jesse, are you there?
I see Jesse.
Here.
Okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, we're good to go. All right, Colin, you have the floor again. Or Chris. Don't forget, folks, you're on mute.
Yes. So I was just going to show, just based on some of the work that we've been doing, and again, when I say this, we received this $2.6 million in COVID funding, and there's parameters around it, and again, the goal here pardon me, 1 second.
There we go. Can you make that as big as possible? Yeah, please. Bigger. Still not big enough. That's better, Colin. That's much better.
Okay. Okay, thanks. So we had a brief glimpse at this last time, January 15th, and part of the outline in the letter that came from the grant was, first off, is that we were to use this revenue that the grant received to cover any revenue shortfalls, and then also kind of what's your 2020 recoverable expenses. And again, wanted to make sure things were in line. The revenues are pretty straightforward to follow up on. The recoverable expenses, for me, has taken a bit more time, but it's also been a deeper question of, okay, so HR, how much time did you have to spend in dealing with COVID? So we were, again, we've got the plexiglass, we've got masks, we've got a bunch of different things. And so having a sense that we have a defensible position that we could, the two numbers there that allows us to um, say out of the 2.6 that we in 2021 would, or from 2020 would be able to recognize 1.4 million of that. Now, part of that would be that we put some of that revenue, if council's in agreement with where I'm heading with this, is that we've put some of that into the reserve. So for example, one of the big revenue shortfalls obviously was parking meter revenue. So the parking meter revenue is to go into the capital reserve, which is to fund sidewalks and paving, etc. And so based on that, and I believe in the reserves that we'll go over after this portion of the meeting, you will see that we had the regular budgeted amount or the regular amount that we expected to put into these reserves like capital, but then also a line for saying COVID funding. So you would know that in recognizing that these revenue shortfalls related to funds that would usually go into those reserves and make sure that they're at a position that allows us to continue on with our paving program, our sidewalk improvement program, etc. So that's what that's what we'd be looking at doing for 2020. So on that math there, you can see if we're recognizing 1.4 million, then we would have approximately 1.2 million remaining. And again, this is suggested use, and I don't probably have everything on the list, but a couple of ones that got added, we even talked about today, but it was the GIS in-house, but we've talked about if we had this internal use of funds, business improvement fund, if we took $800,000 there, and then we said, well, what if we had this economic development recovery fund? And I just, was just playing with like, what if we put 10% of this funding aside as a principal, and then that would create $260,000 as a fund that would allow, would be the money available to our community groups and our arts and our sports to be able to. I believe this would be the fund that council would put aside. Like I said, maybe it's to cover patio fees. Does it help out with a capital theater? Does it help out with some of these other groups that were looking for that kind of one-time funding for, just to deal with COVID? And would we have parameters around it, i.e., like if you were able to get, use this fund to leverage it to get something else from the province or from the feds, how would we do that? Would we have a CBT type of system where you had to put an application in and whatnot? And not to create a whole bunch of onerous work, but these were some of the things that I was thinking about. And at the end of the day, I have a question mark on the funding to Rec 5 service, which I think would be a good conversation to have, especially if the other area directors were able to put in sort of a matching at the same formula that they're in now. That also may take some tax pressure off of that service in itself. Maybe there's no increase for 2020. Maybe, like I said, I think with some work there, they can find the savings overall, but that's just my own personal thoughts. The that would allow us to have 153,000. Now, again, to be clear on this, if we were to go this route, and I've just put some numbers in here, so I'll be interested to hear from council on what they think. Is that it wouldn't necessarily mean that it had to be spent all in 2021. That even on the internal business improvement plan, I'm thinking some of these would take probably 2 years if we're going to move GIS in house, if we're going to digitize the city files. How long and how much is that going to take, especially with how busy we are already, which with the ongoing regular core work plus all the grants that we've applied for. I'm really confident that we're going to get a number of them, and that's going to again increase our workload, which is a positive thing. But I also want to be cognizant that we can't ask everyone to do everything that we've got on our list. So I would, as a brief stop here, Mayor. I would like to hear from council if I'm, or what do they think of the numbers, in particular for the Economic Development Recovery Fund? What do they think of what I'm even proposing here? And get some feedback.
Yeah, Colin, thanks very much.
Colin?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a quick question and let Kevin go. What about transit? Because we did we get that sorted out? Because we did have a shortfall in transit early on.
Yeah, Mayor, you're always really good at reminding me of things, and we should have actually mentioned that in the previous document that we were looking at for the operating. So the province, on top of this particular economic funding, they provided $414,000 for the shared transit system that we have with the RDCK. And based on those numbers, so a couple of things to point out. One, the revenues on the transit were slightly higher than what we were budgeted. The expenses, because the province provided that lease, the rental of the bus is 6-month free. Basically, we totally balanced on what the operations were, and with a bit more revenues and the fact that they gave us a lease fee break, we basically balanced to zero of what was happening in 2020, what we expected to happen. So that was excellent as far as I'm concerned.
So
For
how does that
2020
translate to 21 though? To 20?
So for 2021, they've now given us this 414,000. So what I have done is worked with the RDCK partner, and we've looked at saying, okay, you've given us this money. Now, one of the challenges you have with the province is they have different year ends than we do. Theirs is from April 1st until March 31st, whereas we're obviously January 1 to December 31st. So in providing the funding, we could have all taken it in 2020, but what we've decided to do is take the funds and then apply it evenly. So basically 207,000 in 2021 and 200,000 in 2022 will be the grant that we will receive from the province for restart, which when I look at where the budgeted numbers are, basically keep us flat. Sorry, no change in the contribution, which is about, for those council, mayor, community, is that each year we subsidize transit by tax money by about $300,000, and that's net of the revenue we receive from the bus fares themselves, the grant that comes in from the province. At the end of the day, the taxpayer subsidizes transit by about $300,000 for the city, and so with this 207,000 going in, split between on the ratio between the two combined but different services, the city basically stays right around that 300,000, so there's no change. So it should be relatively flat for 2022 and 2021, with the hope that by the time we get to 2023, that, and again, it could even come faster, Mayor, but this is based on getting our ridership back up to where it was. And so this funding for me is a sort of a stopgap. It's not part of shared with the BC Transit. This comes almost like a backfill for funding that we've lost on transit fare revenue. So in doing that, we seem to be even. No change in the amount of taxation money needed, and I think it allows us 2 years to get our ridership back up to where it was.
Thank you, Colin. Thanks.
Can I ask a
So
question?
Kevin, you had your 2 cents worth, and then right after you is Councillor Woodward.
Okay, all I wanted to just clarify is, I think at this stage, we're just asking, we're not asking to approve the ideas that we have listed here, but rather the concept is do we create this internal business improvement fund? And again, you have to remember it has to be COVID related. We can't, fund a arts project that has nothing to do with COVID recovery or one of our own programs. And do we keep or create this economic development recovery fund, and do we put some money aside for potential partnering with the RD on certain projects? So I think that's the level we're at now, and throwing out ideas of what could be funded from this, I think would give you a sense of what
what money was
You know,
left.
well,
Okay.
just I don't think we need to spend it now. I just think
Yeah.
starting to build that longer list and then get into the details whether one merits. Obviously, we have to come back with you, on the business improvement side of it, and put some dollars down beside each of these projects. Talk to our own staff about what is the most important in each of these items. I don't know. I don't think we've had that full discussion at this stage, but really more on that. Is this a good approach for utilizing this fund?
So Kevin, just so we're all clear on the fund, and you're right about this is the concept, and we'll iron out the details of how we would sort of, but just to be clear on the fund was not given, no, I don't want to phrase this differently. Was the fund given to us for our recovery, or was it given to us for community recovery? Because that could have a make a difference on where we would allocate funds. As an example, touchstones will be qualify as ours, right? Whereas maybe say the dance umbrella wouldn't.
Colin maybe can
Just
clarify, but
examples.
my understanding, it is broad. If we, it's for our community, I think broadly, as opposed to, but it has to be COVID related. And I'm pretty certain we can't assist business, just like the restrictions in the community charter. We can certainly create programs broadly, but we couldn't just give money to one business. But I think on the
No, I get
nonprofit
that,
side,
yeah.
you could.
Yeah, I just want to get
Colin, is that
I just
correct?
want to get some clarity on that, because if it's broader than what we originally anticipated, then the whole fund should have been broader, like for access. So I'm just wondering, I was always of the impression that this was for municipal use.
I think it's broader than just our operations. But Colin, is that correct?
Hey, I can read you from this FAQ that we had that was regarding those restart funds, because that was one of the questions that was posed to the ministry. There was, can local governments provide contributions to third parties, like local community organizations providing services to vulnerable populations? That's just one example. But yes, grants to charitable, philanthropic, and not-for-profit organizations providing core community services during COVID-19 are acceptable.
Okay, good. Thank you. So then I had Janice and Keith next. Jesse, did you have your
I
hand
think
up?
Jesse was looking. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess sort of what you're saying, because I was having some ideas, but now what you're saying is basically whatever this money, this recovery money goes to, has to be directly connected to COVID. Is that correct?
Yeah, or recovery from COVID.
Recovery from COVID. Okay, thanks. I'll think about that. Thank you.
Okay, Janice and Keith.
Mine was just more because I'm still a bit confused about the timeline that we have to spend these funds, because my concern is, and I raised this at a meeting the other day, that I don't think that as we go through 2021 that we're going to get another $2.8 million at the end of this year for COVID relief. And I mean, so like, to me, it's like COVID hasn't ended. I'm just wondering if in fact we shouldn't be stashing a bit of cash away here. Although, I mean, all of these things that are like, everything that's presented is a good idea, but you're marking it too early in this process where we still might be, needing to buy masks and gloves or something, equally simple for the next year. So I'm hesitant to see that at the end of the day, then when we end up with, I can't scroll up because you moved it down. Less money. So 153,000 at the end of it all after 2.8 million. I'm hoping that we're not spending it all in 2021, I guess, is my concern. So the timeline that we have to spend it, please.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Janice.
there didn't seem to be a timeline. I mean, in theory, it's supposed to be there. You need to report out on how you've, how where the funds went, like so whether or not again how you responded to that. Um, and so that's a great question. I will note that in um, I I think it's allowing some uh, you know even in the use of funds that we didn't get in 2020, if that going down to our bottom line, that it kind of creates a bit of a ability to pull from that later if things were to carry on. So this is sort of again, if I've recognized 1.4, then I'm in 2020 and it's gone to some reserves and that sort of thing, then it's the 1.2 here that is now we're looking at, okay, so how could we allocate this amount? The portion that's still sitting in reserves would be available too.
And Colin, do you know how much of that at this stage is capital reserves versus general?
Yeah, I want to say, Kevin, on the top of my head, I want to say that 500 has gone into the kind of the capital reserves. That's off the top of my head.
Thank you. Keith?
That cough clearing is contagious. I would like to see us, I agree with Councillor Morrison that we have to find that balancing act between getting the money out in our economy, doing jobs, making the work it needs to happen, and also like delaying half the pot or something until we get into 2022, or stage it out a little bit so we can see if our priorities change as we get another few months into this. It's already long slog. The other piece is that Rec 5 piece, and for those sports groups, the service and sports groups, is I think for economic development that makes sense. I think we want a service and support recovery fund or restart fund for the service organizations like the Lions and Rotary, or someone who's putting out projects, but also if sport wants to come and expense out rental receipts of the facility. Like for the majority of the struggles that we're seeing on that service, it's people not being able quite to book the facility spaces, and maybe we can have a program around that those individual groups can come and expense out their low numbers so that they can actually book the ice if they're going to use the ice, but they don't have to take the full hit on the rent.
Thanks, Keith. The question I would have on on this, Kevin, or Colin, sorry, would be what type of process you would use, because this would sort of seem to me it might be something similar to the CBT type process, potentially, to access these funds. And should we decide to go down this road, I think that'd be important to realize. An example, like Keith just touched on it there a little bit, but would be a lot of times I find in the community that we'll have groups at our table that understand that there's opportunities available for them, but there are groups out in our community that have no idea that maybe this is actually happening. So that's where I'm sort of going around the CBT model. That an example that comes to mind right off the bat is maybe the Tramway Society. They have definitely been impacted by COVID, as an example. But when we had that list of people that came forward to us to make presentations here at our last meeting, they weren't one of those groups. If you understand what I mean. It's no fault of ours, but it's just that some groups are not as much in tune with opportunities that do exist either provincially, federally, or with local government. So how would that look so that everybody had a fair chance to take a look at a fund if we had a fund available?
You may raise some great questions, and yet I also note there's been a number of newspaper reports that some of our local groups have, some of the sports groups have received grant funding from the province. I also noticed that the CBT, again, awesome organization that's helping out during COVID, also had provided a number of funds. So it's a great a great question. And I would think, like you said, much along CBT, people know who CBT are. Is if we were going to do this, if we have parameters, I would think that that might be a way to go. Now, again, if you saw the list of what CBT was providing funding for, I would hope that as a community, people are well versed in applying to CBT, because you see a varied group under varied parts of our community and surrounding area that have applied and been successful. So, obviously keeping it just Nelson centric here, but that sort of a model maybe maybe the way to go. The one, obviously, again, caveat I have is just, where is the staff time and how do we going to adjudicate that? But those are all good questions. You give everyone a chance. I do respect that for sure.
Yeah, I think on the CBT side, like when you make that application, you have to show that you've applied elsewhere. You're leveraging this, that money, etc. Like, I don't know if we want to go there or not. I'm just thinking, I really think there needs to be some kind of formula that would be allocated to how you would access assistance.
On the rec side, I would even suggest that we let Rec Commission and NDCC staff adjudicate a rental return program of any kind if there were some funds or some rebates that could be offered for people who are having low participation numbers because of spacing issues. Get it off our plate.
Thanks.
And again, Councillor, just not that I don't disagree with you, but that might be a good way of doing it, and maybe that's where a Nelson group is able to do that if the other areas weren't able to weren't willing to put those funds forward to do something similar. That would be one concern that I may have. You'd have to have, I think, that buy-in from your area directors, and I don't necessarily know that they've got the same flexibility of saying, "Hey, board, can I have this amount to do what you're talking about?" So, but it's a fair question. But I also know that if we're able to take some tax pressure off, and we know that there's additional expenses at the RDCK, that this kind of was one that they certainly talked about inside the listing and the frequently asked questions was, could you provide revenues to a service? Now, again, maybe inside your Rec Commission hat, you think you've got a plan for that, but I know that that could be a way to take a bit of a tax burden off, also allow for some support to that group because of COVID, additional costs. But then again, hopefully them also looking internally inside the organization to look for efficiencies and savings to get even additional more funding, whether it goes into reserve for next year for capital, or if it goes into lowering the taxes even further for 2021.
Well,
anyway.
and I agree with you, and I think the end result is the money ends up back in the service, in service 226 anyway. You're just supporting through the groups, and maybe by doing that, you're providing opportunities to look for diligences or ask for diligences to check in and see who's applied for what, and just exercise the relationship between the user groups and that commission and that staffing layer to kind of, the whole situation that just happened with the Civic is a perfect example of where where we need to exercise those relationships.
Hey, John.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Councillor Lockenberg.
I just want to again put in an emphasis or underline that any funding that we put out, and I think this is going forward in terms of all policy, will need to be informed by the future, not the past. And so if we're talking, and this is a provincial and federal policy too, in terms of the recovery money, they want people to recover better and recover for the future. And that's the complete future. That's not just, what's the future like once COVID is gone, but the future regarding climate, post-COVID, maybe future pandemic. So it seems to me that I don't want to keep sort of cherry picking on or nitpicking on this, but we really have to put a decision matrix into policy that says if we're giving you money, and we've talked about this already once today, how does this help you prepare for the future, not the past? And I think that the work there needs to be done, but I would even suggest that, we talked about this Nelson Next consultant. I think this is likely a full-time position, or a consultant who's working full-time in an innovation center context that would help coordinate the evaluation and development of the matrix that would look at anything that we put out in terms of how does this help you prepare for the future, and how does this help us prepare for the future, the complete future, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we can certainly come up with a matrix. Some of it, that's certainly been the direction. Our whole initiative with the college and CAST and economic development on making our businesses much stronger and having a better online presence is that you need to be in that marketplace anyway, regardless of COVID. And this is a chance to put in permanent things that make you more competitive in that environment. But I think you also have to recognize there are some cases where people need to survive to get to the next place. And, the arts community has been devastated, and the food and beverage, I think, are not doing so well right now. So some of them, some of that has to be, how do we survive the next 6 months or a year so that, that they're around to operate differently in the business, but certainly having that lens on it as well as,
Yeah,
a failing business, you don't want to
support a failing business.
Yeah, that's
and you don't want them to be making the decision when they're in the throes of a crisis. You want somebody who's got a little bit of distance, i.e. us, to say, okay, we're looking for the 5-10 year window, if not 20, but certainly just 5 or 10. And here's how we're going to make decisions on the dispersion of this, or the giving out of this money. And here's how ways that you can maximize your effectiveness that you probably can't see now because you get your head to the ground, your shoulder to the grindstone, whatever. But here's some ways that you can be resilient. And I think we did that prior with the the transition planning, and we helped businesses that didn't want to think about the future or didn't have time to think about the future. We did some of that work for them, and I think we need to continue to do that, because right now I think a lot of businesses are not thinking beyond the next 6 months or a year, and we just don't want to give money to businesses that aren't going to make it or aren't doing the things that they need to do to make it.
Yeah, we have to be careful there, Rick. I understand what you're saying, but I think in this particular case, that's the conversation we would have to have on a more global front, other than narrowing it down just to this fund at this particular point in time, because we would need to be looking at that concept with everything we do, not just with this fund.
I agree completely.
So maybe we're jumping the gun a little bit with that idea. The idea is valid, but maybe we're jumping the gun in putting too many parameters in this particular case around this. But it is a signal we could send out with this. It's a message that could go along with this, how we manage this fund, though. But not necessarily a deciding factor.
No, but this is only going to happen, and I think Nelson Next is only going to be a meaningful document and actually get to work for the community is if every time we make a decision about the future, even if it's only the next year or two, we're referencing that document, we're pointing back to it, and we're saying, here's what you need to be thinking about in terms of how you plan your future in Nelson and how Nelson plans its future. So I just think it's going to be this sort of relentless, hit over and over again that we keep bringing that back up.
Thank you. Okay, Keith, I think you had your hand up, or do I see a little hand there anyway?
Yeah, I just, Rick, I think it might be something where maybe it's a tier, right? It's if you're accessing funds over a certain amount, then this climate layer of diligence really starts to kick in to get access to the upper tiers. But some of that hold you over for a few months money is a little bit more accessible, so that we're kind of dealing with the body and providing some homeostasis so people can kind of get through the other side of all of the change that's been demanded of them already. So that would be my only suggestion. I think you're completely correct. And I even think here within a fund like this is a place to still be looking at that and starting to open those conversations and starting to think about how we do those kinds of things. And I might suggest a tiering that if you're going for the big funds, I don't think we're going to be left with money on the table at the end of the day. I think it will be oversubscribed in terms of how much is going to be asked. So those who float to the top, will be the ones that are going to be building for 2025 and beyond, because that's a better use of money always than those are stuck in 2005. So.
Okay, actually 2005 was a pretty good year, seems to me.
The last good year.
The last good year, okay. All right.
I think Iraq was spinning out of control in 2005.
Can I give maybe I'll just give an example of a current request, and I think it came up through the Economic Development Partnership working with the arts culture is this study on the economic impact of the arts sector in our region, and with the feeling that that will help them, get better access to funding from other organizer, other granting parties in the future. And I did talk to Sydney yesterday also about this whole question on the future of our facilities and what's their place and all that sort of thing. So that could be tied into developing what the impact is, how do our facilities and various arts organization all fit together to provide the best value and the the best service as a broader group and all these individual organizations on their home. Where does arts and culture fit in our community in terms of being an economic development driver, being a social driver, possibly in how does it what's its role in climate change, that a whole bunch of things that that could be tied into that. So that is a current ask. Selkirk College has put together a proposal to do that work through the RDI. So that's the type of thing that may come forward, and I think given some thought to those type of projects that come forward,
So would that mean,
what,
Kevin?
what is the decision matrix to make a is that a wise thing to do?
That's a good idea. Would that mean that if we connected a climate change piece to arts, that there'd be no more bagpipes?
Only from cows.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Cows can't play bagpipes. But and I think you have to look at climate change indirectly as well, right? Like, what do those organizations, as long as one, if they're not having a negative impact, if they are, how do they mitigate that? And two, how do they actually create a community that people do want to live to, re-attract talent, et cetera, right? So all those things, it's hard to, all those things have an impact, right? All those things create that community that attracts the folks here that are smart and creative and all those things that make us who we are.
You're absolutely right, and I just want to say clearly that I do think the arts have an important role to play in the future, in the climate reality future. And I remember Anna Purcell made a really powerful case when she spoke about touchstones and said, arts-based tourism and the value that touchstones delivers is really low carbon, and that kind of activity, when you weigh it against, say, something that's very high carbon, that's something to speak for. So there's a way to make the case in all sorts of different ways. I just think we need to start making that case and thinking in those terms.
Thank you. Okay, so have you got some ideas there, Kevin and Colin, as to potentially making this work or not?
Yeah, I think the other thing is, these are not set in stone. These are just pools that say, let's start here. Here's the kind of pool we think if we, as we go through some process and we go, oh, there's actually, once we've looked at our own operations, actually we only have, 10 projects that would cost us 500,000, and we don't really need 800,000, or vice versa. So I wouldn't look at these as these are the numbers and you're making the decision that they must be that number. I think there are broad ballpark. Let's at least set some broad funds apart and work on what that would look like if we did what internal projects we have, and we're certainly looking at our own operations. How do we build back better? We've talked about everything from I walk in our washrooms here and we have probably 1970 paper towel machines that aren't automated, and sinks aren't automated, and all those things that are going to need it to be upgraded here in the next 5-10 years. There's funding is available. Could certainly make it a case for it being COVID related. Should we upgrade those type of things right now? Is there a grant available that we could apply somewhere else, and this could be matching, all those sorts of things. So we are,
could I have a
the whole Microsoft Teams, the whole how do we work better, and we're finding that right now that that it's actually more productive meetings by us all hopping on Teams and staying in our offices and not spending the time in travel and all that stuff, and being able to do that quickly. So all those things we're looking at. How do we improve our business operations?
May I? Mayor, may I have a?
Absolutely, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Just to build on that, I think it's interesting, this idea of maybe taking a whole look at city operations in terms of COVID or I would actually say pandemic readiness, because we don't know how long this will go on for, or a new variant may come in, or in 5 years there might be another pandemic. We don't know, but like anything, it'd be good to have it thought through and maybe planned out so that we're a bit more ready this time. I mean, who knows? Could this would happened 100 years ago, but some of the science I've read said this could be fairly common. Every 5 to 10 years, something comes along, and so I think that's an interesting thing, Kevin. To getting the city a little more ready and able to handle a pandemic situation, or at least a very contagious disease situation.
Yeah, and that's why we went for real glass on our dividers, because we see, why wouldn't we leave those up permanently? Right.
Good point.
It protects you from the common flu, if nothing else, right? And,
right.
So we're looking at all those things that actually hopefully will keep our workforce healthier, regardless if it's a pandemic or just a flu season.
Yeah, a bad flu season or what have you. Seems like handshakes are pretty much going to be out of the picture for a long time.
Yeah, when I looked at your list here, Colin, and I know that this is just preliminary and it's food for thought, and it's up to us to work our way through it now. But one of the first things that came to my mind was the change that has had to be made to accommodate the farmers market. What opportunities are there to make that better, as an example, with this fund, so it's a more robust market and a better place for people to visit, and a safer place for people to get around when they are there. So, I mean, there's a number of things could be thrown on this list, and I'm sure everybody will have a few, but I think you hit the nail on the head there, Kevin and Jesse, by talking about doing that thorough analysis of our own operations first before we decide on the amount that's left over. Can we move on from that for now, and everybody keep that in mind as to where we're going? And
I think we should agree, though, that we're sending a chunk out into the community. Like all things with thoroughness for business improvements, I still think you end up with the question of like, how much are you going to spend on the internal organization, and how much are you going to empower organizations outside of the rigid structure of the corporation to do stuff? Just because those volunteers, those organizations, they activate a lot of labor, they activate a lot of creativity, they activate a lot of points of view that we don't have, and it's best if this money is moving around those circles in multiple projects, I think, on a certain regard, even just with the capacity it builds. So I wonder, I don't know how to approach that so much, but I wonder how we want to, if these numbers, if this mix is right. I feel that maybe that 260, or I feel like it needs to be, we need to have a stronger mix going to the community. And maybe a little less
I
than
think
business improvement.
where I would like to see us go, if it's okay with council at this point in time, is I think we should get away from the number and at this point and make sure that we have actually accessed the grant for our own operations first. And I think Councillor Woodward brought up a really good point there in preparation for the future. That's not even being talked about up until now. So, and then we would have some idea of what's left over. But if we send out a signal that we have X amount of dollars available and we change that at a later date, I'm quite confident we will have money available. But let's make sure that we've done everything we could do with that money to make sure that we're resilient enough that we can continue to support organizations in our community and have them support us. And that's the piece I think that's missing right now is, you know, I'm not 100% sure we've done that. Like, as an example, I'm not sure how Sarah's prepared for the election coming up on the early voting. Is it in this building or?
Advanced voting is here, but.
Advanced polling as an example, so.
There are more expenses with this by-election because of COVID.
Exactly. So, and as an example, the original plan was to have that here in council chambers, but you have that long, narrow hallway, right? So now we've had to adjust to meet that. Those are the kind of things that I think Councillor Woodward's talking about going forward, that, you know, preparing your facilities for the future is critically important too. And I'm not so sure that City Hall is laid out in a manner that is conducive to us having a safe environment going forward should this pandemic continue or another one hit us, because of the, you know, the long narrow hallways that we have to navigate on a regular basis, and 2 people at a time in an elevator as an example, you know. So
I don't know if you can see, but Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, Janice has a question.
yeah, I didn't see her hand. I'm sorry, Janice, on my screen I can't see everybody, but if you are there.
It's okay, and I don't really want to, I don't want to yell over everybody that I've been trying to use chat. So,
thank you.
I mean, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to Councillor Woodward's, I mean, I started at the beginning with asking how long we had to spend this money, because I too think that we're not finished this. But what I really want to know now at this junction, as we continue to decide whether or not, you know, $50 should be going to arts and $100 should be going to patios, is my question is, this money that we're looking at here right now, besides the money that we kind of put in that is kind of like spent money already, that we're actually sort of, this is what we know we spent last year, so that's going to fix the budgetary offset from last year, is I would like to park this unless somehow this money that has landed on our plate is going into the current budget to somehow balance it this year. If it's not, and we have time to think about this, short of what we've earmarked as money that we've spent that we're going to replace, I would like to move this to a discussion once we have completed budgetary discussions, so that we don't get bogged down in how we're spending the fund money. That's just my thoughts on this right now.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I think that's fair, considering that I don't think we've done our homework in-house yet to make sure we've accessed everything we need. And that's a good point, Janice. I think we should park this for now.
I think there's some, you know, there's some of these things that we would like to move forward on, and in terms of, you know, Microsoft Teams, you know, we need IT support to, you know, to implement some of these things. Like, we're, again, trying to do these off the side of the desk. We need some, you know, we're not going to set up our filing and our Teams work.
So Kevin, if you don't mind, I think that's exactly what Janice is saying. That you have.
I'm saying is that, you know what, if there's internal stuff, and it's going to go into the budget, that's fine.
Okay.
But I mean, I think that when I'm hearing Councillor Page talk about the community and the whatever, I mean, I don't know that we're there yet. We have to make sure that we have our house in order, if some of this money has to be spent for that, let's see what those numbers are. And then let's just park the rest of it for discussion so that we don't, muss everything in. And then we end up like, oh my God, look at that. We spent all that money and oops, we shouldn't have.
Okay, now that's fair enough. The only one that sort of has some time parameters is the arts and the economic impact study. Selkirk College has made that proposal. They have students available. They're willing to take that project on. And so council's gonna, you don't have to make that decision today, but I know we meet with the group on the 22nd, I believe, but I think you'll hear that's one of their prime ideas and that actually was on the table well before COVID as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So you got it.
Yeah,
sort of
so
drift then.
I feel, yes, I appreciate council's discussion on that, and they want to meet on the bones here, I think is what I'm hearing, and we will we come back to you with that, and also recognizing, what is it that, like, hey, we want to put in the 2020 budget, 2021 budget as well. I'm hearing you that completely. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, now before we move on, I again just wanted to hopefully get a sense from council on a few things. Just one was on a tax increase, and I don't know if you're saying it's too early, Colin, but I just didn't know if anyone wanted to speak up about what they were thinking about tax increases and concerns for our commercial and residential owners. I just didn't know if yes, Councillor Morrison.
Okay, so taking a look at the fact that if we just go through the things that we sort of need to cover off this year, looking back at your operating budget 2020-2025 that Chris presented earlier, and I see that deficit of 305,000 if we just sort of do just what what John refers to as the city work. This is the infrastructure. This is why I ran and wanted to protect, if we're going to talk about our political backgrounds. So I'm seeing a 3% taxation just there before we get into the requests for funding from others. And I'm just wondering if there was any contemplation or staff have looked at where any of these numbers might be changing. And then, I'm just sort of thinking that I would be looking at the fact that we have to have at least an inflationary increase in taxation, because I can tell you, having looked at a number of QP contract settlements across Canada in the last 6 months, I think that we're going to see some increase in labor costs. I know that this is still in camera, so we'll just leave it at that. I mean, that the labor is the in-camera discussion. But I'd like to see what it looks like at 2%. I mean, I have no flavor for 7%, particularly when we're looking at probably an 8 or 8.5% increase in the portion that city people are going to have to pay to the regional district.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I appreciate that. And this is a place where, again, that was sort of also whether it's a 1 to 1.5 to 2 increase is something I wondered with Council about. I also recognize that we did do better last year. We've got a bit of a surplus from last year, and Council could maybe use that to bridge us a bit, take some of the pressure off the taxpayer. That's just one suggestion that Council has, as a tool in the toolkit. So I appreciate, that Council, you're feeling that inflationary is something we need to look at, and what does that mean? I appreciate that very much, and we certainly could show that for the next go round, and it's some options, I guess. One of the pieces that I also, again, would want to hear from other councillors, but it's a great point you raised here also was, what about these increases for Touchstone's capital, NADP and whatnot?
So I think it's one of I just want to throw my 2 cents worth in here, Colin. Like, at the end of the day, you know, I don't think it's right for us, and I think Councillor Morrison laid it out in our first couple of sentences there. Our responsibility is to pretty well everything above that line for 2021 one-time funding requests. So our responsibility for the most part is above that line, and it doesn't seem to me right to me that we would increase taxes or reduce some of the costs that we're mandated to do just so we could accommodate the $274,000 that's at the bottom. I mean, to me, that's the wrong approach. It's fair that the $274,000 is there, that's fine, but we shouldn't be looking for savings above that line to accommodate that line, if you get what I'm saying. And I think that's what Councillor Morrison's kind of trying to go here with our responsibility. We're stewards of some core services that we have to make sure that we look after. And last year, I think we did cut back in some areas. We reduced staff. We had a hiring freeze. We had no students. All of that stuff was set by the wayside. And for us to get back to any kind of normality on our own, within our own in-house inventory of projects and people that work for us, we would need to make sure that we're doing due diligence of that before we got to this bottom line of $274,000.
May I have a...
Councillor Woodward and then Councillor Lochtenberg.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So in terms of the funding requests from the Heritage Working Group, Touchstones Capital, and EDB, I just kind of want to throw out there that, you know, especially in the arts and culture sector, you know, this has been an incredibly, I mean, if anything's really been hammered by COVID, it's been that sector for sure. I just want to make sure that, you know, we're supporting them so that when, you know, in quotes, normality returns, you know, they're able to leap off with a strong footing, and they're not going to be weakened to the point where maybe they can't move forward. So I just want to make sure that, you know, that we are supporting and continuing to support our arts and culture so that when tourism comes back, so that when summer festivals come back, so that when people can come and go freely, that these groups are healthy and they aren't, you know, withered on the vine because they had a really tough couple of years. So that's what I'd like to put out there. Thank you.
And all I wanted to say was I really want to stress that we need to evaluate this part of the budget in a separate meeting or a separate discussion that looks at the whole picture. So John, it takes into your considerations and Janice's, as well as what Jesse's just raised there. And obviously, from my perspective, looking at it through the lens of Nelson Next as well.
So we have, like I said, we're meeting with the Arts and Culture Group on the 22nd. I wonder if we should meet with a couple other key focus groups to understand where they feel they are in recovery and you know, building back better focus. Like, where are they on that sort of spectrum? And because I think we need that, you know, need to understand where, you know, some of these key components of our community, and whether it's recreation, whether it's you know, the business community, whether it's you know, the arts community. So if people have thoughts of, you know, we used to meet with the chamber. They would go have a sector consultation with a sector of the business community, and then they would meet with council and sort of share what they heard from that sector. And I just think we need some intelligence out there. Otherwise, we're kind of making a bit of assumptions on where folks are at.
Yeah, it's a good point, and what's also difficult, and it's been It's been difficult for me, and I know for even for Chris to he's stepping in here very well, but to not have the robust discussion around the table that we usually do here, and this methodology, I don't find it the best for the discussions that we usually have. But again, talking about some of the groups, I think some of them have more of an inflationary ask. Some kind of asked for the moon a bit, and I kind of was a bit surprised on that. Some also kind of went with, we will live within our means kind of a conversation. So I don't know how council balances all of those out. That's always a hard conversation. I get a bit concerned when groups are wanting us to give them additional funding so that they can, put it on wages. Most of the time that we've dealt with on these groups has been to be able to support the building. We understand that there are buildings or what the plan is, what's the result for the work that they're doing. So just want, again, council to be reminded of that. And I get that, there can be this ask for the moon. And if you get a little less than that, then that's okay. Cause it's almost like the negotiating ploy that you see of, well, we'll ask for 10%. And if we get 3, we're happy, that's sort of a conversation. I don't know. But and if we are going to have this larger sector discussion, what I will say is that in looking through the numbers, because we did do that follow-up and council will remember, and it's a bit difficult with some of these groups because their year ends are not December 31st, and much like we say to you, hey, we've got projected actuals in here, and it's starting in February, because it will be a couple more months until we actually get audited. So what was the result? How are we on a financial footing? Won't be totally nailed down for, another good 6 to 7 weeks. But these groups too, I know were very successful, and we don't want to hurt them because they were successful, but I also recognize that they were able to get wage subsidy and to get these things to make sure that people continue to be employed and are getting that government funding. So, and again, those that were successful in getting the loans that were forgivable, and that had also increased. And so again, that's where I'm thinking that should be part of the conversation as well. And I respect, because certainly one of the EDs said it's not about even for 2020, it's about stockpiling, which I think many of them have been able and successful in doing it. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but stockpiling, understanding that they don't know what 2021 is, and they've been quite good at doing that. Doesn't mean that we don't try to continue to support them, but we also have to recognize that they have done a really good job on getting the funding that's available out there, whether it's federal and provincial.
Councillor Renwick?
Thank you. Well, I agree with with Jesse, and we want the health of the arts and heritage community to be strong. Let's not forget about the health of some of the businesses in our community that aren't knocking on our door asking for anything, yet they're still paying the tax bill. And I'm thinking of, probably the sector that got hit hardest is, the hospitality industry. So I think we have to be really careful what we do moving forward here. And let's not forget about those people that are actually footing part of the bill that would go towards keeping the arts and culture group buoyant.
Thanks, Cal. Jay?
And Cal, sorry, I just wanted to ask Cal a question about that. When I think about the business community in that respect, I tend to think about it in terms of taxes. Like, what they want probably more than anything is lower taxes and more predictability. But are you, Cal, suggesting when you think about the business community, like just turning around and sending money back to them?
No. I'm just saying, what I'm just saying is, they are, as commercial business and commercial pay a higher tax rate than residential, and most of these asks from, Touchstones and the Heritage Working Group and Capital, we support them because they're in our building, but there's no tax income there, right? Whereas, there's a lot of tax income from the Hume Hotel and the Adventure Hotel and Finley's and, all, on and on and on. And that's just the sector that got hit the hardest, because let's face it, there's some, through COVID, there's been some real winners out there too that have done very, very well. So I'm just cautioning, I guess, to let's be cognizant of the fact that there are some business people out there that are really struggling right now, and they're not just mom and pop business. These are good-sized businesses that are struggling to make ends meet. So it's just a cautionary thing, that's all.
And just as a question for clarification, I totally agree with you, Cal. And just the mechanism of supporting those businesses, we've struggled because you can't give money to businesses, like that we're not permitted to do that. But we could reduce their taxes or do a tax break, like a one-time tax break. How, Kevin, maybe this, or Colin, is a question for you. What are the mechanisms we have to support the business community that might be suffering and did supply a lot of the revenue that we're talking about?
Well, I think there's on the taxation side, unfortunately, it's a very blunt instrument. You can't I guess allocate that to a certain sector. You have a tax rate for most of our businesses fall in the same taxation class. So if the home hardware is knocking it out of the park and Finley's is struggling, you can't have a different tax rate for the two. I think some of the assessments might lower some of those businesses, but I don't think it would increase another business that was profitable. So we don't tax income. But some of the indirect things that that we've done is through economic development is working with the college that they actually, where the person doesn't have the time, staff, money to set up their web pages and online presence the way that they need to compete going forward. We've been able to provide that resource to them to to do that for them. So we've taken this indirect route of finding ways that we can improve them. We can create an environment in our downtown that's safe, clean, attracts people. We can make sure that we're sending a good message out there that we're a good, safe place to come to. And so it's really a lot of it's through that indirect support that we can do. And it's unfortunate that that the ones that are doing really well would get the same tax break as the ones that are struggling if you manage taxes, but that's unfortunately just the way it is.
So just so we can bring a bit of clarity to the conversation here, Colin, so when we get to, on that page, you get down to short-term funding increase request from staff and council to consider. So when you're talking about a potential tax increase, are you basing it on the numbers above that line or including the numbers below that line?
Again, as councillor, and if you've noted, I was just looking at it would be an overall package. I guess part of what I was saying is that if you're looking right now just in our current where we're at for our current budget, and again too, I think that we will be going through and looking at on a tightening up things. Also, we'll consider, like, do we need a 1.75 inflationary? Do we need a 1.5? And what kind of effect does that have? Also, for me, I just kind of in that notion of 90, and I'll get maybe a better number here because we have grown a bit, but we didn't have tax increases. But I usually use around a rule of thumb around 90,000 per 1% tax increase. So that's where I was like, if you're at 1.5, you're going to be closing in at 160. And then do we use 160 out of the surplus, and then that gets us balanced on that group. But was also trying to understand, well, no, what other things kind of in the current year, because when I look on the numbers below, my partial opinion here, except for maybe the Nelson Next, that as we've moved that out a couple of years, that should maybe move up into more of that short-term increase, that some of these would be decisions that I need council to kind of say, you know what, if the Nick or the Capitol Theater's asked, or the other groups, that would be something that we would be more willing to entertain on the one-time funding that we receive from the province to look at. That's sort of where I'm looking for some direction, whereas we have these groups that annually they come to us and talk to us. In most cases, they're looking for some inflationary, and councils have been like, okay, we'll give you a bit of a lift here, but then other years not. And there's some numbers there. Some of them are bigger than others. Some didn't ask for anything, but it tends to be one of those discussion pieces that I need to kind of understand on where does that go? Because one of the results of this decision is that it usually carries on year after year. Now, again, it's a fair question by Council Morrison. If we were NADP, give them a one-time lift because of COVID, maybe it could also go under that, one-time funding requests that we pool that we're looking at bringing forward to council. And it is a one-time, so maybe it isn't ongoing, but certainly the capital and the touchstones, as soon as you give those lifts, they tend to be ingrained and they carry on year after year after year. And at 22,000 for touchstones, I mean, like that's around a 10% increase over last year's, which is quite a bit.
Councillor Woodward, you had a question? Oh, sorry, Morrison, I beg your pardon. I'm not seeing some of you here, so Sarah's sort of relaying information.
I don't have any questions, sorry.
Okay. Oh, your little hand was up there, so anyway. Okay. Colin, the other thing that happens when we do these budgets on a lot of times is we tend to look at these as that's the number. So as an example, it's never a bad thing to have and I know it's always more work, but it's never a bad thing to have a sheet of paper that shows what are we currently giving to these groups? How are we supporting them, overall? Because 20,000 doesn't seem like a heck of a lot, but maybe 20,000 is on top of whatever.
It's a great point, Mayor, and I just did not get that. I was working late last night, and I got to the taxes for doing the RDCK numbers, and I ran out of time to do that. But yes, that was one of my plans, was to, again, we show council, who are these groups, the funding they've received over time. Yes, I think it's a valuable document, and we certainly can update that. And maybe I'll even try while Chris goes over some of the capital numbers.
Yeah,
I think just for, and also for context, because the touchstones in their new building was established the same time as NDCC. It was the sort of a combination of those projects. So the Rec Commission increase over those 10 years is 25%. And I think that's, I think we pretty well held touchstones to the same grant for most of the first at least 6-7 years. So, I think, that sort of policy decision that council needs to think about is where do you want to be with various sectors? I guess some get built into local government and they get these increases, and some are have their own boards and don't get increases, and so it's something to give some thought to, because we certainly have increased other sectors significantly over that same period, and whether they need it or not. Some of those costs are driven by ourselves, higher utilities, higher, et cetera. So, and I think that's kind of where they're going from. But again, you're going to hear from them on the 22nd. And
yeah, and I don't disagree. But when your utility bill's $10,000 or $15,000 and you have a 2% increase on it, that's not the same as asking for a 10% increase on a $225,000 grant.
Exactly. So could, without dominating this conversation too much, I need to get some idea here around what we're looking at. So if we had $274,000 as an example, which is the bottom line, when you go past that short-term funding request, if we had that $274,000, where else would we put it? If, as an example, in our operation overall, is there somebody in Hydro, Public Works, up, at the library? Is there somewhere that people are saying, hold on, I'm still short myself? Like that's really where I'm going here. Like, these are just requests. These are not part of what we do on a regular basis. These are addition to funding that many of these groups are currently getting.
And I would say that I'm comfortable that in the 2021 budget that we have, some of the cuts that we put in because of COVID in March, we've put those back into Public Works in the different areas. So there should be some comfort level that we can move forward. Again, it's a fair question that yes, this is over and above, and that's why on some of these one times I'd like to pull them out because there's different way of funding those. We talk about reserves being a place that helps you with a one-time fund because it's not an ongoing, and that's sometimes where the risk where you've got an ongoing one that it starts to grow. So that's just council, it's a fair, or mayor, it's a fair question. And again, remember, we're dealing with operating here. We've done a good job, I believe, on the utilities, and with hydro, they're already sort of in their own realm. Here, we're kind of basically focusing on our, operating and remembering that for police and fire, it's a pretty big part of the budget, but they are, in that 80 to 85, almost 90 in some places percent of their budget is wages. And then again, you've got the parks and the public works certainly have some components, whether it's for sand and for machinery and snow removal, but they also have a big component of wages in them as well.
Yeah, thank you.
John, if I may,
Okay, go ahead, Rick. Yeah, sorry.
Briefly, again, I want to ask when we're going to have the discussion about this, because if it's now, it would be good to know that. Because what I would say, if it was now, it's zero across the board, all of it's zero, until we can come back and reevaluate this in context. But so
we haven't. Yeah, you're not approving anything at this stage. So right now, it's anywhere from zero to whatever their full ask is.
Yeah, I think
like I said, we're meeting.
I think we're jumping the gun if we decide today we're going to have we need to have a further conversation, in my opinion, because it's unfortunate that we have to go into this kind of detail at times, but the bottom line is our taxpayers are facing an 8.5% increase from the regional district alone, and we haven't even looked at the school district taxes or hospital board taxes yet. And we're doing our due diligence here, and so we should. But we need to put all this stuff into context. And in my opinion, I think we need a little bit more backup information for that short-term funding increase requests. And there's some good ideas that have come from the floor, and some from Colin and Kevin, and Rick's concept of are we building out better? Are we looking forward in our decision making here? So this is $274,000. We're still in a COVID. When we were here last year at this particular point in time, we were not giving out additional money. So it's really important that we keep our eye on the ball here going forward, because we're not out of this mess yet. We do have that fund available to us and for one-time opportunities, and maybe that's where we need to be going. But I'm concerned about the future on our taxpayers as a whole and the costs that they're continuing to have to bear in our community. So that's really where I'm at this point in time. And
okay, so we do have that meeting on the 22nd with the arts group. So I assume then you want to hear back, you want to meet with CAST and Economic Development Partnership again?
I want to urge caution to not overwhelm that meeting with a huge cross section. Like, we could really dilute the whole thing if it gets
no, not at the same meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, and Kevin, I would say that we want a meeting separate from that. Like, we can use those meetings to talk with them and then meet as a council completely separate with them out of the room where we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
But I'm hearing you want some more information from them.
Well, Kevin, it'd be nice to be able to. It's nice to be able to sit down with somebody and not be talking to them about their $20,000 request in isolation. We need to be looking at, as an example, if we're supporting a particular organization, what is our current fund going into that? What does our current support look like? Because $20,000 in the face of it doesn't seem like very much, and really in the whole scheme of things, it's not. And it's possible to find that money. But, I think we're at a stage in our community where it's time that people started understanding, including all of us, that here's what we currently put into. As an example, I don't want to take this as flogging on the same horse all the time. What are we currently putting into the arts community today? Overall, what's our contribution? Because there is some people would suggest that we're not doing enough. Well, if we're not, we need to have that conversation. Or are we doing enough? And for me personally, it's important that we revisit those numbers and we look at what are we currently putting into Touchstones or into the Capitol, into the Civic Theatre, et cetera, et cetera? Who's managing those facilities for us, and what kind of input do we have into that? So,
Yeah.
looking at these numbers in isolation, I don't think gives us the full picture of of what we what we intend to do as a community going forward.
You're absolutely correct, Mayor. And like I said, every year I usually have that document. And Chris says you take care of the capital. He's going to try to get an update to that document that I provide on the large grant users and sort of the overall effect. And so hopefully we'll have that to you by the time we finish the meeting today, so we can.
Okay. So we got the arts community on the 22nd. We'll set up with economic development, the NIC, and I guess recreation as the third group.
Kevin,
is there any other groups that?
We do have the NAEDP coming as well on the 22nd. So,
yeah, it's a separate discussion. I think they're coming as part of the arts and culture piece, not the, the broader business community piece. So I think them and NIC. And we'll give some thought if there's, or let us know if there's anybody else you think from that sector. Obviously, the chamber is part of that, and Community Futures is part of that as part of NAEDP. I think the recreation sector, we can invite someone from the RDCK. Like I said, the Rec 5 budget is the largest expenditure you have, but there's also things like curling and other users out there. I know, Colin, I don't know where we ended up with Nelson Youth Soccer and their agreement on the small rink, but I know they had some discussion whether we would be charging them the same amount or they made a loss, and I don't know if we'd share in that loss. So I think that so we can bring to some key players on that recreation side of it. I think the Sports Council is back in operation, and we can talk to them. Keith, you threw out service clubs, and my knowledge is more of the Rotary Club because I happen to have someone that's involved in that, but I know they were saying they actually have more money right now because they're not doing as much as they used to do, and they're actually can be a net contributor to projects, but certainly having ability to support their projects with our share of that so they can be successful at these grants would be something that's important, because they are building these outdoor spaces, etc., that give us tremendous value.
So Kevin, I think that's great that we're having that conversation with various groups, but I'm not sure that it's going to be a one-day session is going to be what's necessary to make a difference here. And the reason I say that is because we've all talked through COVID, that this is actually a crossroads that we're all at. And, I'm concerned going forward that many of us are looking at getting back to normal. I'm not so sure there's going to be a normal, and there's an opportunity here for us to look at maybe new and better ways of doing a lot of stuff we're doing, not only within our own operations, but within groups that we currently support as well. And I have to say that, like, it's been touched on by Councillor Woodward and Councillor Lockenberg in these conversations, that if we don't seize some of these opportunities and have a full wholesome conversation, that I think going forward we're going to miss an opportunity here to maybe do things as the buzzwords now are build out better. And I really want to see us build out better out of this, and I'm not so sure that a one-off conversation with individual groups is going to get us there. I think this is a much bigger community conversation that we need to have. And the opportunity could pass us by, and if it does, we could potentially regret it.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair question to ask them. We're building the agenda for the arts group first, so we certainly can put that on the agenda.
There's an eager hand from Councillor Morrison.
Sorry, I don't see one. Councillor Morrison, I can't see it, but go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'm taking pause here to listen to this discussion, and we're having the arts community come to talk with us on Monday, not particularly due to us trying to make a decision about the current budget, operating budget. We're talking, they're coming so that we can have some, at least my understanding was, hopefully I'm not going to talk about the budget in detail with them on Monday, about where that sector is moving to and whether or not there's any overlap in terms of some of their capital projects that they have going on. I can tell you that and maybe it's just my lack of understanding of the area. I don't need to hear the NIC come back to tell me about their ongoing plans. I can see the work plan also of the NEADP. I don't need to be meeting with them. We've had their presentations. We've never in the past needed them to come back and redo their presentation in terms of discussing what we do in terms of funding their ongoing things. And so I kind of feel like I'm in a mixed metaphor here, because I didn't think I was meeting on Monday because of the operating budget and trying to make a budget for 2021 for the city. So maybe I've got what I'm coming to meetings for all wrong, but I don't need any more meetings to ask groups why, because nor do I need to expand to the recreation groups. Every recreation group could do with some money. It's unfortunate that always seems that there are groups that get left off the table here, that they're not on this operating budget that we're discussing now. I think we have to wait for recreation to have its next budget meeting. The RD is also going to be deciding about COVID relief funds and how they parse out the rest of them and what that looks like. And that'll be a discussion, in terms of recreation, that will be a discussion that all of the directors at the table will be voting on, not just the subsector recreation commissions. So I feel like we're getting the cart far in front of the horse here, with meetings on meetings on meetings. I would agree that with Councillor Lockenberg, surprisingly, that we need to have a discussion as ourselves, and we don't have enough time. I mean, already it's 2:30. We haven't touched on capital or the reserves yet today, which we kind of have to know about as we try to see where we might bring money in from other sources to pay for some of these requests. And so if we're going to talk about the requests, and it is the difficulty of this process, is that we're not just talking about those things that are underneath the budget, the one-offs and the continuing funding things, where we would usually have that spreadsheet and have a little chat for a couple of hours just about that section. I'm keen to have a talk with councillors about that section. I don't need them all to come back in and give me their pitch another time. And I don't think that we should be asking them to use their valuable time to be coming in to do the pitch a second time.
Yeah, so the meeting with the arts group was specifically around COVID and what the impact on their operations are, as including facilities. So it was not just to talk about their facilities or overlap of their facilities. That's not what the resolution of council was. It was to talk about what does COVID mean to both where you're at now, what that means for the future, and what impact that has on our facilities. So that's what that meeting is. And then what I heard from Councillor Lottenberg was, I'm not sure these other groups are actually meeting council's expectations, and I don't think they know what your expectations are. So if you're going to judge whether they should get COVID relief money on that, it's probably fair to understand what they are doing, and because we didn't ask them specifically on that. Are they? And you didn't specifically ask them to say what their role in Nelson Next was either. So if that's council's intent, then
if I could,
probably fair to actually ask them that before you look at whether you should fund them or not.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, have a second comment, if not a question, is again there, I hear the mix of whether or not they should get the COVID relief money. We didn't ask them that. We didn't ask them. I clearly heard Councillor Lockenberg with almost every one of those presentations last week, ask the proponents, and where do you see fitting into Nelson next. And they were like, well, we haven't read the whole document. And then it was, well, the document's still sort of in draft. I don't know, having them come back in a month, is Nelson next out of draft? You know, how do they fit in? I just, like, it's just, we're trying to squish a whole bunch of things into something that I'm not sure are relevant to the budgetary discussion right at this moment. And we need to decide, are we talking about the budget and the COVID, or are we talking about, if we thought that there was no COVID funding, we would normally look at this budget. We would then go and look at the reserves. And then we would say, well, we can take from the reserve and maybe move some money over here. And then we could do some of this funding and we could still end up with the zero budget. I think we should leave the COVID funding residual completely out of trying to figure out this budget. And it only comes in if absolutely necessary, because as a council, we decide there's something that absolutely needs to be funded, and we will go and take a bit of money out of that. We've got too many balls in the air, I believe, at this point.
Janice, I just wanted to say, as far as I understood, we were just having them come in to see where they were at. It was kind of like a fact-finding mission to say, where are you at? What are you thinking? How stable are you? How in danger are you? Like that kind of question.
Yeah, and you know, Jesse, I have no problem with this Monday meeting, but it now sounds like we're gonna have arts and culture come on Monday, and we're gonna arrange another one where we're gonna have the business sector come in, and then we're gonna have another one where we have the recreation commission, recreation come in. I think that is like, are we ever gonna make a decision about anything? I think it's too many meetings. I'm not adverse to the fact that I've taken time off on Monday to be able to attend this meeting, to listen to arts and culture. I'm not opposed to supporting arts and culture and hearing what their position is and where they feel they are at this time. It's the fact that I'm hearing, well, then we'll get this group together and talk with them, and then we'll get this group together and talk to them.
I just feel that data is kind of our friend, and this is an extraordinary time, and data is slim to how to kind of work through a pandemic and make future plans. So I'm a big proponent of having good data, and so that, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Janice. Too much information can be overwhelming, but at the same time, we're in these really strange times where we don't have an analog to really look back to and say, this decision-making process was made in this last pandemic. We don't have that, you know, really. So there are a lot of nonlinear effects that are happening to our town, and I'm just really curious to know where they are at and if we can help lessen the effects, basically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Page.
I just want to, thanks, Councillor Woodward and the Mayor. I want to agree with some of what Colin has said and some of what Councillor Morrison said, and much discussion around the rest of the table. I think picking out a lot of this and saying this is really COVID related money, these one-offs, let's really deal with it in the context of a conversation of all of the COVID restart monies, so that we can look at them together amongst all those other requests, will help our budgetary conversation, as Councillor Morrison is, I think, really experiencing pointing out to us. It would make a lot more sense. But to Councillor Woodward, your point about information, and I do not want to have so many balls in the air we can't figure out which one we're catching next, is to have a lot of trust in the thoughtful processes we're going in and establishing the mandates with these organizations that we've empowered institutionally throughout our governance structures to take care of things, right? Like, we don't need to necessarily all have a conversation about all the rec stuff if we've got 5 of us, rural and urban, who have been having conversations about rec for the better part of 2 years, right? Like, if we can concentrate those discussions where those conversations have been happening, I think that's helpful. If we can do the same thing with the chamber and the NAADP, of really like letting them do the filter work for us to say, you know, what are the key priorities? What are the things you really need? Like, the NAADP is bringing forward the economic impact study from the arts and culture that's been floating around for a while, because they've done that filtering work for us as practitioners in that field to say, you know, this is an area, this is something we can chew off, this will have a big impact. So us re-examining those decisions at new opportunities without all of that legwork that's gone into that, I think can end up taking us in lots of very different directions. And sometimes that's good, and sometimes it just creates a very disjointed implementation strategy. So I think wherever these conversations are having, it's like, which of our institutional groups has been leading that conversation before, and how, if we think we need more information, how can we get a better pipeline going between us and that group, not necessarily that the group that group serves. Because I think that's what leads it behind. That's what allows us to do multiple things at once as a community, because we're not trying to manage the day-to-day operations or the individual operational responses to a disaster, because those groups are working together with their peers to solve the problem as well. And whatever is of a broad interest to them will float to the top and through into us, as long as our pipeline with them is good. So yeah, let's not try and recreate the wheel. Let's just try to be more involved in our other institutional partners and deepen those connections.
If I may respond to that, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead. And then we'll have to
Keith,
try.
I agree that I agree in broad strokes with what you said there, Keith, but I also want to stress that that pipeline has to be two ways. And the broadest direction comes from this table. And it's clear to me that we have not communicated, or we are in the process of communicating what that direction is. And what I got, and my evidence for the fact that pipeline is not two ways currently, is that nobody in the presentations before us referenced Nelson Next, or even the fact that it existed, even though it's been 2 years in the making, and that how much of a strategic document that is. So if we're going to give them money, we're giving them money to accomplish something in a broad goal for the Nelson taxpayers. But they don't know at this point what that goal is. So we're not going to get back from them their best work if they don't know what they're, or why they're delivering to us what we're asking them.
Okay, so
one of the things, Mr. Mayor, just on that, one of the things that the arts and culture sector have raised, and you'll hear, I think on the 22nd, is entering into service agreements that are clear on what the expectation is. And maybe that's what we need to be looking at in these various groups, is actually having clear expectations in a service agreement that where council gets a chance to say, here's what our expectations are. And that might be, because I can tell you, on just being in that call on Nelson, or what's it called? Next Lab or Nest Lab?
Nest Lab, Bird Nest.
Yeah, I don't think the Economic Development Partnership, NIC, or any of them were invited to the table. They weren't even part of that. And I'm going, well, these are clearly your tools to make some of this happen, and they're not even at the table. Selkirk, I don't think, was there. The key institutions in our community weren't part of that process.
yeah, so
Not the first round, but like it's meant to be a ground up thing at the beginning, but not the first round. But certainly phase 2 is meant to be engaging a lot of those partners.
thanks, Keith. Thanks, Kevin. Okay, it's just trying to capture a little bit of the conversation here. I'm hearing that that it sounds to me like we got a little bit too far ahead of ourselves here, because some of these requests may fit into that startup money, and I don't believe they're life and death at this particular point in time. So I think we do have time to have some of those conversations. But as Janice said, we had the presentations given to us at the committee of the whole meeting. One of the concerns that I have on the page is that it shows, as an example, NEDP, an organization which I think does great work. However, it's showing $20,000 year after year going out on the line items there, as does Touchstones and a couple of others on the list. So what I'm thinking is what's below that line there from potential short-term funding increase and request for council, that's something we need to manage on its own going forward, I think. And we do have time to satisfy those groups one way or the other by sort of shifting it off the budget discussion at this point in time and deal with what's above the line here rather than what's below it. Because I think it's clouding our whole issue around what we're here for in the first place. So, Colin, I'd really appreciate it if we're able to supply council with, prior to this meeting with the arts and culture community or the other groups that are coming in, some real data, as Jesse said, that shows our current support for those groups and how that has actually increased over the years. And we also have coming up very shortly the Columbia Basin Trust community grants as well, which are available to some of those groups also to apply for. And it'd be really good to know how they leveraged or accessed some of the funds that came from the feds through this COVID situation that we're in as well. So a lot of that needs to be on the table also. And
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, it's
help,
being
yeah.
worked on right now.
Yeah.
It's being worked on right now to give you that document that will show sort of the history of those large grant users. And that's what I was also saying. And I appreciate, it's tough, all the meetings that we have and trying to structure that around your different jobs that you have and your businesses. So I appreciate that that's not always easy. But it is sort of, again, we had that meeting back in, like I said, I think it was sort of Aprilish where we had asked the community on kind of where things were at and what they needed. And maybe that's the same sort of document grouping I need to have, and maybe I need to attach it almost like at a COW meeting to kind of discuss what we found out from the group as far as, what is all the funding that they accessed from the feds. Because I mean, back then we knew at that time people were going to try to get, a wage subsidy, and we knew that some people were going to try to get the loan, but, and I think most of them were successful, but maybe we need a bit of an update on that.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I think
They got
the only one that I think might have some urgency, and Colin, is there any funding for NIC above the line, or is it all in this one time? Because they are operating, and if there's no funding from the city, I don't think they can survive the year. I'm not sure if they have a March year end or it's likely they have a March year end, but we can clarify that. But, we built this facility and it's probably not operational, and they pay the rent to the chamber. So that's who the impact would be on, is potentially the chamber and all that. So that's the only one that we need to make a decision. If they have to lay off staff, then they need to know that as soon as possible.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I can reach out to the NIC on where that, but no, there's no additional funding. They kind of had an ask. It's kind of grown each year. So I think went from like 20 to 50, and then now they were 60 as a minimum, but no CAO. I did not. I don't know where they're sitting as far as what's remaining or how long they can go on without knowing.
Yeah, I think certainly the understanding was they needed seed money from the city there, and then they go into COVID. There's no way they're anywhere close to economically viable, and I think they've basically made memberships to the business community free at this time to support them. So I think they've cut off that line of funding as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they applied for that the Fed Forgivable grant. Maybe we should find out.
Yeah, there's some funding come out today actually from the province that they may be able to. But Colin, you will check with Sean.
I can, yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much.
And again, I know we want to maybe take a break here, but just and again, I apologize because I know we're not in the best settings for some of these things, but I did at least hear from Councillor Morrison on, an inflationary tax increase is not something that she's, she understands that may be something we need to consider. I just didn't hear from the rest of the group, and maybe it's too early, but I just didn't. I would like to kind of know if it kind of helps me understand on if we've got a bit of help coming from taxation that also makes the trying to round this, to shape this, to balance it a bit easier. And now they're just trying to make my job easy, but it just would be better for me to know.
I'd prefer to see nothing.
Okay.
Zero.
I think on a pull, if we can, Colin, if we can stay stable financially and be, we shouldn't be sacrificing the health of our city services, but I think a lot of people are pretty tender these days. So if we can not raise taxes, but I don't think that it's a good idea that we're doing that at the detriment of the city itself. But if it's possible, it would be positive, I think, for our community.
Colin,
We
if we're
can't
financially,
fund our operations with, we can't cut 300,000 out of our budget and have the same operations would be at or below last year's operations. So if we could bring in, reserves as we did last year, what that means though is you're looking at, double the increase next year because we have to make up for the 300,000 shortfall this year, plus the 240,000 shortfall the year after. So I think your choices are, like, if you want to cut back on services, then we can cut 300,000 out of the budget. If you want to delay any impact and put it on in future years, you just need to understand that's really all you're doing. Certainly we can bring, we probably create, some reductions here, but we stressed the organization last year in terms of, not replacing positions. We have people this has not been easy for any staff.
Yeah.
We've had to keep this city running and doing everything we do in addition to, trying to do this in a COVID situation.
So what about,
it's a tough slog to do that. And
what about splitting the difference and having a 1%?
Well, I think Councillor Woodward, no offense, but we're not in a bidding war here or bargaining. The reality is that it'd be foolish for us to think that we couldn't be meeting the inflation, at least the inflation rate, because what we're basically doing here is we're basically deferring this impact onto future years. So we can't kid ourselves. We have to keep up somehow. And Kevin hit the nail on the head about the workload that people are experiencing and the challenge they're facing. So we have to at least meet the inflation rate. We know that there's, as Councillor Morrison said earlier in our conversations, that there's potentially some increases for wages going forward, and those are being driven by inflationary pressures on families and price of food, etc. Out in our community. So we have to keep up. We can't slide backwards. And Council's done a really good job over the last number of years of putting our community in a very strong position to be able to work through these situations with minimal tax increases. And it's unfortunate that our neighbours wouldn't take a page out of our book and take a look at their 8.5% tax increase to us coming from the regional district. So I think it's really important that we meet the inflationary rate at the very least going forward. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Morrison, you might not be able to see her. She's patiently waiting.
Yeah, I don't see her. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I just gotta guess I've got to get to be bigger and better somehow.
I have to have a verbal clap.
You kind of stole what I wanted to say. Is I think that I think we do need this year to have an increase, and the lesson that's learned, and I'll bring the document in one time so everybody can see it if we ever get to meet again, or I'll find it and I'll email it to everybody. But we don't want to get behind. Nobody wants to increase tax. If I thought we could get away with 0, I'd be asking for 0. But I think that the 2% is reasonable, even though, and we shouldn't be compromising city services to, just because nobody else is, because the RD is just charging ahead, with quite a substantive increase. But the lesson learned for me was one day, Stuart Horn, the CAO of the regional district, put up a chart that showed the increases or lack thereof in central waste, which is one of our biggest things that we pay for in the regional district. And there was, in the last 10 years, there was, it was a document he used last year, there was 5 or 6 years in that time where the people of the day, and John, you would have been there, went for no increase in central waste in their budget. And had they had a 2% increase in all those years, just a 2% increase in those years, we could actually be having a 2% versus a 30% increase in the budget this year. This lack of paying a small increase to make sure that you're keeping up with the times comes back to bite you. Now, none of us might be around the table, but I don't want to inflict that kind of error going forward on, because I'm probably still going to be living here. I might not be making the decisions, but that was an astounding document to look at to see what the effect of that was. Had it been 2% every year, we would not be paying 30% this year.
You can pay me now or you can pay me later, and later always costs you more.
Yeah, and
John,
that's where my vote
Yeah.
would be too. That inflationary 2% is appropriate. That not using using reserves as much as possible, last resort for funding operations at any time. And we do not need to set ourselves up for failure when we set the expectation that it's going to hold for years on end, and then you've got to make a jump because you've been depleting your resources underneath. So I think people have received quite a lot of, there's been a lot of funding coming from the province and the feds. There is money out there in households. 2% is what we need, and everyone's workforces are under stress. So let's at least keep it in the options for sure, if that's how.
I just want to say my
our
only
philosophy is.
concern, Keith, is that 2021 is shaping up to be a lot like 2020, which was a very challenging year for a lot of people and a lot of different organizations. I just want to keep that in mind. It's not a lot has changed this year, or will
And
change.
I hear you. You can't save your way out of a hole. You have to fill it in. Like if you have a business that's failing, you have to find new income. You have to get better returns on it. You can't just squeeze the wallet till it's all as tight as it can be, and then expect to have any wiggle room. So we want to we don't want to waste money. We don't want to misspend money. That's of course not the thing. But you can't just save your way out of a hole like this. You've got to take action. You've got to work. You've got to take up programming. You've got to do adjustments and alternate delivery. You've got to try new things. You've got to spend money to do that, to find those new income streams and that new value return.
The challenges we're talking about, and we're dealing with a local government here. It's not like a business that's failing that we need to reinvest in and go seek some external capital to invest in this local government. What we're talking about is putting additional burden on taxpayers who are unevenly bearing the cost of this past year of an economic crisis. Sure, wage earnings growth, weekly earnings have increased over the last year, but that has been totally unequally felt and experienced. And so what that means is certain professions, particularly public administration, has a great year. If you're in government, if you're employed by government, you're employed in the health sector, you're employed in these sort of stable union supported industries, you're doing okay. But that's not all of Nelson. We've got some people that are very much on the line. And so a tax increase right now at this point will put them over. We're going to be fine as Nelson. If we do 1 or 2 years more with no tax increase, we will be fine. But that's not going to be the same for a lot of taxpayers in the city. And I think, yes, we want to invest in this and maintain our reserves. We want to make sure that we are fiscally stable. And we don't also want to create the impression that a tax increase is the status quo. But I don't think anyone's going to mistake this past year for the status quo. They know that we have to do something special. And so what I worry about is sometimes when we're picking and choosing winners by either having this economic development fund set aside for recovery, we're again going to sort of default to certain businesses that are doing okay. Some will pick up some that are struggling, but some that are okay. But we're missing a whole bunch of taxpayers out there who are just barely holding on to their phones. And I've talked to some of them. So I just want to stress that we're not setting, if we go low, like 0, we're not saying to them that this is the norm. We're saying that we're going to do our part to help those hidden people out there make it through. So
Thank you. Okay, onward and upward. We're going to take a 10-minute recess here. If that's okay with everybody. Sarah?
Can I ask just one question before we leave, just on that topic? What restraints do people have on the deferral part? Because there's that whole other mechanism inside if you're struggling with your property taxes to defer them. Is that only available to people over a certain age?
Councillor Page, so again, if you're senior, which for the government is 55 and over, which seems a bit low, there's that, and I think they get maybe more a preferential interest rate on it. If you do have a family, then you also can use that as a tool. Again, there's some parameters. You have to have a certain amount of equity. I was fascinated, Councillor Page, that there wasn't a huge kind of rush for people to do that in 2020. We did not, and again, maybe 2021 they said will be different. There's no, we don't have CERB, like that might have helped people out in paying for certain things in families. So, but that as a mechanism, yes, as a family, and you have equity in your home of a certain level, yes, you can defer your taxes. And again, as a senior over 55, you also are able to, and have equity, you can also able to defer your taxes.
Okay.
And that's that straight, that's not compoundable interest either when you do that. So you pay I think this year it's 0.45% is your carrying charge, but it's not compounded over time. So if you want to defer your taxes for forever, you're probably good.
So obviously my point would be run things, invest things, keep things strong, and look for those places to lift those groups up, because you have a little bit of wiggle room and you have some ability, and target where you need to, versus, and that there are programs, at least some programs available to take that burden off of this year. As we think about something more than maybe zero.
Thank you.
And I think the province is
coffee time, Kevin. We got to have a break here, so thanks very much.
Okay.
And you can finish that when we come back.
Yeah, I think the province has got still pretty tight rent control increases on as well, right?
Yeah. Okay, Colin, are you still there, my friend?
Just having some technical difficulty here.
Colin, I wasn't sure we were going to put up that history of funding. Was that the one you were going to put up?
I just thought, I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there.
But were we actually going to deal with that today, or was that just for information?
No, it was just going to be for information. I just wanted to, first of all, what I printed off for the group that's here, I will PDF this out, plus the other two documents that I'll put a PDF together. Again, I apologize for the, on some of these you want them in your hand, and they should have them in your hand, and I need to find a way, and maybe I'll just, if it works for counselors that aren't here, that I will print off copy and put it in your mailbox so that you've got it for Monday. I don't know if that works. I mean, you'll be able to come in and get it. I do apologize. Anyway, I just wanted to a quick snapshot here. You had asked some good questions. Usually I have this done in time. I did not this year, but Chris was gracious enough to do that for us. Anyway, it just kind of gives you, for me, I'm not as worried about the individual sort of piece, but it does talk about some of the history here, so you can look over that. More of it for me is just when you get down to the kind of bottom line on where that funding is going. We're up to $772,000 on ask, which again, that's quite a bit. I think that it shows that we support not only our different sectors, business through the the business center helps with the chamber. I mean, but it helps our community, right? So they work for us on that. I think you guys can see the rest as far as the usual groups that we have. Part of it as well, I think, is it speaks to, and you might say, well, wait a second, Colin, some of these are financial, and they are, but it does speak to when people talk to us, there is, and even for touchdowns, what I'm noticing in here in capital funding that we actually should put in this right now is I think 550,000 that we're doing to repoint touchstones, right? So again, here it kind of shows here's where your grant funding is, but we tend to cover other expenses that we do. And there's also a significant progressive tax exemption grant that we also provide them. Just again, I know it's ongoing, but it is a cost that comes that if that was a private business or for-profit business, or even I guess, that there will be a taxation component to these buildings. Now, again, I know that they work hard, take care of them, they do good business out of them, but it is, I think, as you would say, that full cost on, what are we providing to the group. So anyway, I will email this out to the group, but just wanted to give you a snapshot.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Colin. I think that's really, it's important for me anyway to see this. It puts everything into context.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
And
Colin.
I would ask if we could have an Excel format. Just some of us like to work with files a little bit more, leave our own comments.
And I want it on a piece of paper that I can print out that doesn't have all those lines on it.
Okay, I will do my best.
All right, guys. Somebody's got to do all this stuff, so.
Yeah, Colin's looking for a finance analyst.
Yeah. Thanks, Colin. Good job. Or Chris.
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Onward and upward. What page next, Colin? Because we're at we're now at 3:19 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And Cal is already fallen asleep, and Sarah's getting a little older too. She's nodding off at any
And John,
time.
I have to go and prepare dinner at 4 for my family.
There you go.
It's
100-mile
it's my
diet,
wife's
I hope.
birthday.
100-mile
What's
diet.
that? No, yeah, actually, it is kind of.
Yeah, there you go.
Happy birthday to Kat.
Yeah, it's Kat's birthday, so I want to make
Fantastic.
a nice dinner for her. So.
Good job.
Happy birthday to Kat.
Yeah. Do you want the pizza number? I can help you with
Right
that.
thing. Tours.
No, it's gonna be nicer than that.
A little side hustle out of the basement.
I think the closest pizza is in.
Good job,
Edmonton.
Jesse. There's some things you just have to do, my
That
friend.
only Rick would know that, right?
Yes, it's true.
I know where all pizza joints are.
Okay, I'll try to. I just wanted to give a couple of updates on. We're not going to spend a lot of time on the general capital. More important part, I think, was speaking about reserves. So if I move too fast, I hope that you will let me know. But I'm expecting you guys to. Again, I can't see you either, but raise your hand, speak in your microphone.
Can you make it as bigger,
Okay.
Colin? Is that it? I got it in writing here, but somebody else may not. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that I hope that I'm successful there.
Yeah.
That's a bit bigger.
So we're on the first page where it starts off with infrastructure fiber project.
Well, it is. I'm going to. Nothing had changed here from the last time we had met.
Okay.
So
what
I'm
am
going to move. Okay.
Where are we going?
So where I'm going to go is just to the yellow. So a couple of things that we just wanted to do. The last time when we were putting this all together, we hadn't kind of put out. We have 4.5. Then you see 9 million, 5.7 million, 4 million. That's under line 304, special projects in the building and facilities. Now we know that these are here because they were the library, the new library building. They are the work at the civic building as well. So part of it for me was wanting to include for council that where we would see some of these net of the grant would be some borrowing. So again, if we're successful in some of these projects, I think that it would be worthwhile to borrow. Will we be able to use some reserves? Maybe, but for right now, this is where I'm comfortable of putting in these particular figures. I just want council to be aware of that. The other part is in under line 312, contribution from Aries. Now that's 310 War Street. Now we have been successful. Now we have a couple of major upgrades that need to be are into the future for this building. One is windows, and the other is the elevator. And we have been successful in the past on working with our provincial partners here that rent from us that they help us with some of these capital on an amortization basis. And so I wanted to put these numbers in. We have been successful in the past with them. And so I did that just because that's something I think we would definitely be working with them on.
Thank you.
Okay. When we left off last time, we did not discuss a few departments. One was the police department. And I wanted to note some of the capital items that they have, not some big requests, but again, just wanting council to be aware. We have some tasers that we are wanting to deal with. Chief Burkhardt has been excellent. You'll notice here that we had a budget at 25,000. He only needed about 11, and he was able to get his gun and his gun sights. He's got some really good relationships with some of the other chiefs, and they tend to, I think again, the language here is not the best for me, but they were moving from one guns to, from this to Glocks, or from Glocks to something else. And they had a number of these guns with sights, and he was able to connect with them and outfit his whole team. So pretty fantastic. Again, the cells in the CTV cameras, this is something that's being carried forward into 2021. When I go down to the fire department, the biggest thing there is the kind of mostly a leftover from 2020. We weren't able to get the hydraulic trams in time, even though we ordered them. They did not show up. That we received in 2021. They're a bit higher than what we had budgeted, but he was also lower on the radio communications. They were able to solve that. So anyway, I think between the two, we're basically able to get the equipment that they want, and Chief's feeling really comfortable that we've done a really good job over the last number of years, and it has been expensive. Whether it's SCBA equipment or the new radio system, as everyone would know, but we seem to be in a really healthy, positive space for the fire department. One piece here, and it's under, I think someone didn't spell maybe ergonomic. I don't think that's right. So it's supposed to be ergonomic dispatch station renovation. So for those of you that have been at the police station, I'm not saying anything that I know anything that anyone else doesn't, but the dispatch station, they have about 6 screens that they have to be looking at, and part of it is revamping that space. Now, part of the work that they do is 911 calls, and so we do have a 911 fund that has about $80,000 in it, and we were going to take from that fund to be able to do this renovation, which will give them a stand-up desk because they're there for 12-hour shifts. So again, don't know if council has any comments or concerns, but it seems reasonable from a health and safety, and as well, the fund is supposed to be for 911, and that's the kind of work that they do. Okay, and then the last one here was the library. And so again, very interesting technology. First of all, the Technology Hub project, you'll see it's basically didn't get quite finished in 2020. Now, a lot of the capital work did, but the other work that relates to setting up programming and some of the finalized pieces for the Tech Hub will all be, the plan is that it'll be completed in 2021. Again, remembering that the CBT provided the grant for the majority of this. We also did get some grant from our partners and friends of library, and the RDCK also assisted with this. But the other ask that they're looking for is a radio frequency identifier. So I guess instead of having to scan all of the books, if you have a stack there, this radio reader will actually look at all of them as they are in a pile, I guess, and automatically check them in. So again, it's taking away some touching of the books, handling of the books, and that sort of thing. So a bit of an expensive piece, but we think it has good value for helping out more effective use of the employees. So those were some of those other ones that we hadn't touched on. So I wanted council to be aware of those, and I will stop for a moment and take a sip of water and see if anyone has any questions.
Any hands up? I can't see everybody. I can see 3 of you, Councilor Luxembourg and Morrison. Hearing none. Okay, carry on.
Councillor Morrison has her hand up. I'll be the virtual chair. Go ahead, Councillor Morrison.
What does the LIP stand for?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, so Councillor, you're too far ahead. I'll get there.
I would make a comment that we just got an email around from Tracy just saying that the digitization stations were soft launching today, which allows people to come in and rip their vinyl or their old 8mm film or their cassettes or whatever else into a digital station. So that is starting, and I think the community is going to get a lot of good value out of having a place in town that's well maintained by our public sector to be creative and mix that old content with the new.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So again, Councillor Morrison, you're too ahead of me. So I'll get down to that section that's now on the screen. So a couple of things is that we increased the budget on street improvements. and it was for a couple of things. There was also a request on the Kootenai River Canal upgrades that there was a bit more work or an inspection, and they wanted to plan into 2022 with work to be done in 2023. So we put those in. We do have a bridge reserve that we do put money in each year, so that has some funds that will help support this work on our Kootenai River and canal bridges. The 1.190 was relating to a couple of things. One is that we plan to do the work for on Lake Street to put in the meters and the sidewalk. And you'll notice that we're using $40,000 from the land sale reserve because we are selling the land in between where the sidewalk will go and the buildings to certain groups who have accepted to do that. And we're using that funding to do the work to create the sidewalk and create the metered spaces. The LIP is local improvement tax. So we have a couple of groups. We wanted to put some funding in to be able to do Cherry, and I can't off the top of me remember the name of the other one, but I'm sure someone will have it on the tip of their tongue. So we've got money available to be able to do that work and pave it. And we are saying, based on our usual formula, our understanding would be is that approximately half of that would be covered by those that benefit from it. We would put that in as a tax, and it would pay off over, I don't think it's 10 years. And so it gives the paving would get done. We would pay for a portion of it. The benefitors of the properties around there would pay a portion of that on their taxes over time. Is that understandable? I think we've discussed it a bit. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna virtual chair. Unless I hear anything from you, I'm moving on. So.
Moving on.
Okay. We've talked about the rest of these. Yeah, the only thing here was we were trying to be in touch with gas tax, the funders, because we noted that the water license reserve has pressure on it, and we were trying to figure out how could we find a different way of funding that. And we are looking at maybe using the capital projects reserve. Right now, we've got a call into Community Works Fund. Because replacing fuel tanks it looks like it has a criteria, fits a criteria to use that funds, but we weren't sure if it was like you can do that only if you create like a park or whatever. If we're going to take up the old tanks but then put above ground tanks on there, we're not sure. So in the meantime, what we do know is that you're allowed to do paving with it. So we increase the Community Works Fund to the paving component, and then whatever savings we had from that, we were going to use a capital projects reserve to be able to fund the replacement of the fuel tanks, which again will take some pressure off of the water license reserve. No changes on vehicles. In parks, the only two things here I wanted to discuss with council, and again reminding that we would hopefully find out, where we haven't heard today, I haven't seen an email yet, but there definitely would be a hope that in the next couple of weeks we get some indication from the government on how successful we have been on some of the grants we've written. One of them we believe is the SERP, which is part of the City Wharf. But before we get there, under line 873, you'll see $50,000. And this is for parks, washroom, auto lock, and unlock system. We talked about this on our December meeting. I know that was a while ago, but this is something I think is key to having more efficiency with the overall use of our park staff, and having go around and unlock these washrooms. We know that COSA has been successful with these systems, and so we want to implement them in our washrooms across our community. Now,
Colin, I have a question about that one.
Okay.
That is it? It's like an automated remote lock unlock system.
That is my understanding. Correct.
What impact would it have on some of the issues we've had down at Lakeside with those washrooms? Two perspectives. The first is, will it help do anything about that situation if it works? And is it a risk to getting it damaged? If somebody wants to get in there, is it going to be an expensive piece of equipment to replace if people just bust it?
Well, that's a fair question. Now, again, I think with the 50 here, we were looking to do all the washrooms. So, I mean, you think everywhere from the skate park, the lakeside, all the bathrooms that are there, you've got them up at Lions Park, you've got them at the Davies Park,
Street, yeah.
so Davies Street. So yes, there's certainly a risk. I don't want to ever say that the $2,000 to $4,000 is not an expense that we would be concerned about if people are damaging them. But that, I think, as a package, we're hoping that would do that many bathrooms, Councillor Lottenberg. So, but yes, the thought process here is that we would have them cleaned at night, and with the auto lock, then we know that no one's in there, it's locked, and then automatically in the morning it would open at whatever time that we set it for.
Right.
And hope is, yes, I guess I can appreciate that if someone wants to get it there in 3 in the morning, it would not be open. Could someone kick in the door? Absolutely. But if they can do that now, if they really need to, though, but maybe some of them are wise enough to use some sort of mechanism because it's not automated to maybe not damage it as one may need to do if you've got this auto lock on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And just to follow up on that, is there any, given that we're spending $2,000 to $4,000 per unit, is there any sort of like Ring, the camera doorbells or anything? Is there any interest, or have you guys looked at the possibility of doing some monitoring on some of those trouble spots?
Definitely, that's been part of the conversation, and
Okay.
we know that it's been successful in Castlegar, and we also want to follow up with them on what they've done. And is it an alarm that if someone does do that, that's maybe what happens if someone does damage? Well, again, I don't know what happens exactly if you damage it, but yes, the idea being that if you try to break in there, or if somebody is trying to do something, that there would be, if maybe you stayed in there and it auto locked, and then you opened it at that time, that there would be an alarm if you kept it open, or that sort of thing, in case someone's trying to be tricky. Yeah, I don't know all the ramifications of it, but yes, Councillor Page.
On the camera side, do we have other examples where we've been popping up cameras? Because I think that is an issue we have to really fully think about what our policies are, especially in a public space like that.
Yeah, at this point in time, there was no thought of cameras. Not that that's not something we haven't considered. We have. I know that corporate officer Winton is looking at, and we discussed this earlier with IT conversation, on what policies do we need to have in place to do that. And I would suggest to you that certain parks wouldn't need that, but maybe if we are having someone smash these things, that I have to come to council, and that would be sort of where a corporate officer would say, yeah, okay, I'm seeing that you've had 2 of these broken. Let's get a camera up there. I mean, unfortunate that we have to do that, but I would say we will also canvass, I think, the park staff that deal with this on a regular basis, if whether or not they're like, here's the one that you should have a camera around of these, or here's where we're having the problems. That might be something we would consider. We would bring that to the corporate officer. She would look at policies, see what we need to do, and we would move forward from what her direction, I guess, would be.
Thank you.
Okay, so you'll see under the city pier, these numbers did not change, the 1.6 and the 1, but in discussions, it's hard, and we know CBTs are partners, and they're very, very helpful, and we're so grateful for the organization. When we had that kind of significant report with different options, the one challenge was trying to fit in the pieces, because we want to do the upgrade. We know that the piles are going to be more expensive than we thought. It certainly said in our grant application that we were going to, from CBT, that we would do canopies, but if we don't do a canopy, would they be willing to work with us? And we don't have an answer for you, so I've kind of left it right now at the 2.6, but certainly believing that I think it's about 300 some odd thousand for the canopy to come off. So if we were able to get approval from CBT that, hey, we're doing this, we've run into some additional costs, i.e. having to put in steel piles because the other ones, we thought would be able to handle the load, will not. I think that we have a good chance of being able to get them to say, okay, you're still building the pier, redoing the pier, maybe the canopy is not there. So if we do that, we believe that under line 910, you can see that right now we currently have the water license reserve funding whatever is would be outstanding from whatever grants that we have. And if we are able to have that change slightly, that'll have a positive effect on the water license reserve, and we think that we can be successful. I just wanted to point it out that as of today, that the funding that would be the city's responsibility currently would be under coming under the water license reserve. The CAO did mention earlier today that we do have potentially a bit of room. It wouldn't be a lot in the downtown waterfront reserve to also help, but for right now, you can see that the Water License Reserve is holding the larger portion of the cost of this. Again, this is the one under the city pier that we should have some direction by the end of the month on whether or not we were successful with the grants. Okay, that was all I was going to talk about with capital, and I'm just now going to move on to the reserves.
Well,
With permission
Colin,
of council.
could I stop you in
Yeah.
your tracks there for a second?
You can.
Could you explain to me the borrowing remaining for the transit exchange?
Yes. So what the province has said to us is the transit exchange would be funded 80% between the provincial and federal government. The remaining 20%, they said, we can put that on the AOA, which is our annual operating agreement with them. And I think over whatever it's a 10 or 15 year period, they would just, that portion, they would pay for the whole thing, and then they would collect back that 380 over time. So I kind of put it in as a borrowing. Yes, we'll be paying that over time, but I just wanted to be, council to be aware that that's how we would get that work done. The other part that I'm certainly leaning here is that that I believe that this portion, which is not a lot of money, benefits all parties. So yes, it's a City of Nelson exchange, but we've got buses coming all the way in from Nakusp Trail or Balfour, Caslow, etc. So I would hope that we would also have our partners be able to pick up a portion of this. Now again, it's not certainly a large amount, but if say hypothetically they could cover half of it, then you're looking at that over 10 years would be like $16,000 each, kind of in my mind anyway, that could in that range to be able to cover the cost for 10 years. So got some work to do, but that's why that's there.
Thank you. That's good. You had me a little worried there when I seen that number sitting on that.
Okay.
Where it was sitting. So thank you. Good.
Yes. All right. Okay. I'm going to get out of this one. Okay. Let's get this so the people
Colin,
can see it better.
I think before you start, I think you're going to Water License Reserve, are you?
I am.
Yeah, so you might want to, for the interest of the public, just explain what is the Water License Reserve?
Okay, so there was a time when the BC Hydro Canal there was diverting some water, and the city was successful in saying that they had lost a portion of their water license. And from that, the province agreed, and they said, okay, you're able to now claim back that funding. And that's why you'll see under line 7, under hydro, what the cost is of the loss of the cubic feet of water that we aren't able to generate from, and we get that funding. So that funding is passed on to the city here, and it's the water license tends to be a place where council's also got an ongoing amount of 200,000. So each year we've got upwards of 8 to almost 900,000 a year going into this reserve, but it's sort of a catch-all because there are certain places like IT or fire or police that don't really have a revenue generating area to use towards getting funding for capital. So this tends to be a place that gathers the asks for many of our areas. Other departments that don't have a funding source, for example, a water and sewer reserve, certainly have lots of have the ability under their fund fees to be able to collect both for operating and for capital. So that's what this one is. So again, you would see opening balance there, and the ongoing ask. I know this may be hard on the scrolling, but not quite there. And so the water license reserve, you can see the requests that we have. Part of the information that's important for me anyway is to kind of look at what's happening along the balances here. So what's happening to this water license reserve? You'll notice that we've got IT is in here, and you'll see again, like we talked about, whether it's the library, police, and fire. You'll notice down at the bottom here, some of the public works components can be there, and then parks is also another one. And there's that number there, the $1.3 million under parks in 2022 at this point in time. That will put some pressure on the reserve. Right now, it gets it down to 200,000. It then does start to grow, and you'll notice that we don't have a lot of asks out in these years, but inevitably each year, although we've been done really well on supporting these groups, there tends to be the odd capital asset comes along. So I won't not unlikely this will get a full up to where it's at by the time we get out to those years. Someone will need something on a request. But you'll notice if this number here, say, is $300,000 or $400,000 lower because we're able to get the pier done by reallocating or filling the criteria for CBT on the grant that they gave us, that would certainly build the 2022 number back up and help us along. So again, I think overall in a pretty healthy spot, other than 2022 because of the funding of the pier kind of putting some pressure on it. Any questions on water license reserve?
No, other
No?
than
Okay.
it's been my experience in the past that we've done similar things with this reserve over the years to, it's dropped down and we've rebuilt it.
You're correct, Mayor. Yep, you're correct. Okay. All right. So the capital projects here, you'll see a few. This is a little bit of an interesting one. Here's what we talked about today. That under line 8, we had a budget when we first started with COVID of $250,000. Now, because we were at 750 or 780 in parking meter revenue, we were able to increase that amount based on the budget. We were able to, based because we got more coin parking meter revenue, we were able to increase that in contribution for this year. You will see also, and I actually should go back, but also 275 is what I was putting into the COVID from the restart funding. I'll go quickly back, but hopefully it hasn't changed. Yes, under COVID here, 200,000 for the water license reserve, some of the capital that we purchased relating to COVID. So sorry, I'm jumping around a bit. I apologize, but there was a question earlier on, how much of this funding was going to reserve. So it looks like I've got 200 and 275. So we got 475 of that funding going into our reserves. Again, here's kind of where the different revenues sources come in. The public works and paving was obviously a big component for 2020, and then again for funding that, this is where council did that, and that was successful. The one piece that why we were underspent, there's a couple, but one in particular was the CPR storm work, and then the street lighting when we kind of got the disappointing news that the bases weren't where we need them to be. So that's again why we're underspent in this particular budget. Going forward, we've got a number of capital works expenditures here, and I would note the in particular, we've got the Transit Exchange project, but again, remembering that we've got a grant coming in under BC Transit for those funds. So again, expectations on what the balance was. We've usually been around $1 million or so, so we've got a bit of ebb and flow in here. I will note that we are doing an increase from the Community Works Fund than normal over the next 2 years, and then we'll kind of be down on a lower amount. But that's one of the reasons that we're able to keep this fund in a healthy balance as well. Equipment replacement.
Any questions of Colin on that page? Carry on, Colin.
No. Okay, so you'll notice that the balance is high, but that is okay because we've got some big purchases in the next couple of years. We've talked about that. And this again is one that helps out with some IT and equipment purchases. The IT and where it is that if you have an expense that charges out, so for example, on computer replacement, each department is charged a certain amount, basically, amount that would cover a replacement of your computer every 3 to 4 years. And so that funding is charged to the department. That revenue goes into the equipment reserve. And then when you need a replacement, we've got the funding available. Same for the vehicles, whatever vehicles that we charge out for, that funding goes into the capital reserve or the equipment reserve. And then we want to buy a vehicle, it's available. We do have a couple of heavy years. Obviously, we've got some line trucks. We've got the fire truck as well in 2022, and that's going to put some pressure on it. But again, overall, in a healthy spot, and we're preparing. And as the mayor said, it's normal for us to have those increases in the reserve and then have to spend a bunch, like I said, on a fire truck, and then it drops down and then we build back up again. Again, that great news that we got to push out into 2027 or so for the ladder truck, that really helps out our taxpayer and also this reserve. Otherwise, I think we were in a spot we would have to borrow a bit. I mean, it's such a big piece of equipment, it wouldn't surprise. We can't always fund for that. But anyway, again, feeling that we're healthy here and that we've got a good resources and equipment for our staff to be able to operate and do their jobs efficiently. Okay, building reserve. Sorry, yes, Mayor, I should say stop and ask if there's any questions.
Councillor Morrison, I see your hand up.
Just again, so the fire truck, I thought it was pushed out further, but the fire truck is 2022, so it's next year.
So that's only just one of the regular pumper trucks.
Okay, I thought,
Yeah.
so when do we get the big guy? I thought the big ladder truck was coming due.
Yeah, and it was, and that's where the fire chief worked with the new fire underwriters, and because it's such a beautiful piece of equipment, they say after 20 years, even though it's really in good shape, they say it's not supposed to. So we got a 5-year extension. They gave us another 5-year extension, so we're now going to be able to have that for 30 years.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so which is great news. Yeah.
I remember when we bought it.
Yeah.
I must be getting old.
You can have the old one, Councillor Morrison, for putting up your Christmas lights.
Yes.
Oh, it's great for putting up Christmas lights. I gotta tell you, that's the truck you want to get afterwards. Go start a little business, buy that thing, put up Christmas lights all over town.
The business opportunity right there.
There you go. I like again, this is why we're entrepreneurial in Nelson, I tell you.
The North Shore, the group deal.
Okay, building reserve. Again, this is another success story for me, and the mayor talks about it. We didn't have anyone taking care of our buildings, and in fact, it kind of landed on Alan Fillion at the time, and that was off the side of his desk. It was very difficult, and then we were able to hire a manager since that, and of course that was a positive. But then it also, now you've got someone that's totally looking at the buildings and then says we need to have a review of the buildings, and then you start realizing it's good. And now we're involved in, I think, after, in the work that's done here, we are way more proactive in our buildings than we have been over the last number of years. And we're starting to really see the success. We saw that even in the current year. And that's a real positive and a testament to having someone in that role, taking care of the needs to have, finding out, getting the building assessments and tackling those buildings that really needed to be dealt with. And also with the manager, making sure that we got the ongoing maintenance so we don't have those fatal breakdowns. So again, I would say to you, 4, 5, 6 years ago, we were definitely on a reactive basis. And I would say we are really now starting to be in a proactive basis. Now, because of that, I think that's why it was decided that we would try to build a brand new library building and all these other things. So you'll see that under the ICIP grant 23, because these are all the funding sources at the top here, and you see that we've got some significant asks in the budget. Again, council, these are all grant dependent. If we don't get the grant, these aren't moving forward. But you can see that we do have a hefty, we're at 25 million, 26 million over the next 5 years. So that's expensive. And again, we kind of went through that list before. What I'm also liking to see is that we are, in most cases, sort of keeping a pretty good flat line balance in here as well. So which again will allow us, when we get through some of these larger projects, it keeps us in having money available to deal with the proactive capital upgrades that we need to do. Any questions on that? No? Okay. Gonna move to the downtown waterfront reserve. And again, maybe just a quick comment that this reserve was created out of the fact that when Gordon Campbell was forced to have to move from HST back to GST, that created a 7% savings on the parking meter revenue, because parking meter revenue, even though you put your $1.25 in for your hour, we have to remit the GST on that. We don't ask you to pay, 5 cents more if it's a dollar for the GST. So when it went to HST, that cost us 7% of our revenue, and then when they took that off, then we got kind of found money, I guess you could say. And so there was a decision of council at the time saying we've got this found money. It's going to be around 100 to some odd percent of, depending on what that amount is on our parking meter revenue. Let's put this into a downtown waterfront reserve to deal with, again, public art, the festival, lighting, downtown upgrades. You can see the waterfront washroom. So this is where this funding sources comes for. And this is where in 2020, part of pandemic, there was a decision out of part of our 25-point action plan to take a portion of the parking meter revenue and a portion of the parking fine revenue that we would receive between May and I believe August, and that amounted to about $150,000. And so that was allocated into this particular reserve to allow us to do downtown waterfront improvements. You can see currently there's a few asks in here, 85 in total. We have a balance in theory starting in 2021 of 281. And it kind of grows a bit, but we've got sort of the ongoing costs that are in here. We have an ongoing allocation to public art each year. We do have the festival lighting that's being funded from this, but you can see the balance is pretty good. And if this was a place that there was a project, I think there was a commitment on that 25 action plan to be able to use that for whether it was downtown improvements or revitalization. Again, I heard the CAO comment, we could maybe use a portion of this funding if we needed to help out with the pier. So I don't know if anyone has any questions on this, but this is an area that has a bit of funding in it. And as we tackle certain things, this could be an area right now that has a good, not a huge amount of money, but if we needed a few, like a $40,000 or $80,000 project, you might be able to, this would be a place we could maybe find a way to fund it.
Thanks, Colin.
Okay.
Councillor Page, hang on.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
That parking meter revenue, maybe my colleagues can remind me of a different conversation that changed that, but I remember the substance of that conversation being taking some of that portion off and putting it aside specifically for economic recovery. Now I could see the leap into the waterfront reserve and some of the improvements around there, but when you look at the ask coming from the NAADP for an extra lift on stuff like that or financial literacy, like for me, when we were having those discussions, that's kind of what I thought we had settled on, was this was going to be that pool for to supplement what we've got for the restart funding should we need it. So maybe I was wrong there, or maybe that's a different.
No, I agree with you. I was saying, and that you'll notice that right now, on the regular amount that we put in there, the 90,000, our expenditures right now are 85. So that money is available. So again, if you wanted to do that, yes, I think that's a discussion that we could have on, hey, let's use some of that funding for this. You're right, and we know that's a 25-point action plan. We're also just recognizing that, like I said, if there was an additional 100,000 we wanted to put into the pier, that that would not crush this reserve, sort of thing. And again, having that, like you said, economic recovery and restart, that this would also be a place that council could tap into.
And that fund gets built up each year from that revenue.
It does. It has some ongoing. Yes, as long as we have parking meter revenue, that's what we've been allocating. Yeah.
So Colin, has the expenditure for the Selkirk, is that, I don't see that necessarily in expenses, or because it's 50,000 of that.
The expenditure for Selkirk.
Yeah.
Rapid response to.
Yeah.
Now, again, caught me a bit off guard. That may be a reason why we've got a surplus in our operating if we haven't paid that bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you could check on that one, because
Yep.
I think I don't see that there.
Yep.
And yeah, what we called it in the action plan was will be used to support our businesses. So it was pretty broad, but it was targeted for recovery of our businesses. And I think the feeling at the time that was not necessarily restricted to the downtown, but that's where we felt the majority of the impact was going to be. So it could certainly fund some of those some of those projects that economic development has brought forward at this time. You know, our preference is to use the provincial recovery money because, you know, that's restricted,
COVID,
and
right.
whereas this is more open, council can make decisions on this at any time in the future, but certainly it would be, that's what the intent was.
Yeah, that's a great point, CAO Cormac.
I just want to say I have to actually go.
Okay, well, I only have one left. I got 3 minutes of your time,
Okay,
Jesse. 3
let's
minutes.
rock it.
And
Thank
then
you.
the only comment I was going to say was that maybe I could trade the 50,000 from Selkirk for them paying their KSA lease. But anyway, we'll leave that for another day. Okay. And the last one is the Community Works Fund, and I think again a positive story here. This is a fund, has some funds available in it. You can see here we get this semi-annual grant. In 2019, they gave us a double grant. We do use it for paving and for other projects that fit the criteria. So this is not just a carte blanche one, but needs to fit some criteria. But I believe that there's a few things like asset management. I believe the food cyclers, there's pathways. The mayor was, again, as part of active transportation. Is there a way to use some of that funding to help out with paving, say like the Lakeside trail from, you know, kind of that Walmart or Save On to the park itself? Could that be paved? This is an area that has some funding. Those costs are not in here, but you can see that we do have a pretty healthy reserve in here, and ongoing funding also comes in for that. We do have some allocations that go out for helping out with the paving reserve or building reserve. Again, you know, there has to be a qualification, so there's sort of a listing of acceptable types of projects that we are able to look at. And so this is just a quick one. I've got 1 minute left. I don't know if any has any questions, but this is a place too, as we look out on some of the other pressures or requests we have, that this could help out for this year and going forward.
Questions? Thanks, Colin. Awesome. Jess, you have to leave. Do you have to leave, Jesse?
He's gone.
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted to thank everyone. It's been a great day of discussion and debate. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thank you, Colin, for all this work you do.
Well, and you really, and you really got to thank Chris Jury and Suzanne Rourke. They're the people that do a majority of the heavy lifting on this. So
thank you, Chris.
They say I've got a face for radio.
And it said, sorry, Chris. Sorry, was it Chris and Marjorie?
Sorry.
Okay.
Suzanne. Yeah.
Suzanne. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Hey, see ya.
Just when the expectation that you're Vanna White.
Take care.
Hard to hit.
That was all for today. I know it's been a long day. I appreciate yet again council's patience and time. We've got some work to do here, but I appreciate some of the direction that we've received, and we'll have to come back to council. We will also, I think, have to find a way to break out what's happening just in our operating and get that part done, and then put some of the other asks in more of that. What are we doing with the restart funds? So we'll come back to council with that.
Okay, so we need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Morrison, second by Councillor Renwick. All in favor?
Aye.